Good morning. How's everyone? We're all good? Oh, Kim's good, so we all must be good. All right. Okay, I am going to call meeting 17 of the Planning and Housing Committee to order. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee acknowledges that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you, please, to submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Members, are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Councillor Candeval, thank you. All those in favor, opposed, carried.
Hold on just 1 minute, we're not transmitting on webcam.
Uh-oh.
The volume's not working, so if you could just hold on a second.
The volume is not working on the internet. Now that might be a good thing, but nevertheless, we're just going to wait. So you can talk amongst yourselves. No one will hear you, evidently.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So I did the confirmation of minutes. Okay. So members, let's review the agenda. Item 17.1, Community Improvement Plan for the Economic Development and Growth in Employment Edge Incentive Program. I have no listed deputants. So are there any members of the public who are here who do want to speak to this? No? Are there any members who want to debate this? You want to ask questions? Okay, so we'll hold it for Councillor Myers. Yeah, and members, I have a motion on this. I'll ask the clerks to put it up in the portal. Item 17.2, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, neighborhood retail and services study, phase 2. I have deputants. Item 17.3, 50 Wilson Heights Boulevard, Block 1, City-Initiated Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Decision Report. Does anyone wish to hold this? Are there any questions? No? Okay. I'll move. Oh, it's statutory. Are there any members of the public who wish to depute on this but haven't registered yet? Seeing none, can I have a mover? Speaker Nunziata is moving it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. One down. Item 17.4, Our Plan Toronto Recommendations on the East Harbour Employment Area Conversion Report. It's scheduled for 10 a.m. I have no deputants listed, but if anyone is here and interested in the item, please be aware there's a supplementary report, Report B, that recommends that we defer consideration of it until the next meeting. So if you're, you might, if you're here for that, it's going to get pushed off to the next meeting, okay? But we can't deal with it until 10 o'clock. Item 17.5, establishing a framework to address excessive indoor temperatures in leased residential premises. I have deputations on that. Item PH 17.6. Hey, come on, chatty guys. Shh, there's like important public business being done here. Item 17.6, exempting dwelling rooms in multi-tenant houses from Parkland dedication and clarification to exemptions in Article 3 of Chapter 415, Development of Land. I have no deputations. Does anyone wish to hold that item? No? Can I have a mover? Councillor Bradford. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 17.7, relaunch of the Home Ownership Assistance Program to support new not-for-profit affordable and attainable home ownership housing. We have deputations. Item 17.8, Toronto Green Standard Net Zero Transition Study Update. We have a deputant. Item 17.9, commuter parking opportunities for 777 Victoria Park Avenue. We have no deputants. Do you want to hold it? We'll hold it for Councillor Candaval. Item 17.10, Housing Action Plan, Mid-Rise Building Design Guidelines. We have deputants. Item 17.11, Housing Accelerator Fund, expanding permissions in neighborhoods for 6 units and 4 stories. We have deputants. Item 17.12, minor variances for additional height and density on related zoning bylaw amendments. We have a deputant. Item 17.13, official plan review, office replacement policies, status report. We have deputants. Item 7.14, Our Plan Toronto, draft delineations, protected major transit station areas and major transit station areas 9 stations, proposals report. We do have a deputant on that. Item 17.15, 2451 and 2489 Bayview Avenue, proposed amendment to designating bylaw under Part 4, Section 30.1 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Does anyone wish to hold that? No? I'll take a motion to approve it from Councillor Candaval. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And do we have to do anything with the preservation letter?
No.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Item 17.16, 358 through 360 Dufferin Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. If no one else has an interest, I'll just move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 17.17, 94 Cortleigh Boulevard, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Does anyone wish to hold that? Any mover? Councillor Nunziata? All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 17.18, developing a missing middle action plan informed by lessons learned from the Beaches East York Missing Middle Pilot Project. Councillor Bradford, can we hold that down for a minute? Just want to discuss one of the recommendations with you. Yep, we'll hold it in your name. Good. Okay. That takes us back to Members, we could, if Councillor Myers, if you're the only one on 17.1 and you only have a few questions, we could do that one first, or do you want to go straight to the items with deputations? Okay, so then we'll start with item 2, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, neighborhood retail and services study, phase 2, final report. I do have deputants, which is on one of these pieces of paper. There we go. The first deputant listed is Catherine Orion. Catherine Orion. Is Catherine online? No? Okay. Evan Wheeler. Evan Wheeler. Yeah, I just need you guys to give me the sign if someone's online, okay? Yeah, okay, so Evan's not with us. Nicole Tatage. Hi, Nicole, come on up, welcome. Settle in. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
So thank you for your time today. We've also included a written submission with more detail that I hope you've had a chance to review. I'm a lifelong resident of Toronto, homeowner, and a member of the Beaconsfield Village Residents Association, which is in downtown neighborhood in Ward 9. First, I want to note that on May 9th, this committee directed planning to reach out to residents associations for their input. However, our residents association was not consulted, and to the best of my knowledge, no other residents associations have been engaged. Residents associations are not listed as stakeholders in the planning report. And in fact, our association reached out to planning with our concerns, and planning told us that they would respond and update their website, but this was never done. The head of the Beaconsfield Association requested a meeting with planning, but we never heard back. For this reason alone, we think that this report should be deferred for further consultation. Our members are not opposed to reasonable commercial development, but there are insufficient safeguards in this proposal to protect residents from adverse impacts. I'm referring to inner neighborhoods now, not major streets. The Beaconsfield Association has real-world examples of businesses opening in inner neighborhoods with adverse impacts. In one case, a former convenience store was converted into a coffee shop, which residents did not oppose, but then the owner applied for a liquor license to turn it into a bar. Despite concerted opposition from neighbors and our councillor, the liquor license application was approved and resulted in numerous problems for neighbors and complaints to 311. In another case, a developer bought a corner store one short block away from a busy commercial strip and wanted to put in a popular chain of bars, but we were able to stop it due to existing bylaws. In a third case, a former convenience store became a business that operates primarily as an online retail delivery company, causing parking and traffic problems with delivery trucks operating late into the night. Based on real-world experience, we can tell you that certain kinds of businesses are not appropriate for small inner neighborhood streets. Residential zoning has been in place in the city for almost 70 years, and it has helped to create some of the most livable downtown neighborhoods in the world. We live within close walking distance of commercial streets with all of the amenities, but we're also able to enjoy the relative tranquility of fully residential streets, which is great. The proposed bylaw will radically break with this past policy and will allow any kind of retail business to open in neighborhoods, which includes bars, restaurants with patios, as well as cannabis shops, and also retail stores that are based on delivery models. Such businesses will be permanent and irrevocable due to legal non-conforming rights. These businesses will most likely replace existing housing, as there's no requirement to add more housing units in compensation. It's important to understand that the province and not the city controls the issuing of liquor licenses. Once a retail store has seating, it can apply for a liquor license and will get one. It can then operate as a bar. Therefore, the proposed changes are a green light to allowing bars inside residential neighborhoods, which most Torontonians would not support. Bars with patios generate noise, cigarette smoke and vape, fumes, and are generally not a good fit for residential side streets. Also, convenience stores can already sell beer and wine. If the zoning is changed to allow indoor seating and a patio, then customers can purchase alcohol and consume it on site, and there's no way to prevent that. Cannabis shops will also be permitted as retail stores, so will stores selling cigarettes and vapes near schools. The planning report says that most people want a neighborhood grocery store and coffee shop. Given these facts, why not create a new category that combines small-scale grocery with coffee shops and defines what those businesses can and can't do, instead of leaving it wide open to any kind of retail operation? Our recommendations for inner neighborhoods are: first, limit the type of retail permitted to small grocery with cafe and prohibit the consumption of alcohol on site. This is exactly what was done in Vancouver. Second, do not allow patios unless neighbors within 120 meters agree to it. This was the process prior to 2020. Third, if a property is on an inner neighborhood street that is within 500 meters of a major street, it should be exempt because residents already have amenities within walking distance. This would prevent developers from opening establishments designed to attract traffic from nearby commercial streets while also preserving much-needed housing. Thank you for your attention, and I hope our perspective will be taken into consideration by the committee. I only had 5 minutes, so I wasn't able to cover everything, but I'm happy to answer any questions and go on further if I'm allowed.
Thank you, Nicole. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Thank you so much for coming and sharing that with us today. Next, Andy Manahan. Good morning, Andy.
Morning. Thank you, Chair Perks and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to make this presentation on the report. My name is Andy Manahan. I've been a resident in Guildwood Village for 16 years, and although I'm not on the Guildwood Village Community Association, I have been authorized to provide a short presentation on their behalf. I should note at the beginning that at GVCA's AGM earlier this year, it was decided that the community would take an informed, community-wide approach to help our neighborhood thrive and grow. You probably don't hear a lot of speakers coming from the suburbs like Scarborough, so I'll give you a little bit of background on the rich and long history of Guildwood, which is started by Rosa and Spencer Clark, who created Canada's first artist community, the Guild of All Arts. The couple welcomed artists of all backgrounds to their property, and eager visitors came to see painters, sculptors, weavers, and others in action. The site became so popular that the Clarks converted their home into the Guild Inn. In later years, the Clarks sold their property, which now operates as the Guild Park and Gardens, and is the heart of Guildwood Village. It contains many architectural artifacts which were saved during the 1960s when Toronto's downtown was undergoing a major building boom, and treasures such as the Greek Theatre would have been lost forever had it not been for the preservationist mentality of the Clarks. In the 1950s, the Clarks also created a village within the city by carefully planning a subdivision which was integrated with nature. And later, Guildwood grew to include medium and high density structures. So GVCA's position on the proposed new policies is as follows. It is adamantly opposed to the proposed one-size-fits-all zoning approach, which would permit certain retail, service, and office uses on residentially zoned properties in neighborhood designated areas citywide. When planning for any community in Toronto, context is paramount. Specifically, GVCA is opposed to new retail and commercial operations on Guildwood Parkway. We can't support home occupations within neighborhoods as this aligns with the work from home trend. For example, there used to be a tailor operating out of a house on Poplar Road, and this did not impede traffic flow as it would on Guildwood Parkway. Currently, there are 3 commercial plazas in the Guildwood area, but many more stores and services exist on Kingston Road. The major one is the Guildwood Village Shopping Centre at Guildwood Parkway in Livingston, which includes a grocery store, Tim Hortons, 2 bank branches, public library, and other services. And then there are 2 smaller plazas within the area. Due to COVID, a family restaurant closed in the shopping centre, and just recently a new chain restaurant has opened up, which will have its official opening next week. There's lots of commercial space along Kingston Road, including 2 large plazas near the intersection of Morningside that offers sufficient space for goods and services for Guildwood residents now and in the future. So the vision for GVCA is as follows. We formed a housing committee due to the massive number of concerns from the community regarding the many applications which are occurring at the Committee of Adjustment as a result of city directives such as fourplexes as of right and EHON policies concerning increased density on major streets. Further, many more non-compliant rooming houses are exploiting loopholes, ignoring bylaws, and appearing in our community and it is difficult for the City of Toronto to properly enforce these bylaws. A year ago, there was a meeting concerning EHON within our neighborhood, and the vast majority of residents expressed opposition being enacted on Guildwood Parkway. Unlike other major streets such as Kingston Road, Markham, and Morningside Avenue, which have 2 lanes in either direction, Guildwood Parkway has only 1 lane per direction. Even though our local councillor, Paul Ainsley, brought forward motions to exempt this 27-foot right-of-way street, the motions were rejected by council. Due to this bulldozer approach, local residents feel that we are not being listened to by Toronto Council and that our local councillor cannot properly represent his constituents' wishes. Councillor Ainsley was successful, however, in having planning look at how the new rules allowing for properties as large as 4 stories would impact the Guildwood community. There has been no feedback on this request to date. I'll skip ahead to this page. I think it's important to recognize also that the Scarborough Bluffs should be taken into consideration. To the east of Guildin, there are residential homes on the south side of Guildwood Parkway. If applications were to occur here, it would most likely contribute to Bluffs erosion. Perhaps the homes that were constructed here should not have been allowed in the first place, an example of the consequences of short-term thinking, but minimizing construction impacts along Guildwood Parkway is important to preserve the Bluffs. We think that those who sought to classify Guildwood Parkway as an EHON street simply looked at variables such as bus route and location of schools rather than addressing environmental and historically significant issues which are unique to our community. So once again, we are opposed to amending the ZBL to facilitate small-scale retail service and office uses, but we are supportive of permitting house occupation uses within the neighborhood. Thank you. And any questions, I'll be pleased to answer.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah, okay. Over here. Yeah, over there. Evidently, Councillor Candeval has a burning question for you.
You were looking over there asking questions. Anyway, through you, Chair, thank you, Andy, for coming forward. I think it's always important that we consider perspectives from all parts of our city. I appreciate that, being next door in Scarborough Southwest. The question I have is, are you, or speaking on behalf of the GVCA, is the concern on all aspects of what's before us, or is it certain permissions that give concern?
Well, as I mentioned, we're okay with small work from home type uses, but Guildwood Parkway, because of its narrow right-of-way, I think is different from other streets. So there would be traffic and congestion issues related to that. I can give you one example. Right across from the Guild Inn, there was a Committee of Adjustment deputation last month to do with a house that was just over 3,000 square feet, and they were applying for a 4,700 square foot application. Thankfully, it was turned down by the C of A, but it's those type of things which have our residents concerned. And as I said, we feel right now that it's kind of a chaotic situation because we're doing a case-by-case battle at Committee of Adjustment on minor variances, which in many cases are not minor, such as that one, rather than having a vision for our community, which is informed by maybe a secondary plan or a vision as to where growth could more comfortably fit.
Your comments about the commercial retail along Kingston Road, this conversation varies across our city. Certainly there are pockets where it's not viable. I found when looking for a Constid office, Kingston Road is pretty packed.
Yes.
Very hard to find a spot to open up a restaurant or whatnot. So given the reality that along Kingston Road, it's difficult to find a spot to open up. What's before us allows small-scale mom-and-pops folks to experiment locally. The question, I guess, is the recognition that here's an opportunity to help folks in the community experiment before they take to market and take on a bigger risk. Is the community association, appreciative of that opportunity that residents within your community can now explore?
Yeah, so we have the shopping center, and I think that provides a good range of services. As I mentioned, one of the neighborhood plazas last year, there was a an application sign. So that to me indicates that within a neighborhood that's at the intersection of Durham Woods and Poplar, most of the businesses there weren't making a go of it, so the application was to convert it to residential. I would suggest that, for example, you mentioned Kingston Road. On the north side of Guildwood GO Station, there's an old car dealership. There is an application there right now for over 1,000 units. So if you had a mixed use there, that would be one opportunity for a mom and pop shop. And we certainly support mom and shops rather than chain restaurants like many other residents do.
Okay, and one quick last question. Do you think it would help CAs and RAs to take a look at where it's already existing in old Toronto neighborhoods? Would that kind of ameliorate any concerns?
Yeah, I mean, downtown and suburban locations, we're clearly a little bit more car-oriented, but it's still a walkable community. We do have bus service. So I think that's the differentiator. But I would say that, people say Kensington's special and Bloor Village is special. Well, we think Guildwood is special, and I know Southwest, where you are, is a great area too, and there has been a lot of applications. We think, for example, there's some surplus school sites, like Borden Technical School, which would be a prime opportunity for redevelopment in terms of a mixed use, and that would again provide commercial as well as residential. So that type of planning, 20 to 30 year horizon, we think is a better way to go than the chaotic system we have right now, where we're running up to Scarborough Civic Center and making presentations on a house that is going to be turned into a fourplex, where design and other criteria are just thrown out the window.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Andy? No? Andy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Ali Lilla. No? Okay. Elliot Van Woudenberg. Hi, Elliot. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. So my name's Elliot Van Woudenberg. I'm here today on behalf of Strong Towns Toronto, a local advocacy group. Currently, I reside in Ward 9 Davenport, but I've lived all over Toronto. I'm here today to ask, on behalf of our group, that you approve the report and forward it to City Council for implementation as quickly as possible. Strong Towns Toronto is the local chapter of the North American Strong Towns movement. Currently, there are over 240 local conversations as of the end of November, and over 6,500 members across Canada and the United States. We're really focused on fostering growth and resiliency by allowing incremental change in our communities, and specifically Toronto. Our group has been following and providing input throughout the consultation process for EHON and the retail and services component that's here for consideration today. We're deeply concerned that Toronto's neighborhood retail and services are in decline. As the committee surely knows, about a third of these enterprises have been lost since between 1989 and 2019. We know that 731 of these enterprises of the 2,137 of those identified by the city have been lost. We'd like to bring forward two examples that we think illustrate why this reform would be very beneficial for the city, because the suburban experiment has failed Toronto. We're looking at the example of Mary Rife in Guelph. She is someone who ran a charity bike repair and bike sale enterprise out of her garage. She raised $25,000 in 2024 for the Stephen Lewis Foundation to Fight AIDS in Africa. Unfortunately, because she was operating out of her garage in Guelph, that violated various city zoning bylaws, which replicate what is happening here with EHON in the neighborhood land use designation. And she was forced to plead for a variance at the Committee of Adjustment in Guelph in order to get her charitable work legalized. Because she got neighborhood support and local support came out at the Committee of Adjustment, she was allowed to continue with her work. But if that hadn't happened, her enterprise would have been gone and her community would have missed out on that. We believe there are other instances in Toronto where this sort of enterprise just isn't happening because of these restrictions. The other example we want to point to is Finch Store in Davenport. It's a small neighborhood grocery store that carried local products, things like bagels from Kensington, tortilla chips and dips from Wexford Maryvale, gelato and Middle Eastern spreads from Little Portugal, bread from Leslieville, pitas, hummus, and halva from Davenport, and milk from rural Ontario. The trouble for this business started when they started carrying coffee from the Junction. City staff had told the owner that it was fine according to their business license for them to start serving hot coffee and baked goods. Unfortunately, after they installed a coffee espresso machine and began serving hot coffee and baked goods, an anonymous complaint flagged that this was not allowed according to the existing neighborhood land use designation. Unfortunately, they did not have a grandfathered exemption and did not get a minor variance before they started this because they'd been advised it was okay. That anonymous complaint spun out into a licensing tribunal situation, and their business was going to be essentially shut down because of this trouble. Fortunately, local support did materialize. That case was put on hold, but right now the existence of that business hangs in the balance if this reform is not approved. We're deeply concerned that there are other cases like this that are happening across the city. We appreciate concerns about growth and change, but obviously the current situation isn't working because we've seen that massive 1/3 decline in these sort of enterprises. This is strangling the vitality and resilience of our communities across Toronto and Ontario as a whole, quite frankly. We're deeply concerned about this, and we think that just taking a different approach, experimenting a little, allowing some flexibility and change will make Toronto better as a whole. These are the businesses that support local neighborhood events, sponsor the local soccer team or the local baseball team. They provide space for performers and community initiatives, and by allowing people to empower themselves, they will in turn empower our community and Toronto as a whole. Thank you for your time, and again, please approve this report and send it to City Council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for your deputation.
Have a good day.
Jeff Cattell. Oh, there's Jeff. Good morning, Jeff.
I apologize for the way I look. I had some precancerous removal of a little thing on my eyebrow, so it affected my eye. So forgive me for that.
You look fine to me, Jeff. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations. We support, in principle, the permission for a wide range of businesses that may be useful to community residents, helping to build complete communities. The proposed bylaw amendments would permit small businesses, including home occupations, but with restrictions in size and other factors that can affect nearby homes. The major location for these uses is to be on major streets and the major streets corner lots with local streets. Such uses were envisaged with the approval of the major streets official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. More limited uses are proposed to be permitted adjacent to schools and parks. We do not understand this rationale except that the sites may be more isolated from homes. Entertainment uses are limited to special zones. When this project was first at PHC in July 22, we were here and we were skeptical about its feasibility and practicality. Home offices can work in the light of COVID, but in a retail universe that satisfies consumers' desires for both shopping convenience via online and next day or less delivery, and bulk shopping at megastores like Costco, what local businesses except home offices will really work and where? It is questionable in today's environment whether there's any longer a sufficient desire and consequently an adequate market for new local neighborhood services, or whether this is a planner's dream or a throwback to a simpler time. We know that there is considerable concern being expressed that the proposal has not been adequately consulted upon, and consequently, there are several requests this morning for deferral to allow for further community consultation. We believe there actually is a wider concern about the pace of change in planning policy that we're experiencing. You know, about 6 major projects as of right, you know, across the city with exemptions. And it comes about that there's the interrelationship of the various EHON and other city planning initiatives. And so there's potential for significant overlap between these various initiatives and therefore confusion about what is being proposed and the impacts. While overlap is not necessarily a bad thing, it needs to be understood and communicated. These projects have all been developed kind of separately, different teams working on them. It's never been brought together to this committee as a whole to explain how it will all fit together on geography. After all, for example, major streets policies expand some commercial uses into areas designated neighborhoods. After all, locations deep in neighborhoods designated land, such as minor roads and cul-de-sacs, are unlikely to be suitable for neighborhood retail and services. As such, we request that there indeed be further consultation on the neighborhood retail and services proposal. That's significant concern. And secondly, that this committee recommend to City Council that city planning be directed to report back on the overlaps and the interrelationships of EHON and related initiatives, such as neighborhood retail and services, avenues, major streets, and the mid-rise, at a policy level, but also by application in the geography of the city. We don't see the maps where these things will be overlaid and you'll be able to see, you know, what's affecting my neighborhood, what isn't, and the status of this. Respectfully submitted, Chair Perks.
Thank you. Any questions for Jeff? No? Thank you so much, Jeff. That concludes the list of deputants that I have. Are there any other members of the public who are here to address the committee on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you very much. And, you know, I listened to Nicole's deputation, and I have similar issues in my ward, where we had a coffee shop and so forth, and it's very difficult. But what I want to ask planning is that as far as the retail uses, is a distribution allowed in a residential area if they're running distribution business from their home where they're having hundreds of boxes delivered daily and piling them up and they're selling online? Will that be allowed in a residential area?
Through the chair, we would consider that to be a warehouse use, and warehouse uses are not permitted through our zoning bylaw amendment, neither on major streets nor within the interior of neighborhoods.
Into residential areas, like if he's operating. So as far as the concern that was brought up in some of these areas where they open up a bakery and then they apply for a liquor license, and so would there not be any restrictions when you do issue a liquor license, or restrictions on parking and so forth? Would that apply in some of these areas as well?
So with respect to the liquor license, and I'm not sure if there's someone from MLS who wants to speak to this, but I'll speak to it through the chair. So liquor licenses are governed by the province, and so there are certain restrictions through the provincial legislation, and also when someone applies for a liquor license, the local councillor does have the opportunity to raise objections, but that is independent of the city planning process.
No, I understand that. Maybe I should be asking MLS, because when a liquor license request comes in, their staff have to comment if there's sufficient parking, so forth. Like, would that, if it's in a residential area, would they have to abide by those conditions they would if it was on the main street? Maybe MLS could,
Sure.
because that's where we get them from.
If you could just repeat the last part of the question, please.
So when a business applies for a liquor license, the liquor license goes to the city, and there's certain conditions that they have to apply for in order to get a liquor license, as far as parking, as far as the food and all those. So if it's in a residential area where it's in the middle of a residential area, which I had in my ward, and they apply for a liquor license, would they not have to abide by those conditions if it was a business on a main street or in a mall?
So fair question, and it's a very complicated issue. City clerks manages the intake and then distributes or circulates to a number of divisions for our information. We then look at it, and where our interest is, if we have issues related to complaints or noise, we would flag those. We would work with our colleagues in city planning on zoning to understand what is permitted and what is not, and we would then act accordingly.
Yeah, you know, the one on King Street, it took us 2 years to close it down. So to planning, so if they want to open up a business, do they not have, is there no parking or requirements for any of these businesses, regardless of what the business is, if it's a beauty salon or whatever business they're running in their home?
So through the chair, so for the commercial permissions, which is different from home occupation, we don't have parking minimums at this point in terms of these businesses. And the reason for that is that parking minimums would create more of a magnet for people to drive to these locations, and they are intended to be locally serving. An operator that requires parking can certainly provide parking, and different operators will require or will choose to provide parking. But through the bylaw, we do not establish parking minimums, and that's consistent with our policies in other zones throughout the city.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I think I would add to that, to keep in mind that the purpose of this proposal is not to create shopping districts or retail draws that are attracting people from other parts of the city, but really to create services that are of use and convenience to the immediate local neighborhoods and to support neighborhoods with additional services and amenities.
Opening up a bar in a residential area, what use is that for the community?
Through the chair, I think many community members might value various retail uses, and I think it's important to note that the proposed permissions for eating establishments are really accessory uses, not to be the primary uses of in the residential areas.
Thank you.
Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, through you, Chair. To pick up on Councillor Nunciata's thread, you know, we heard from delegates and emails about that one particular issue is places where they're serving alcohol. To your last comment, Kyle, that restaurants or bars is ancillary to the primary permissions provided. Can you speak to the restrictions around liquor licenses and the opportunities for serving alcohol?
So through the chair, within the interior of neighborhoods, we permit, the zoning bylaw amendment would permit a retail store of a maximum size of 110 square meters or 1,200 square feet. And then the eating establishment or takeout eating establishment would be ancillary, so that would have to be less than 50% of that size. And with respect to patios, the patios are limited to 10 square meters, so very small patio space, and that is limited to the front or side, which is to say along the street, not in the rear. And we have certain provisions in there as well for fencing and buffering and landscaping, that sort of thing, with the idea, and they're on detached buildings as well. So the idea is to balance between the desire to have and a small eating establishment in the neighborhood where people can gather, have a cup of coffee and a snack, et cetera, with a bit of outdoor space and a sort of a friendly gathering space in a neighborhood. And to keep those, the size and other restrictions I mentioned, to prevent that from becoming a kind of noisy place that is attracting a lot of activity.
Gotcha. I think many here have no problems, folks, grabbing a coffee and a croissant. The question is on serving alcohol for an establishment in a neighborhood to do that. Are there higher hurdles to get a license, or is it the same process as, say, if you're on a main strip commercial retail joint?
Through.
Who's got what?
To clarify, the AGCO sets conditions, so it's provincial. It's not within our jurisdiction.
No, I understand that. So is the threshold the same for an applicant that's going in a typical commercial retail zoned joint versus this new permission?
I don't know that specific, those specifics.
It's making me crazy.
Through the chair, there are certain provisions that apply to eating establishments, which we do not have the option of distinguishing within the zoning. So we made an assessment that the benefit of allowing an ancillary eating establishment on these sites is a sufficient benefit to, or the opportunity for that is a sufficient benefit to the neighborhood, and that the various steps that we've taken to address concerns would be a way of allowing it. The only option would be to not allow an eating establishment whatsoever.
So to give clarity to residents and everyone here, there is no daylight in terms of process for somebody applying for a liquor license in this regime and a typical commercial retail regime? It's the same process? Yes.
Through the chair, that the process through the AGCO would be the same, and we were relying on the AGCO to exercise their judgment and their rules to ensure that the impacts of any liquor licenses that might be issued for some proposals here would be scrutinized under those provincial rules, and that any impacts would be managed.
So it's the same threshold and process to get a license?
I can't speak to the threshold, the process.
We work very closely with the AGCO on a number of issues, and I can say that they do use a risk-based model when evaluating.
Yes.
So while there aren't clear thresholds, they do look at different uses differently and use a risk-based model to do that.
Okay, gotcha. Have they commented on this proposal?
No, through the chair, the AGCO has not commented on this proposal. I would add that there's a number of issues that we have heard from residents, including Ms. Tataj, about these uses and concerns about noise and other issues. And the city does have a number of bylaws that MLS enforces with respect to noise, waste, property standards, et cetera. And I think that is an additional layer in terms of addressing what I think the actual concerns are, which are those kind of negative issues, and less so about the specifics of, the establishment itself. There are operators that work well and operators that don't.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a couple questions because Councillor Nunziata and I have spent like half our life on this issue. So I think we can help clarify it. So the province of Ontario a couple of years ago changed the liquor licensing regime. Now any retailer, a hairdresser, somebody who sells children's toys can ask for a liquor license, correct?
Through you, the chair, that is correct.
So the test is not whether or not food is served?
That's correct.
Okay. The province also, as you said, instituted a system of what they call risk-based licensing. And the risk-based license says that before issuing the liquor license, they have to take into account the context and potential impacts of issuing that license, correct?
That's correct. A
Okay.
hairdresser and a nightclub are significantly different.
Significantly different, and the province would review those applications differently. Okay. In terms of these permissions, so I think the concern I heard was mostly about interior to neighborhood. The size and space that would be available for serving something to eat and something to drink is quite small. So like we're talking, you know, if they put tables in maybe 15, 20 people kind of thing, in that ballpark?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So we're not imagining a bar going into a neighborhood. That simply wouldn't be permitted with the rules you have because the space you have is too small.
Through the chair, that's correct. It would be under 550 square feet.
Okay, so the way that we're policing the risk of a really noisy establishment happening there is by the size, by our noise bylaws, by controlling all of those real-world impacts rather than the fact that the province can give a liquor license to a hairdresser.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I guess my first question is to MLS. Is it contemplated that you will be increasing the number of bylaw enforcement officers if we are expanding the number of establishments in the city? As a quick example, I think for all of Scarborough and North York, there are, I think, 15 bylaw enforcement officers in total, and the ones in Scarborough are carrying a caseload, I think, of around 800. So if we're expanding it, do we actually have additional bylaw enforcement officers to enforce the bylaws?
The short answer is no, we do not have additional officers included in as it relates to this report.
Do we need additional officers to enforce these bylaws if we are going to be more permissible in the types of businesses we allow in residential neighborhoods, which I do support?
Through the 2024 budget process, we did receive additional officers related to the nighttime economy. We are always looking at our workloads and the nature of our work and make our, submission in the appropriate year's budget. And we would continue to monitor the impacts of these and of service requests that come in related to these types of facilities.
How many bylaw officers do you estimate that you'll need to enforce these bylaws or regulate these additional businesses that you anticipate?
I can't come up with a number.
Roughly.
Again, it's difficult to say. We need to understand where it's happening in the city. We need to provide coverage in each of our districts. It could be, it could be a team of 25, but again, I don't want to, I don't want to overstaff an issue that may not have, I can't anticipate or speculate the issues that will come with this. This is something that we monitor and then we adjust our staffing levels accordingly. For me to suggest a number of bylaw officers would be premature at this time.
Okay. I guess my next question is to city planning. So in the bylaw as contemplated, there is the potential for outdoor patios, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And music and drinking and other things that happen.
Through the chair, music is not permitted on the patio?
Drinking would be though.
Yes, subject to the restrictions of the liquor license.
I'll just jump in that when we're considering noise and community nuisance, we do not enforce, nor can we enforce people noise. What we do enforce is amplified sound. And again, on these patios, many of which are not permitted to have amplified sound. There are some pilots where they are allowed to have acoustic performances.
Okay. So again, I don't have a problem with music or people speaking loudly. I just want to make sure that we actually have the resources in place to implement and enforce what we're passing. And I don't think we do.
Note that the AGCO is responsible for liquor licensing, over-serving, under-serving, or age-wise, so they play a role, and we work very closely with the AGCO, our bylaw enforcement officers, and the police on problematic properties.
Here, I think what I would add to Mr. Grant's response there is that I think it's important to keep in mind that, like all zoning measures that we bring forward here, we are enabling certain permissions. That doesn't mean that these permissions will appear quickly and immediately. We expect that there will be gradual take-up of some of these permissions. And again, these permissions are for neighborhoods which we expect and are planned to remain primarily residential. So I think Mr. Grant's approach to monitoring, following the monitoring that city planning is doing on this initiative and adapting his resources based on how many of these uses are emerging and where they're emerging is probably the most reasonable way to respond to the potential need for future enforcement resources from a staffing perspective. There might be light take up for this initiative at the beginning, and it might grow eventually. It might continue to be light over time. We do expect that there will be a greater presence of small-scale retail across Toronto's neighborhoods as a result of this. But the degree of that is still unknown.
Okay, I have more questions.
Okay, does anyone else have a second round? No? Okay, Councillor Myers, go ahead. Oh, Councillor Nunziata?
Just one question. Would a cannabis be allowed?
Through the chair, so the short answer is if it's beyond 150 meters of a school, cannabis is permitted in retail stores. That is something that, again, is regulated provincially, and we as a city do not have the option of restricting cannabis if we are permitting a retail store.
So it's possible that someone will apply for a cannabis license to go into a residential area, as long as they have a distance from a school?
Yes, through the chair, yes, it is possible.
With what we're proposing today?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Can you please reset my time? My time.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Thank you very much. So one of the big issues that's been coming up in my community consultations on the budget is that there is just no enforcement of bylaws because there are just not enough bylaw enforcement officers. If we are expanding retail possibilities in neighborhoods, which I support and which could include alcohol, which could include cannabis, which will include outdoor patios, should we not also be looking at, and we know we need additional bylaw enforcement officers anyways, shouldn't there be some sort of forethought to having the appropriate implementation regime beyond just the zoning bylaws, but actually having the people to enforce the rules that we're asking these businesses to abide by? Because what's going to happen is I'm going to get one store and I'm going to get a lot of complaints, and I'm going to be trying to find, I have one bylaw enforcement officer for all of Ward 23. And I'm going to be trying to call that person to enforce this bylaw, and everyone's going to say, why did you vote for this, and you don't have the resources to actually do the enforcement that you said was part of the bylaw enforcement. So that's where I'm struggling with. I'm okay with the law, I just don't see the resources in actually enforcing the bylaw as it is written.
So thank you for the question. I understand your concerns and the concerns of your residents. We do not know the take-up of this. It's very hard to forecast.
But you know there's going to be additional calls.
There's going to be additional calls, but I have to be
Well, shouldn't you just, like,
fiscally responsible. Yeah. In my earlier answer, I said that it would require 25 bylaw officers across the city. That would be at a cost to the city of over $3.125 million. I do not have a funding source for that. I'm saying, and I'm making these not making the numbers up. I'm giving you potentially what this could look like, and it's not fiscally prudent for me to recommend a $3.125 million increase on a industry that I don't know what the take-up is going to be like. We proactively visit all of our licensees, and we work with them very closely. We do enforce bylaws, and I disagree that, and I understand from your residents that they don't think we enforce bylaws, but we do. We have a 93% compliance rate, and we respond to all service requests, and we take our jobs very seriously.
So do you agree that the average bylaw officer has a case, in Scarborough, has a caseload of over 800 cases?
I know their workload is high. I think that's
800.
That's exaggerated.
But they told me. I'm not making the number up.
No, they have other reasons to say those numbers.
Okay, but hearing that as a counselor, do you think that the bylaw officers in Scarborough are now, I'm going to say, here's an additional set of bylaws to enforce, that they're going to have any capacity to do that when they're already overworked?
So I understand. We look at workload very carefully in all three of our service lines. We have, close to 300 bylaw officers citywide doing a number of things. We're always looking at ways to improve. We're always looking at caseloads and making sure that they are reasonable. These people do very difficult work, very challenging work. It's complex. None of it is simple. None of it is black and white, so things are taking longer. Could we use more officers? Absolutely. It comes with a cost.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one question for planning. I'm looking repeatedly at the letters, and it says that the residents associations were to be consulted, but they were not. And I'm just wondering what happened there.
Through the chair, so we did take a few steps to consult with the community. We had 4 in-person consultation events, 1 in each of the 4 planning districts. We had 2 virtual consultation events that were citywide. We also met with residents of Ward 20 and Ward 22 upon request. And we had a Jane's Walk and as well as an online survey that was open for, I think, 6 months, which garnered about 1,100 responses. And we got a number of responses by email, including very detailed input from Ms. Tataj and others, which we incorporated all of those comments into our assessment of the zoning bylaw amendment, including the ones that were mentioned today. Having said that, there were some specific requests. There was a specific request from Ms. Tataj to meet, which we had intended to meet, and we did not, and we should have. No question about that. We did also communicate with each councillor's office about outreach to the residents associations. Having said that, we could have certainly been more active in terms of reaching out to those residents associations. So I do acknowledge that there's more that we could have done. However, all of the comments that we've heard both in the letters and in the deputations are things that we heard through the consultation, and they're all things that we addressed and balanced out. There were also, I would say, more of our input that we received was either A, supportive, or B, asking us to be more aggressive in our permissions. And so we look to balance from both of those perspectives.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is that, Councillor Candeville?
Thank you, Chair, for the second round.
By the way, I'm keeping a list of everyone who's asking questions and stuff, and when we get to the end of the meeting, none of you are allowed to leave early. Go ahead.
It's called democracy. We need to ask questions. Chair, yes, no, 100%, 100%. Okay, thank you, Chair, for the second round, and through you to staff. I just want clarity on this one question. Are we able, through this bylaw, these amendments, to place a higher threshold for an applicant to get our liquor license? So from a planning and legal perspective, are we able to create a higher threshold?
Through the chair, no.
And is that by virtue of provincial legislation?
Yes,
That they completely govern the granting of liquor license?
that's correct. Subject to the process that MLS discussed earlier.
Okay, so that MLS process, can that be reformed to be more, less permissive and more restrictive? No, we got to let staff answer first. You can come in after, Gord.
I'm sorry, can you,
Is through the MLS process that currently exists for liquor licenses, can we, or do we have the tools to reform it to become more restrictive or place a higher threshold to obtain one?
to obtain a liquor license?
Yeah.
No, that's governed by the province
Yes,
and their legislation.
But within the MLS bucket, can that be reformed?
I don't think so. Like, I'm not sure I'm completely understanding what you're asking, but I think the answer is no.
Okay.
I would say that there is an opportunity for a local councillor to write a letter of objection
Of course, yeah.
to the AGCO. So that is one option that you would have. Of course, that's just one thing that they take into consideration, but if you had concerns about a particular license, you have that option as the local councillor.
Okay, so quickly, what is the MLS process? What's the role MLS plays in that?
I think I'll allow MLS to respond
Okay.
to that.
And sorry if I confuse the matter. We are circulated on these, and our process is simply to say if we have issues back to the AGCO related to noise, community nuisance.
Okay.
We do not have an ability to add conditions ourselves.
Okay. So if a resident makes this application, it goes through the provincial framework, councillor has input, MLS has input. So on the first applications that come through, if this is passed, what do you anticipate would be your response?
I don't see it as a lot of additional work. There's a number of other divisions involved, fire, health, probably Toronto Buildings as well, that look at whether they have the proper approvals in place to do what they're doing. So it is a process managed by city clerks and circulated to a number of divisions for us simply to comment back to the AGCO.
Okay, thank you. Gord, you're going to share your piece?
Yeah, so we do these all the time in the downtown wards. Like, it's a constant thing. And you've probably seen on council agendas, there are member motions, usually 5 or 10 of them every meeting, filing a notice of objection. There is also a pathway to a hearing, and there are also, in the license itself, there's a discussion of capacity and size and whether they get the outdoor piece. So perhaps between now and council, some of us who have done a lot of these could sit down with you and talk about what tools a local councillor has, if that's helpful. Okay. Any other questions of staff on this item? No? Does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Candeval?
Thank you, Chair. This has been a very helpful discussion process, having the input of the public through email delegation. I think for the most part, many are excited about the opportunities that the neighborhood retail amendments that are before us in how it creates opportunity for many that are looking to grow an entrepreneurial spirit. The idea of getting a coffee and a croissant in some of our wider, larger footprint neighborhoods is exciting. Having RMT services, pet services, the opportunity to create offices, an art gallery. on the onset is exciting. And in many cases, we have residents in our wards that are already providing these services, dance studios, teachers, et cetera, in their basements. And what this, to some extent, is formalizing that whole, I guess, gig economy, which is becoming du jour in so many sections of our city and classes. So I think we need to understand and respect that. I think the concerns that have been shared today, and I know in our neighborhoods, and I also want to thank staff for coming out to my ward and appreciating and socializing this concept with our residents was very helpful, despite, you know, some opposition. I think the piece that we need to get right is the liquor licensing around this. And I think having the clarity that the governance is through the province is important. But I think between now and council, we need to look at either a communication plan, but more than that, what tools do we have, if any, to look at how that piece is governed, and if there is or should be consideration to remove that permission. Because I think for the most part, the permissions here are appreciated and provide opportunity and potential for so many during times where income disparity is sadly growing in our city. And giving these entrepreneurial options is key, and I think needs to be understood. But ultimately, we need to be cognizant of negative impacts that may come out of this these permissions. So it's something I'll be in consideration of leading to council in 2 weeks. And I appreciate everyone's involvement and how and what they've shared on this piece. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Nunziata?
Yeah, just briefly, I have concerns as well. I mean, I support the intent, but I think what's going to happen, I'm not at 3 minutes yet, Councillor Perks.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You're the one person I can't make that mistake
Okay.
with.
My concern is that there'll probably be a lot of people abusing, because right now I have an existing issue in my ward where it's taken me 2 years to close down a business that was operating selling coffee and donuts and then ended up selling alcohol. But Councillor Perks is correct. We do put members' motions through on when it comes to liquor licenses. But we can never, the province never supports rejecting a liquor license. They support putting conditions, but try to object to a liquor license, you'll never win because they'll get the liquor license. Same thing as cannabis. Somebody wants to put a cannabis up, it doesn't matter if you have thousands of people objecting to it, we don't have the tools, and the province will give them that license. So that's a concern. And as well as Councillor Myers mentioned, enforcement. Yeah, it would be very difficult for enforcement. And you can't blame staff because if they don't have enough, when it comes to rent eviction bylaw in July of 2025, we'll need, additional enforcement at that time as well. As when we passed the bylaw, staff did say that they were going to hire more staff on that policy. So I just have concerns with it on what will happen and abuse and, and how we're going to enforce it. And I really do have objections to, residents applying for liquor license and having an outdoor patio and having, serving food and alcohol in a residential area. So those are my concerns.
Thank you. Councillor Myers?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I'm also kind of where Councillors Candival and Councillors Nunziata are, in that I support the bylaw. I think it's exciting. I think it's a great opportunity. We have a great entrepreneurial spirit in Ward 23, Scarborough North. And I work very closely with MLS officers. I have a lot of respect for them. We're working on something right now that I appreciate Carlton and his team's help on, but I just can't get to yes without seeing proper resources being devoted to actually support the enforcement of the bylaw. And that's my concern. And we're gonna be, like, it's hard enough to get like the rooming house bylaw enforced, on-street parking, all these other things that like just drive residents crazy. Adding something else on top of that without the proper resources in place, I just don't think it's where we need to go right now. My preference is that we would defer this. We do the consultations with the residents associations that we missed, and we also come up with a proper plan of what do you need for the enforcement to make this program a success. I don't want to get a bunch of additional calls from residents upset about businesses. So I think I'm just not in the place to support it now.
I'm sorry, you said a word in the middle of your speech. You said defer.
Yes.
You did not make a deferral motion at the beginning of your speech.
I did
So I
not.
don't understand. Are you moving a deferral?
I can.
I'm not encouraging you.
Well, I wasn't planning on it. I wasn't planning on it,
So no, okay, fine. I just needed to
but
clarify.
I'm gonna vote against it.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. I think it should be deferred. Yeah, I'll move deferral. I think it should be deferred.
And we'll be relaxed about the fact that you didn't move it first, and the speaker will probably lean over and tell you you're supposed to do that at some point.
No, I know.
But if we could just, yeah, Councillor Myers is moving a referral or deferral. Did you have any further remarks you wanted to make? Sorry to interrupt. I just need
You
to be
lost my
clear
train of
about what
thought.
we were doing.
You lost my train of thought.
For more council.
It was a really good train, the first couple.
It was like moving, like all
Sorry,
cylinders are firing.
procedurally, I need to know what's
Okay.
happening. Okay.
No, thank you. I will move deferral. I'll just keep it at that.
Are there any other members who wish to speak to this? Okay, I'm gonna take a little run at it. While I hear the concerns that Councillor Myers is making, members, I'm gonna urge you not to support a deferral at this point. It is true that a couple of key issues have been raised here. But we have to remember that there are actually 20 or 30 important reasons why we would do this. Remember that our official plan explicitly says that what we want to encourage people to do most of their living and working and shopping and playing locally. That's a goal of ours as a city for a whole lot of very important reasons. One, we're trying to reduce congestion on the streets. And frankly, if we can serve local trips locally, that will have a bigger impact on congestion than, say, bike lanes would. Secondly, there's the sheer convenience of it. I happen to live in a part of the city. We heard 2 deputations from not far from where I live, where I can walk to a corner store and get, necessaries on a side street. I can also go to a lovely, very small Cuban restaurant inside a house. It's delightful. And it creates no impact. Like, you can walk down the street in front of this place and not know it's a restaurant. These are amenities that have tremendous ecological benefit. They have tremendous benefit in terms of quality of life. They have benefit for a whole lot of things. As to the specific problems that are raised, please, please, please understand that the issue is not whether or not someone can operate a bar. Provincial liquor licensing says if you are operating a commercial establishment, you can serve alcohol, and that is a presumptive right. The City of Toronto has taken many, many runs at trying to get the province to further constrain this right. You might even remember at one time, myself and Councillor Nunziata brought something to council that said, we're going to oppose every liquor license unless members of provincial parliament individually sign off on them. We can't conflate a problem where the province gives presumptive rights for certain kinds of businesses and reduces the city's ability to intervene with the larger question of whether we should have commercial operations in the city of Toronto. If your reasoning is we can't allow a place to sell alcohol to be in a neighborhood, we shouldn't allow any commercial permissions on any street, anywhere that's adjacent to a neighborhood, which would eliminate all of the best retail strips in the city of Toronto. I was utterly thrilled. Someone in my ward texted me a photo. Taylor Swift went out after a concert and had a beer on Roncesvalles. Oh, damn. It was a good thought, though. Fake news. Nevertheless, we have these wonderful neighborhoods in the city of Toronto where you have access to all kinds of the necessary things and the fun things you do during your day. This helps in a small way to make that more common. Yes, we have to have a discussion about the ability to enforce, but I take the point from staff. Nobody here can predict whether this is going to be 5 businesses in all of Scarborough over the next 4 years or whether it's going to be 50. And we absolutely have to keep our eye on that. And Councillor Myers, I'm prepared to work with you as we come towards our budget, saying, okay, if we've got this in place, how do we monitor it so that staff will have perhaps some delegated authority to respond quickly? I don't know. But let's take a look at that between now and council. So based on the really important upside here and the 2 or 3 questions that I think we can address between now and council, I'm going to recommend that we don't defer it here, but try to find a pathway to yes that solves some of the problems people have raised here today. Okay? Councillor Matlow wishes to speak.
Yes. I'm, with the indulgence of the chair and committee, can I just get a sense of is it deferral for a month or? To April? Yeah, I want to understand what this deferral means.
Don't we have January?
It's been an hour and a half on this. Thanks, Francis. Okay, then hold on. Are you okay, if we're trying to figure this out, are you okay if I move that we send this to council without recommendations so we can spend the next week or 2 to figure this out?
Yeah. Why don't we move it to February 20th?
And by the way, I'm asking as the swing vote.
How about instead of April, February PHC? February PHC. February PHC.
Can I just suggest the committee recess for 3 minutes while we work this out? Okay? Because there are problems with doing that, which is if we haven't got this approved, we can't get a budgetary ask into the 25 budget. So,
but that's why I'm suggesting that we move this to council without recommendation. And the reason why is that, like, I personally, I feel comfortable with the recommendation in front of us. I don't think this is going to become this like party central in the middle of neighborhoods. Like I've seen cities around the world that allow this, and that's not actually what happens. And if anything, it creates a really vibrant community. That all being said, though, I'm hearing from some of my colleagues that they do believe that they have residents who will have significant concerns that they need to address. And they're not saying that they don't support this or anything. They're just saying they need that space to do their jobs as local representatives to consult and address those concerns directly, and I respect that. So I'm trying to find a way to create that space for them that they need to do their jobs. So can we move it to council without recs at this point to create that space for meeting with residents and having consultation?
I think what Councillor Matlow is offering is, because there are many dimensions to this, let's all of us take a little bit of time to think about it between now and council. If we're able to come up with a resolution that gives Councillor Myers or some of the other people who are concerned, or yourself, an opportunity to move something at council that fixes it the way you need to. But we can't do that right this moment, and deferring it creates other problems. So maybe at council we decide we have to defer it. I don't know.
I would suggest, I'm just looking at the time, and I don't know if it's sufficient in 2 weeks to accomplish the spirit of Councillor Myers and Anziata's goals. January 29th, PHC would give us that time, and they have the ability to inform the budget process, because that is, to Councillor Myers' points, that it would enable us to do the work, inform the budget process, to seek the money, because it's not just on this. There's a host of issues that we're seeing a lack of bylaw
Staff recommended
officer.
budget is published before that meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, all right. So Councillor Matlow, you had the floor.
I will move this to council. I will move that we send this to council with that recommendation. I will just very briefly reiterate, the reason that I'm doing this is because I would want to fully understand what the implications are by deferring it, and I don't feel like I've got that in front of me. What I do respect entirely is that I have colleagues at this meeting, and I imagine at council too, who are saying that they need that space to consult with their residents on what are, you know, significant concerns about some of the uses that could be allowed in the neighborhoods. So what I'd like to do between now and council, and the chair was correct, is to explore, is there a fix that can be considered? And if not, then obviously one would reintroduce, whether it be Councillor Myers or anybody else, to defer it from council. And then, I mean, that's obviously your prerogative. So I'm trying to be helpful, and it's completely up to you as how you want to deal with it.
A point of, what's on the floor? It's deferral by Councillor Myers. That's on the floor.
So the order I would take these is the order they've been moved.
So Councillor, deferral. Deferral was moved first.
Can I just play the?
Yeah.
So that way mine's
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would take the deferral motion first. If the deferral motion passes, Councillor Matlow's motion becomes redundant. If the deferral motion does not pass, then we would vote on Councillor Matlow's motion to approve without recommendations. If that does not pass, then we would consider the staff recommendations and vote on those.
So point of order.
Yes, this is a statutory meeting because we're amending a bylaw. If you defer a statutory meeting, you continue it at the future meeting. Also, members should be aware of a procedural thing that they need to know. In a statutory meeting, members of the public are entitled to address the committee once. So because we would be continuing the same statutory meeting, anyone who has made a deputation at this meeting would not make a deputation at the January 23rd meeting. Okay? Are we clear?
A point of clarification. It says
No such
January.
thing, but I'll take it. Yeah.
Okay. It says January 23rd. The meeting, PHC, is the 29th.
Okay, we'll make sure that whatever the date is correct.
Okay.
Yeah? Any other procedural questions? Yes. Yes, absolutely. You can refer it back to committee there. That's totally legal.
The 1 month would be better.
No, it's great. It's so much fun making the sausage with everyone watching.
Shit. Yeah.
It's, you go to see.
It's up to you guys. Yeah, up to you guys.
So you'll withdraw.
Okay, so Councillor Myers has moved to withdraw his deferral motion. All those in favor of permitting him, opposed, carried. Okay, so that's withdrawn. Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? Keeping your hands, keep them low, Okay, all right. So we have a motion to forward this to council without recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Well done, team. We got something done, sort of. Okay. Next we had plans had no deputations. I think it's 5 that's next. No. Item PH 17.4. Since it's statutory and it's after 10 o'clock, I'm going to call again. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, members, you will see that supplementary report 4B contains a recommendation to adjourn the special statutory public meeting for item PH 13.1 until such time as the interim chief planner and executive director city planning reports back on further discussion with Cadillac Fairview and the province on additional proposed changes to land use permissions at East Harbour, and by no later than June 12, 2025, meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee, and that no further notice of special public meeting be given. So I'll move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. I think that takes us to 17.5, which is establishing a framework to address excessive indoor temperatures in leased residential premises. We have a number of deputants. The first is Vale Warren. On Vale? I understand you're connected to us online, Vale. Can you hear me?
Hello, testing.
Perfect. Welcome. You've got
Thank you
5
so
minutes
much.
to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I'm privileged to be able to speak to you today about my support of the recommendations made under item PH 17.5. I'm just a resident of a mid-century high-rise in the Davisville neighborhood. I've lived there for 4 years. From 2017 to 2021, I was employed by the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations as a tenant hotline worker, but I'm not speaking today on behalf of the FMTA, just to be clear. On the hotline, I listened to tenant concerns, educated them about their rights, and informed them about their options. I would say one of the hardest parts of that job was when I had to tell a tenant that a protection that should be common sense had not been taken into consideration by the people who made our laws. Unbearable summer heat was one of these situations. Tenants were shocked and upset to learn that there is no maximum allowed temperature in rental buildings and that their landlords are not required to do anything specific to prevent extreme heat. And I think this should be considered a serious public health concern with city policy and planning that follows. As you heard, the arguments under this item mention climate change as a consideration for implementing a maximum allowed temperature, and I want to emphasize the critical times we live in. With the heat island effect, our city temperature quickly escalating in the warmer months. Global warming has only made this worse, and we're seeing the reality of rising record-breaking temperatures in the results of the city survey in attachment 4. But if a tenant's air conditioning unit is supplied by their landlord and it breaks, the lack of direction in the bylaws and the Residential Tenancies Act, provincial, means one less incentive for a property owner to ensure their tenants' health and comfort. And for owners of old properties without central AC, like mine, there's even less incentive to consider solutions like retrofitting to create cooler spaces and better airflow. And if they do, owners can pass the costs of this onto tenants via unaffordable above guideline rent increases, furthering the cost of living crisis in Toronto. Another part of the city survey that I want to highlight is the question about cooling spaces. From the survey, 64% of property owner respondents said, quote, the cost of building or maintaining a cooling room would pose a significant barrier to complying with the cooling room requirement. And I'm going to speak to high-rises here because that's what I live in. If it's possible to retrofit an older high-rise with AC in public areas, such as the lobby or laundry rooms, then it must be possible to do the same for a single enclosed space, such as a vacant unit, for example. Cooling spaces will not only be essential for tenants who can't install AC units in their homes for whatever reason, they'll also become general meeting spaces for tenants in buildings where those spaces otherwise don't exist, strengthening community and support. And these benefits obviously outweigh the higher costs to property owners from making their buildings more livable. We have the right to safe housing. As I mentioned, I consider the overheating of rental residential buildings to be a serious public health concern. As I'm sure most of the people here can attest, trying to work, cook, tend to your family, do much of anything in 30, 35, 40 degree weather, it's very difficult. Overheating brings a variety of health problems. Heat stroke can be fatal. And so I fear for people with medical conditions that make it difficult for them to take a cool shower in the summer, people on OW and ODSP who can't afford AC units, Toronto community housing tenants who consistently told me on the hotline that they felt powerless against mistreatment and neglect from their building management. And I'm not being hypothetical. I am a relatively healthy young person, but I also experience skin problems, headaches, dizziness, fatigue in the summer because I have no AC. Canvassing with my tenant association in the stuffy hallways makes it hard to breathe. And being able to bear with this doesn't mean that we should have to. Obviously, renters should not have to suffer just because we have less money than homeowners. And I feel like that's the core of the issue, renter dignity in a system where power is stacked against us, especially public housing like TCH. So my hope is that by acting on the recommendations made under item PH 17.5, the city brings us all a few steps closer to safe, sustainable, and equitable neighborhoods. I also argue that cooling should be considered a vital service like heat, and that property owners of residential buildings be required to attend to maintenance requests about AC with as much urgency as those about heating systems. So in combination with items such as PH 1711 and PH 1718 regarding low-rise housing, gentle density, and other and creative solutions to increase housing stock, I'm really pleased to see the city working for the betterment of renters and middle-income home buyers. So in conclusion, power to all tenants. We know our needs best. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Vale? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Have a great rest of your day. Next, Jacqueline Wilson. Hi, Jacqueline. How are you today? Whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. My name is Jacqueline Wilson. I'm a lawyer at SBE Environmental. By the end of next year. So I'm speaking mostly to recommendation 4 under this item. The staff report pulls together some of the really critical public health science about why this issue is so important. Residents living in leased apartments without cooling are most at risk from heat events, but it's also people who are older, infants and young children, people with certain disabilities and health conditions, and also people with low income who are otherwise socially disadvantaged, like our unhoused neighbors and people living with social isolation and alone. There is also, as is rightly pointed out in the staff report, a huge variation in how hot some of our neighborhoods are, up to 15 degrees. And there's an overlap between the people most at risk from heat and those neighborhoods, putting those people further at risk. Also, I just wanted to highlight that the staff report points out that Public Health Ontario has already identified that there's an increase in the risk of mortality in Toronto when outdoor temperatures are above 26 degrees. However, we wish to stress the urgency of implementing a bylaw setting a maximum temperature in all units and urge the committee to accelerate the timeline for implementation. Staff are proposing to create an implementation framework over the next year and then implement the standard after that point. That will result in further exposures to extreme heat for tenants and significant delay in getting cooling into people's homes where they need it. For instance, we would recommend that staff assess a much quicker framework for implementation with an ability to apply for an extension if there's a true issue in getting cooling into people's homes. The cooling bylaw must apply to all rental units. The BC report after the awful 2021 extreme heat event found that it was people who were living in homes that were above 26 degrees throughout the event that were most at risk. I want to draw the committee's attention to a study by Mead et al. It's called Efficacy of Cooling Centers for Mitigating Physiological Strain in Older Adults During Day-Long Heat Exposure. And it found, first of all, there's no direct evidence that cooling centers reduce mortality or morbidity in extreme heat events. And interestingly, in the study, it found that after visiting a cooling center, the individual's core temperature remained cooler than a control group that hadn't visited for only an hour. It was truly temporary relief. And after 2 hours, their core temperature was back up. It was, again, a huge issue, a huge health risk. If the standard can't be put in place by this summer, we recommend urgent emergency measures to get cooling into people's homes. The programs that were identified in the staff report, such as the OW and ODSP discretionary benefits and the Toronto Hardship Fund, are all quite inaccessible and hard to access and require a prescription from a doctor or a nurse practitioner. I'm not aware of any statistics on how many people are actually able to avail themselves of those programs and how many people are actually getting cooling into their homes through those programs, but I'm concerned it would be a pretty small number. So we're therefore recommending as well that the city include in its budget for this year a much expanded program to get free cooling, whether it's heat pumps or air conditioners, into people's homes. Based on income eligibility. Let's take urgent action to protect people's lives. It's truly unacceptable that so many Toronto tenants are living in apartments that are deeply unsafe during heat waves that are only going to get worse because of the climate crisis. We urge the Planning and Housing Committee to adopt the staff report and move forward quickly to implement this bylaw. Thank you.
Look at that, ahead of time. Are there any questions for Jacqueline? Jacqueline, thank you so much for your deputation and your work on this over the years.
Thank you.
Next, I have Marcia. I saw you there. Come on up. How you doing today, Marcia?
It depends on how we go today.
Okay, you got 5 minutes.
You ask me that question all the time. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Marcia Stone, and I am the chair of the Weston Acorn chapter. Acorn is the Association of Community Organizations for Reform Now, a grassroots union of over 55,000 working class people across this city. I'm speaking today in support of the proposed maximum heat bylaw of 26 degrees contained in the city staff report. The climate crisis is already here. Our summers are getting hotter and hotter. Data from the City of Toronto shows that by 2050, we're expecting the number of days above 30 centimeters centigrade to triple. Extreme heat is already negatively affecting the most vulnerable in our city. StatCan estimate that in the last 20 years, we've lost 250 fellow Torontonians to fatally extreme heat. Seniors, low-income tenants, and people with pre-existing medical conditions are at a heightened risk of death due to extreme heat. And yet, 91% of apartment buildings registered with RentSafe do not provide air conditioning. That's why Toronto Acorn and our allies in the Toronto Heat Safety Coalition are supportive of the staff recommendations to bring in a maximum heat bylaw. However, we're worried that this won't be implemented in time to protect tenants next summer. The earliest this report suggests we could have a draft bylaw is October of next year. That's unacceptable. So who's going to look out for tenants when this summer heat arrives? We urge the committee to accelerate this timeline. And in the meantime, we urge the committee to implement emergency heat responses that will protect tenants while the bylaw is being drafted. Specifically, we would like to see the city provide funding for an emergency free air conditioner program and get that program off the ground before next summer. Existing programs are simply too difficult to access. A lot of low-income people aren't on social assistance or don't know that there's an allowance for them to get a cooling device, which is very, very true. Even fewer people have heard of the city's hardship fund, which is mentioned in the staff report. And all of these programs require a doctor's note, something that working people would struggle to get when 2.2 million Ontarians don't have a family doctor. Shouldn't be required. You know, you don't need a doctor's note to tell you that it's 40 degrees in your apartment and you don't have an AC. Ridiculous. The staff report before you today points us in the right direction. We need the city to step in and protect tenants' right to stay cool in their homes. But we need the city to act with the urgency that this matter requires. We ask that you accelerate the implementation timeline and move fast to launch an emergency AC program before the next summer heat wave claims more of our neighbors' lives. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you very much. Next, we have Kathy Wilkinson. I understand you're online. Hello?
I am.
Hi, welcome. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you like.
Okay, terrific. I don't know why my video's not, oh, there we are. Okay. Yes. So, thank you. I've been following this item for the past couple of years, and I'm actually in full support of the recommendations before you. And I understand that, you know, to pull off some of these things is going to take time, and it's not within the city's control, particularly when we're looking to the province to make some changes. Well, heat-related impacts are being managed by the city's heat relief strategy in the short term. We must consider that a person has to travel in extreme heat to get to a community center, and the hours and access may vary. Well, air conditioners are now deemed a medical device. Like the other deputies before me, a person's medical condition must meet the criteria to qualify. And people with mental health issues are adversely affected by excessive indoor temperatures, but do not qualify. Window locks installed in residential buildings only allow windows to be open about 4 inches, offering little relief. We know during the most extreme heat events, without air conditioning, the heat in a rental unit is stifling and at times suffocating, making it difficult to determine if it is hotter outside or inside the unit. And going outdoors poses additional health risks due to poor air quality. Excessive indoor temperatures also affect healthy people, and this can quickly change during extreme heat events and lead to hospitalizations or severe risk to life. The city's emergency cooling centers and the cooling rooms provided in some of the buildings, like at Toronto Housing, are only open on specific days when Environment and Climate Change Canada issues a heat warning, and that was 18 days this past summer. Meteorologists have already forecast that next summer the heat will be far worse than it was this year, and I think more could be done to address this right now. I would like to suggest a couple of amendments. I ask the committee to consider making a recommendation to require residential buildings with a cooling room to be open 7 days a week during the summer months and beyond regular business hours. I would also recommend a commercial air conditioner be installed in every laundry room in residential buildings. This will serve a dual purpose to reduce heat in laundry rooms and provide immediate, accessible, on-site heat relief in all residential buildings where a designated cooling room may not otherwise be available. Both of these recommendations could be implemented in 2025. The city needs to do everything it can do now to protect Torontonians from excessive indoor temperatures until a more permanent plan is implemented. Now, I did make some supplemental notes because I timed my deputation to be 3 minutes, so I'll just share these with you. We need to accommodate tenants in suite. They can't be traveling to get cool, and it really is ultimately about their quality of life. We also need to consider the impact on the building's electrical capacity. Our buildings aren't wired to take on all this additional electrical load, and that's something important that needs to be discussed as well. And I do think the city or housing providers could be looking to vendors for sourcing to provide air conditioners for some of our tenants. That might be an option. And I know that retrofitting right here and now is cost prohibitive without a plan. There is no quick fix for this, and we need to do needs assessments in our buildings. 629 people died due to extreme heat in 2021 in Vancouver. 98% of those deaths took place indoors, primarily seniors with pre-existing health conditions who are low income. That pretty much mirrors the tenants living in Toronto community housing. That should not be our story in Toronto. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue, and I hope you will consider my recommendations.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Kathy? No? Catherine, sorry. Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your participation today. The next deputant I have listed is Hao-Sen Chung. Hey, man, how are you?
Good. How's everyone doing? Hi. Wait. I've learned that doing maybe the shine is not good.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Hao-Sen. I'm the climate campaigner at Toronto Environmental Alliance. For those of you who don't know T, a lot of you will, we've done a bunch of stuff across the city over the past 35 years. Community Environment Days. Oftentimes these are with coalition partners, so waste diversion, green bins, Toronto's climate plan, the tree protection bylaw, community right to know. And I'm here to speak today about extreme heat in the city. First of all, Toronto Environmental Alliance strongly supports the staff recommendations to implement a maximum temperature bylaw that would require all rental units to maintain maximum indoor temperature of 26 degrees Celsius. That's important because while we know that there are serious health effects from outdoor heat exposure, during heat events, usually it's indoor building heat that causes the greatest number of serious health problems, including fatalities. In 2021, and a lot of folks have already mentioned this, 98% of the fatalities from the BC heat dome occurred indoors. And the majority of those were in people's own homes, oftentimes inside their own beds. And this is because when you do not have cooling properly in a building, the inside of the building will gather heat and will store that heat throughout the day, even as the temperature outside goes down at nighttime. And so that's one of the reasons why this keeps occurring. And we've seen this unfortunate trend in major heat waves across the world. We saw it in Europe several years ago. We saw it in Chicago in the 1990s. The exact same thing has occurred. Toronto's climate is changing, and this report makes it pretty clear that the assumptions that we had when much of the city was built and designed no longer applies. From this report, it's clear that the number of heat days has already increased. And so back in the 1950s, there were only about 9 days above 30 degrees Celsius in Toronto. Today, we're about 18. Over the next decade, in the 2030s, we're expecting 25 and as much as 78 days above 30 degrees Celsius by the 2080s. Now, when we talk about days above 30 degrees, it's not that, oh, we had 8 days at 30 degrees and then we have 18 days at 30 degrees now. It actually means that when you look at the bell curve, when you have 18 days at 30 degrees and 25 degrees at over 30 degrees, we'll start getting 40-degree days and 45-degree days. So that's the challenge that we're talking about here about indoor heating. So in order to alleviate this problem, we need to do two things at once, and one of which is talking about here, which is we need to prepare for our harder future through infrastructure changes to provide cooler indoor spaces. So that's part of the point of the 26 degrees Celsius bylaw that's being spoken of today. But it also means cooling our streets. It means reducing the urban heat island effect, because paved surfaces, when they're not covered, when they're in direct sunlight, can be 15 or 20 degrees Celsius hotter than surfaces that are under tree cover or green surfaces. And when you think about all the concrete that exists in that city, that's what we're talking about here. So we need the 26 degrees Celsius, but we also need to think about how does the rest of the city impact the heat of the city as well. And that's something that as councillors, when these types of things come up in other committees or at city council, these types of issues need to be considered as well. And then, of course, the second thing we need to do is, because infrastructure changes take time, even if we were to pass the 26 degrees Celsius bylaw now, it wouldn't be like a snap and overnight all buildings would be max 26 degrees. It would still take some time to actually implement that. So it means that we need to provide support and relief for tenants in the short term. So that does mean programs to provide heat pumps and cooling heat pumps and air conditioners now. It means providing cooling rooms in multi-unit buildings. It means providing free transit during extreme heat days so that people can actually get to cooling centers if they don't actually have one in their building or in their unit. So it's a multi-pronged problem, but these are the two different kinds of categories of solutions that we need to seriously look at. That's the longer term infrastructure issues, as well as the short term relief programs as well. So a lot of folks have already spoken about the short term relief programs. We support all of those, and we hope that you will support the staff report and keep working throughout.
Sorry, you're at time.
Sure, throughout to, deal with this very serious problem.
Yeah, okay. Are there any questions? No? Thank you very much. Councillor Bradford also wanted me to thank you for the really innovative digital analog presentation you just gave us. Oh.
It's like, it saves paper. So.
There you go. The next deputy I have is Scott Baird. Oh, Scott, welcome.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Scott Baird, and I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator at the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario. ACTO is a specialty clinic funded by Legal Aid Ontario to support and protect the interests of low-income renters. Alongside my colleagues at the Canadian Environmental Law Association, CELA and ACTO form the Low Income Energy Network, or LEAN, which tackles energy poverty in Ontario. Today, I'm here to speak in favor of a maximum heat bylaw to protect renters in Toronto from the dangers of extreme heat. Please picture this. It's a sweltering day, and you step outside for a slushie to cool down. In the parking lot, you see a panicked dog locked in the car. Most of you would probably act immediately, calling 911 or intervening to save the dog. Yet we don't apply the same urgency to people, especially vulnerable people, suffering in apartments that, during heat waves, are no better than these overheated cars. The health literature is clear. Temperatures above 26 degrees Celsius significantly increase risks of dehydration, heat stroke, as well as cardiovascular and respiratory issues. For seniors, it also worsens mobility, dementia, and Alzheimer's symptoms. In 2022, the Ontario Human Rights Commission declared access to cooling a human right. recommending a maximum indoor temperature of 26 degrees Celsius between June and September. They emphasize that people with disabilities, seniors, low-income, Indigenous, and racialized communities are disproportionately affected. They also note that these communities often lack active cooling systems, like air conditioners and heat pumps, and they have less access to shaded public spaces. Troublingly, Toronto Public Health has found that during heat waves, apartment temperatures can range from 32 to 39 degrees Celsius. This is not livable. Air conditioners and heat pumps are life-saving necessities. Sticking to just cooling centers and checking in on our neighbors is no longer an appropriate response. The only way to save lives is to make maximum heat a right during summer, just like we do with minimum heat during winter. The consequences of inaction are already clear, as my colleagues have mentioned today, with over 86 heat-related deaths in 2018 in Quebec, and in just 1 week in 2021, British Columbia saw 619 heat-related deaths. Most of these deaths occurred indoors in poorly maintained rental units without active cooling. As well, many of the victims were low-income seniors over 60. Furthermore, addressing extreme heat in rental units isn't just about cooling, it's also an affordability and fairness issue. While Bill 97 prevents landlords from blocking tenants from installing air conditioners, it doesn't stop landlords from passing the costs on to renters, which is not acceptable. To make a maximum heat bylaw effective, we need programs that support retrofits and provide assistance to renters and to landlords for installation and maintenance. This ensures homes are livable and safe without adding financial burden onto those least able to afford it. A framework should be developed and implemented as soon as possible because it's been made quite clear today, lives are at stake. Summers are getting hotter and we must act. The pandemic showed us that governments can act and act swiftly to protect most vulnerable people at a systems level. Now we need that same kind of commitment to address life-threatening heat. City Council can lead by implementing a maximum heat bylaw and supporting retrofits and subsidies for active cooling. Let's save lives and fulfill our climate commitments at the same time. Let's make a maximum heat bylaw a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, thank you so much for that. The next deputant I have listed is Julia Farquharson. Good morning, Julia.
Good morning, everyone.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. My name is Julia Farquharson, and I'm an ACORN member living in the Toronto Community Housing at 10 Humberline Drive in Etobicoke. 10 Humberline Drive building is a 13-story building built in 1984, and it has a unit of 179. While I'm in support of the city statement recommended action to bring in the maximum heat by law Q4 next year, I think that's too long a wait. We need the City of Toronto to take action before next summer. The building that I'm living in, it's a furnace. I'm sometimes had to stay in a hot bedroom. I have to lay on wet towels, sometimes to cool myself. And before long, the wet towel is dry. Even in the winter time, I had to keep my windows open. Actually, my windows never close, it's always open. It's not livable. We want the city to bring in an emergency-free air conditioning program for low-income people to protect them during the hot summer. We can't wait any longer. My unit is like really a furnace in there. When you come through the front door, it's so hot. I'm 74 years old. with some issue of health conditions, like pulmonary issues, high blood pressure, arthritis. I never usually be sick, and ever since, I'm getting sicker and sicker. I don't depend on anyone to help me or do anything for me. I want to stay healthy as much as I can, but I can't live in this heat. The heat is too hot for me, and there's no circulation in the unit. So please, I'm asking, can you do something in order to help, not just only me, but all the tenants that is having this issue? Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. Do we have any questions for our deputant? Councillor Kandabal.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming forward and sharing your life experience. You made a request that I think we should consider, is moving up the report. You mentioned the summers are very difficult, and why moving this up from Q4 to say earlier in 2025, why is that important for people like you?
Because we already waited for so long. You know, if you come into my unit personally, you would not live in it. You know, when you open an oven and that heat, you face that heat, you have to move your face. That's what I live in all the time. And it's not just only in the summer. In the summer, it's worse. But in the winter too, it's hot. There is no circulation in the unit, and I've been complaining. There's nothing done. So, I mean, is this how I should be living? I don't think so.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks very much. Any other questions? Not seeing any? Okay, our next deputant is Zual Kayumi. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Zohal.
Zohal. Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for joining us. Are you connecting your computer?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, all right. 5 minutes to address the committee. Over to you.
Hello, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Zohal Kiyumi, and I'm a proud volunteer with CREW, also known as Community Resilience to Extreme Weather. I am deputating today on the support of the staff recommendations to report back on how to implement a maximum temperature bylaw that will require all rental units to maintain a maximum indoor temperature of 26 degrees Celsius. CREW, alongside the Toronto Environmental Alliance, launched a heatwave response project in St. Jamestown in May 2022. This project addresses the growing need to prepare high-rise tenant communities for extreme heat, which poses serious health risks, especially to vulnerable residents. Throughout this project, CREW has empowered residents to be emergency prepared, foster neighborly support, and created spaces for meaningful discussions about climate resilience. This past summer, I had the privilege of speaking to many residents about their experience during the extreme heat event. Their stories highlighted urgent challenges, such as homes without fans or ACs becoming dangerously hot, elderly residents and individuals with mobility issues facing immense discomfort and health risks, residents with no access to cooling spaces within their buildings, power outages striking during heat waves, which means no water access for people in upper floors, and also no water makes a hot apartment much more dangerous. These conversations emphasized how critical it is to act on both immediate and long-term solutions to protect our communities. While the heat bylaw is an important step, it's clear it will take some time to implement. Short-term measures are urgently needed until then to keep people in high-rise rental buildings safe. I would recommend mandating accessible cooling spaces equipped with air conditioning, establishing outdoor cooling areas with shade and water features, providing backup generators, water trucks, and portable washrooms during heat-induced blackouts, especially for residents reliant on elevators or mobility devices. Extreme heat days will only increase. I urge you to consider the lived experiences of St. Jamestown residents and other vulnerable Torontonians on the front lines of climate change. Let's prioritize the immediate action to safeguard their health and dignity. Thank you for your time and commitment.
Thanks very much. Any questions for our deputant? Not seeing any. Thanks for coming to committee today.
Thank you.
Okay, final deputant on this item, Daryl Chong. Daryl, great to see you.
Thank you, Councillor.
You know the routine.
Can I do that?
Got the overhead going.
Yeah, I think it's a Chong thing.
All right, when you're ready, 5 minutes over to you.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Acting Chair, members. As you know, the GTA represents the owners and managers of the providers of purpose-built rental in the City of Toronto. Our members own and manage over 150,000 units. And it was a really good report. There's lots of attachments. I just wanted to highlight a couple of pages. This first one is Table 1 in Attachment 2. It just clearly says there's 3,582 apartment buildings, 294 are air-conditioned, and 3,281 are not. That's about 90% do not have central air. The second slide, the second part of that same, or second table in the same appendix notes that of the 3,351 buildings that are not air-conditioned, they do allow tenants to individually install and operate AC units. The second or the last column is a little bit misleading. There's a note at the bottom that's hard to read. It basically says the city only found 4 buildings that didn't provide air conditioning where the tenants were prohibited from installing their own. It doesn't identify which buildings those 4 were or are. I'd love to know, and I'd love the opportunity to speak to those owners and turn them around if that was possible. So, you know, air conditioning's always been allowed, almost universally, aside from perhaps the 4 buildings. This has been the case for decades. A couple of years ago, we did start phasing out window shakers because they're dangerous. They can fall. We encouraged residents to switch to portable AC units that are indoors. Toronto Community Housing led the way, and the private rental community followed. We followed their best practice. They guided us. They showed our members, they educated our members and showed us how to promote the use of indoor AC units. These are readily available, quiet, efficient, and pose no safety concerns. Units are typically $400 to $500 and vent through a very small window duct and can be moved from room to room through the day. Studies by Toronto Public Health and Tower Renewal report that AC units were being operated in about 1/3 of apartment units. So while they're broadly allowed, it seems like 2/3 of folks decided not to have one. And there's probably a variety of reasons for that. A lot of the people that spoke before me clearly said that one of the main reasons is financial. So for low-income households and residents with health-related concerns, yes, there should be a program. Today's report notes some of the funding under Ontario Works and ODSP and directly from the city. Previous speakers noted that they're complicated. They're not easy to access. One of them is run by the city directly, so maybe you should address that. In British Columbia, the province provided 4,000 AC units in 2023 and another 8,000 AC units in 2024, primarily based on low income. In June of 24, a couple months ago, just down the street, the city of Hamilton began their subsidy for air conditioners to low-income households program, where they provide $350 to qualified applicants to purchase AC units. For operating costs, electricity, the province of Ontario has a program called the Ontario Electricity Support Program. The parameters were expanded in March of this year to include more households at higher incomes. I'm not sure if you can really see this, but it's a table that defines households, number of people in a household, and their income. And it's worth noting that the income ranges are after-tax incomes. So about 87% of the taxable income. And if you're medically compromised, they have a bigger program, which is about a 50% bump up that allows residents to receive this rebate for electricity on a monthly basis. The program's super easy to get. You apply online, there's not an annual deadline, it's open all the time. You provide some details and it gets processed within about 6 weeks from what I'm told. All right? sorry, I lost my train of thought. All right. So there's ongoing financial assistance that exists through these programs for electricity. Basically, if you sign up and qualify, it's a wash on a monthly basis. Most households don't spend $60 or $70 a month on electricity. If one-time funding could be copied from the province of BC or the city of Hamilton, that would go a long way. And we look forward in participating in some of those conversations and discussions to find the solutions. From a broader view, much of this has to do with the fact that we haven't built any new rental for 50 years. And sorry, you've seen this slide before. I use it every time. It's a little bit small today, but 89% of the private sector stock was built before 1980. It's getting old, right? We need to do something about that. If we could get good incentives guaranteed for a long time, for decades, we can probably fix this cumulative hole that we've dug. That took 50 years to dig. So,
Daryl, I'm going to have to ask you to stop there.
thank you.
Are there any questions for Daryl? No? Daryl, Councillor Candeva.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Daryl, for the delegation. And I want to understand what reservations your industry, your association may have in moving the report. We heard from tenants the unbearable conditions during the summer. There is consideration to potentially expedite this. What is the nature of your reservations of moving the report from Q4 to, say, Q2?
So when you say expedite this, the report recommends a broader plan.
Right.
There's no blueprint for the broader plan, so I'm not sure what the expedition would be. I mean,
No, the
there's not a bunch of
report,
tangible things.
motion or item 4, which is to report back in Q4, if that was moved up, would there be any reservations from you?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not reservations. We need to know what the ultimate plan is. And we might have some concerns, especially in regards to electricity availability within the buildings and to the buildings. So as you saw from the slide, these buildings were built 45 years ago without any contemplation that units would have that much electrical consumption.
So would you have any objection to moving it to Q2?
I'd like to see the plan before. Okay. You're saying if the C40 group could report faster? Because in the report, I noted that the city wants to participate with C40.
Okay, thank you.
I know. Any others? As always, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I believe that completes our list of deputations. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just a question to planning. With new rentals being built, hopefully they'll get built, but any new rentals being built, would it be mandatory that each unit have air conditioning?
Through the chair, there's nothing in the zoning bylaw and other planning regulations that require that. I don't believe the OBC requires that either, but Mr. Garnier from Toronto Buildings can comment on the building code.
Through the chair, I'll just add, Councillor Nunziata, that the building code does not require active cooling for new construction. However, in most new residential buildings, cooling is provided.
Okay, but what if so there's nothing under the building code that's mandatory that they have to have air conditioning?
Through the chair, under the building code, the code requires heating, which is mandatory, but the code does not regulate cooling.
Oh,
Having said that, the City Council has made suggestions to the province to review those requirements, but as of this moment, there is no requirement for cooling, sorry.
So then, do you think it would be appropriate that we can move that today, requesting the province?
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't hear the question.
Be appropriate for us to maybe move a motion that we request the province?
It could be.
Okay.
Although in 2017, that was done. Recently, the city also provided comments on the National Model Building Code, which is typically used in harmonizing with provincial codes. So city did provide comments there as well.
Okay, so there's no harm in us asking again. Just in the report, the working group, there was a working group and then it was disbanded. Can you explain that? In attachment 1.
Through the chair, I think perhaps my colleagues from MLS who provided the report are the best ones to respond to that.
That the group members chose to disband the working group? In attachment 1.
Yeah, I'm not certain the specifics around that.
Oh. Okay. So we don't know. Okay. All right. I remember when I was on the TCHC board, there were issues with air conditioning in the units, and so I can't remember exactly that a lot of them were window air conditioners and that they were told to remove them, and each unit received an air conditioning unit. Maybe if you can just comment on what we did with TCHC a few years ago, because I remember that issue came up at the board.
Through the chair, absolutely, and consistent with what Mr. Chong had indicated earlier. We moved away from window air conditioners where tenants had them and moved to in-unit air conditioning in order to mitigate the safety concern. The only area that there was a little bit of what I'll call gray is units that may have been over top of a balcony, and those will also be, I believe, phased out over time. However, they represented much less of a safety risk.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions? Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to understand the context for in recommendation 4 to come back in Q4. That's 12 months. My thinking is that the feedback consultation could be done in 4 to 5, allowing late Q2. Can staff speak to that request?
Yeah, it's a fair question, and I understand the frustration with how long this is taking or will take. Having said that, it's prudent to us and council to do this right. We just talked about the last item at length and not, whether we have it all correct yet. We're receiving a key report in the second quarter of 2025 from C40. It is going to provide a technical roadmap specific to the City of Toronto. And then we need to use that information and go back out to our stakeholders and talk about the priorities, talk about the recommendations in that, and see how to develop the program with the input of the important stakeholders. I would not advise moving it up. I have said this before on a number of files. It's important that we get it right. We do the rigor that's required to establish a new program. We are committed to moving towards the 26 degrees. We will get there. I recognize that's frustrating to go through another summer, but we need to do it right, and we need to have the sustainability for the years moving forward.
Understood. And I appreciate the need to consult with industry and get their input into the program. On the other side of the ledger, we know what tenants want. It's clear for many years. So if the obstacle is industry buy-in, can this not be done, respecting the Q2 timeline of C40, I think, but we can reasonably predict what they're going to say. Can we not just get to industry consultation and move towards an implementation plan in end of Q2?
Again, I know I'm not very popular here, but I would advise. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. We need to do this right. We need to manage expectations. The C40 work is critical. We can't predict what it's going to say. I cannot. This is not about industry. This is about stakeholders. And that biggest group of stakeholders is actually the tenants. And we need to do this in such a way that works for the tenants, that gets them what they need and what they deserve, and where we share the same objective. We just need to do it right. And by pushing it up 6 months, we would not be doing it right.
That's where I'm with all due respect, struggling with in understanding why 12 months is necessary, given what we know, we know what we're working backwards from. Does staff have any concerns regarding any legal opposition?
With any bylaw.
Can I, just a minute, if we're going to get advice on whether there are legal risks around a bylaw, we really should do that in camera.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. I'll pause the question and follow up with staff on that.
Yeah.
That was my final question, but and I'll leave the rest to comments.
Okay, are there any other questions? No? Seeing none, to speak, I know Councillor Nunziata, you have a motion. Do you want to speak? Oh, okay. Councillor Matlow?
So under Mayor Rob Ford, I brought motions to address the fact that people are boiling their homes, and no action was allowed under that administration. Under Mayor John Tory, I brought more motions. I sat with him. I sat with members of his administration. I pled the case that all of us in every neighborhood in Toronto hear from tenants, in particular during the shoulder months and beyond, who don't have protections in their own homes, assuming that somebody, in particular somebody who might be older with mobility challenges, to go and hang out at cooling centers when they're forced out of their own home because it's unhealthy and unsafe, when we have regulations that don't even allow for windows to be open very far, is inhumane. And that administration would not take action. And I'm grateful that staff are now moving forward on this request. You know, we talk about public health all the time. This is a public health item. This is a safety item. And we also have existing temperature bylaws addressing minimums that have been insufficient because it's allowed too many landlords to rest on it and say, you know, I got to keep the heat on. And I don't want to turn it on and off. And we need to deal with the fact that study after study after study, every expert will say that temperatures going over 26 are unsafe and unhealthy. I recognize that staff want to do this right. I would like to have this ready tomorrow. I would like to have had this ready 10 years ago when I first brought it to council. I also recognize that we can't do anything now that will break something that needs to be fixed. And that's why I want to empower staff to move forward swiftly, expeditiously, and get it done. And do not stumble, and do not pause, and do not hesitate to protect our residents. I guess I'll sum up by saying I'm frustrated that this hasn't been a priority for so long. Because every single year we hear the same story, the same stories. I've personally visited many tenants' homes, I'm sure many of us have, where I've actually sat there in what felt like 90 degrees in somebody's living room. And I can't imagine living like that. It's unbearable for them. It also means that they can't have family or friends over. It's disrespectful, and they've never felt that the city's had their back. So I look forward to hearing more from staff after they've done their work. I want to say this, and I say this with respect. We put a lot on you, and I look to staff through the chair. We put a lot on you. We make a lot of requests on you. We ask you to do too much with too few resources, and I empathize with you, and I acknowledge that. If that's the case, though, during this budget process, if you need more, ask for more. If you need more tools, let's equip the toolbox. If you've got too many reports that you've got to write, tell us that. Let's be honest about what we need to succeed. We want to empower you to be successful, because if you're successful, then the tenants throughout the city will be successful and safe and healthy. So let's work together and let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I'll say a few words while Councillor Nunziata's motion is being drafted. Like Councillor Matlow, this is something that has preoccupied me for years. It's actually something I worked on even before I became an elected official. And Councillor Matlow was contending with the staff in the city side. I was on the Board of Health, and we managed to get the Board of Health to do some good work on this, including an exercise that they did with the Office of Emergency Management, where they said, what would happen if we got the kind of heat wave in the city of Toronto that Chicago had 15 years ago, or that we've seen multiple times in Central Europe, or the one that we've seen recently in British Columbia. And in that study, they concluded that there are over 100,000 households in the city of Toronto where someone would be at risk during a prolonged heat wave. If we had the kind of thing where the temperature never went down below 35 for 3 or 4 days in a row. 100,000 households where someone would be at risk. We tried everything we could through the Board of Health. We worked with community organizations to set up programs to identify vulnerable individuals living, for example, in rooming houses where there was no cooling area at all. We worked with community organizations to set up networks of volunteers who could help people get to a public facility in the event of an extended heat wave. We tried everything that we could as a Board of Health, but as Councillor Matlow correctly pointed out, for 13 years between Mayors Ford and Tory, every effort to try to deal with one of the most potentially devastating public health crises we would ever face were blocked. I came to work angry every day for 13 years, knowing that Mayor John Tory and Mayor Rob Ford were indifferent to the fact that 100,000 people could be at risk of losing their life or having some kind of life-altering heat-related illness. And I just have to say how relieved I am that the City of Toronto is finally willing to say today that in principle we should adopt a maximum temperature, and we should join the effort that's taking place across North America to figure out how to do this. It is heartbreaking that we don't even know how to do it today. And it is complicated. It is complicated. 500,000 households in the City of Toronto are rental apartments where the province of Ontario hasn't done anything to guarantee that the place that they pay for out of their paychecks to live in will actually be livable in the event of an extreme heat event. It's scandalous. And now it falls to the City of Toronto to solve a problem that other jurisdictions like British Columbia are racing to solve. It's just and damn it, health and tenants' rights are an area where the province has legal authority. They could fix this more quickly than we could. We have to go on a long and complicated journey to do something that if we had a provincial government that actually cared about people's lives, we would have solved already. So I'm going to support the program the way the staff have laid it out. I think Councillor Matlow made an excellent case for why we should go that way. And I know Councillor Nunziata is looking for a tool to once again remind the province of their obligations, legal and moral, to the people who live in the province of Ontario to make sure that the places they pay for out of their hard-earned paychecks are actually decent places to live. Councillor Candeville, you had something you wanted to add.
Thank you, Councillors Matlow and Perks, for that historical context, very important. We heard from residents very clearly the tremendous hardship they've been facing every summer. It is a stark reminder of the work that is before us and the urgency that we need to work to respond to, the urgency that we should adhere to. I was, I think, as others, interested in moving the report to an earlier time, to Q2. I understand that there are challenges with that, and I respect it, but I want to underscore, when this city wants to move on something, it moves very efficiently and very effectively, and I hope that urgency is with us as council and staff in 2025 to address what is, in my opinion, not just a health, but a human right concern. So I'm looking forward to this, and with all expediency and urgency being applied with the levers before us. Thank you.
Thank you. The snaps. Are you ready? Yeah, okay. Councillor Nunziata?
Yeah, I move an amendment that City Council request the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing amend the Ontario Building Code to address overheating in new dwellings by introducing a requirement to limit the maximum indoor air temperature in summer and support the health and well-being of occupants. So I move that so we can request the province again. I think it's important that they take this as a very serious issue. I mean, there's been buildings that I've been in, as soon as you open up the door, even the front door, so much heat you can't breathe. You know, it's some of these buildings are disgusting. And I know when I was on the TCHC board, we did deal with air conditioning in some of our units and that. And you know, and I'm pleased that in the report that some of the buildings that we passed for a cooling room, right? And I'm not sure if all the buildings can accommodate that or not. It depends, you know, how much space they have in the building. But according to the report, there are some buildings that have done that. And I will support the recommendation that we have before us, and I'd ask council to support my amendment. Thank you.
Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, so we have the one motion by Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor, opposed, carried. On the item as amended, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you very much to everyone who came out and gave us good advice on this. Okay, next, what have I got? PH 17.7, relaunch of the Home Ownership Assistance Program to support new not-for-profit affordable and attainable home ownership housing. We have deputants on this item as well.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I know there was one item that was held down. Maybe we can do that before we go to
which item?
Community Improvement Plan. I think Councillor Myers held it down. Because we
We've
have a
got
number of.
10 minutes.
We have a number of deputants on the
I
next
understand.
item. Yeah.
I understand. Councillor Myers, is this something we could deal with in 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. All right. So I'm forgetting the item number.
Number 1.
Item number 1. Okay. Councillor Myers.
I guess my question was, I see so regarding the enhanced development grant applications, in addition to, I'm looking at page 19 of the report, in addition to meeting basic eligibility requirements, must agree to meet one or more of the following criteria: be located within a neighborhood improvement area. The neighborhood improvement area map that is current at the time of application shall be used to determine eligibility, as the designations are subject to change. So as I've been beating this drum constantly, there are no NIAs in all of North Scarborough, not Scarborough North, North Scarborough, nothing north of 401, even though we have several neighborhoods that are poorer than some of the neighborhoods with the NIA designation. I know staff is working on this, but I'm just wondering if we could move an amendment to recognize that there are neighborhoods that are poorer than NIAs, but for whatever reason, they just don't meet the criteria for NIA designation. Yeah, I'd like that to be, so for example, Malvern isn't an NIA.
You're asking a question of staff. I'm just
Yes.
trying to get someone from
Oh,
staff.
I'm just trying to clarify it too.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought they were.
Well, there's social development staff here and there's ECDev staff here, and I just trying to figure out who wants to answer it. Come on, somebody jump in.
Through the chair.
The water's fine.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, we were just all trying to coordinate to the question. So I appreciate the frustration of the counselor, and he is right, that we have been working with community and with United Way on a new updated designation framework that we won't be able to bring forward in time. So I think that one of the ways that council had dealt with this issue over the past number of years was to also acknowledge emerging neighborhoods, which were the former priority neighborhoods that did not become neighborhood improvement areas. So I'm looking at my colleagues, if that is a will of committee to make an adjustment to consider both neighborhood improvement areas and emerging neighborhoods that is consistent with other previous council decisions to acknowledge the lack of neighborhood improvement areas in Scarborough at this time.
Thank you. Yes, I'd appreciate if you could make that amendment to also.
So I got to ask the clerk, I don't think this committee actually has carriage of designating neighborhood improvement areas. That's another committee, right?
So through the counselor, you are right. This is not about designating neighborhoods. I think the counselor is asking for an amendment to include neighborhood improvement areas and emerging neighborhoods, which is an existing council designation.
Neighborhoods.
Yes, it's an existing council designation that council has made to acknowledge neighborhoods that were part of the original priority neighborhoods, but were not part of the neighborhood improvement area strategy.
Okay, if I can just see if there's any comment from either legal or economic development about whether this would create any problem with the report. Is that?
Through the chair, I can assist. Provided the concept of an emerging neighborhood is something that's identifiable, then if the councillor wants to move a motion, we can do that.
Okay, so that's good?
Yep.
Okay. On this, so I know Councillor Bradford has a technical amendment. I have an amendment I've discussed with many of you. Perhaps if you quickly talk with the clerk, we can get it all cleaned up by the lunch break? Okay. Councillor Bradford.
I can move this motion, which might help. Are we on speakers now?
Yeah. Okay, we're trying to get this done before lunch. If we can't, just tell me now and we'll stop.
It's just planning and housing?
Actually, go ahead. Go ahead. Just be mindful of the time.
I appreciate the constraints, Councillor Chair Perks. I think it's important. This is a sizable, impressionable program, and I think, and not to say I'm not against it, very supportive. To pick up on the thread, Councillor Myers was asking to ECDev staff, can you share the importance of the rationale of why NIAs were included in this approach, which gives us context to his motion to broaden it to emerging neighborhoods?
Through the chair, the intent of including neighborhood improvement areas was to implement Chapter 1 of the official plan, recently adopted by Council, which strives to extend economic benefits across the city, beyond the core, to neighborhoods that have traditionally been underserved. Those are identified through the neighborhood improvement areas that are managed through social development, finance, and administration. They are eligible for the enhanced grants under the program, which give a little boost. They're automatically, if they're within those neighborhood improvement areas. I hope that answers the question.
It does, and it speaks to the other thread I wanted to tease out is the reality. Economic development across our city varies by geography. How does this report before us and this transition from IMIT to CIP enable economic growth, particularly good jobs, in geographies outside of the core?
Through the chair. This particular program is responding to current economic conditions in the city. We have seen quite high vacancy rates in office space, very low vacancy rates within employment areas, relative 18% to about 4.1%. The recommendation before you is that this program would apply to specific uses that would generally require industrial type spaces and to apply the program across the city. Hope that answers the question.
It begins to. I think where councillors outside of the core are looking for, I'd imagine, I can speak for myself, so, is that does staff feel confident that the report before us will incentivize and create opportunities for sustained economic growth in areas outside of the core?
Through the chair, what I think is important to recognize here is that there's a bias built into the program as it's proposed towards industrial spaces and employment uses that will, for the most part, be located in employment lands. And those employment lands in Toronto are located much more outside of the core, in the inner suburbs than in the core. So that lens of looking at employment lands creates a focus on the inner suburbs, making investments outside the downtown that was not reflected in the previous IMIT program.
Thank you. And lastly, Kyle, to build on that, from a planning perspective, how can this program be interfaced or applied on mixed-use development applications?
This program can be applied to mixed-use designations across the city, but within the eligible sectors, what is not being recommended here is for it to incent office buildings, except where that office is ancillary to one of the recommended and eligible uses. Yes.
And the uses.
That's your 5 minutes?
One quick last question.
Second round, everybody? Okay, I'll tell you what, I'm going to move two motions. First motion I'm going to move is we extend to complete this item. All those, this will take 5 minutes. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And then we'll go to second round. Councillor Candeval.
Just one quick question. The list that was just referred is page 14. The eligible uses going from biomedical down to transformative.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yes.
So a mixed-use development that included one of those uses could be eligible.
Thank you.
To speak, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks. Amendment here from staff, technical motion, City Council designate the entire City of Toronto as a community improvement project area. So the recommendations in this report apply everywhere. And thanks to staff for their work on this.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to speak. I also have a motion. If we can just put that up. Okay, so my motion does two things. First, it puts an annual budget cap of $20 million on the project. And second, it directs the staff to, if we can just scroll a little bit. Basically, do it slightly changes how the incentive program gets budgeted. It's not big stuff. The reason why I wanted to do the annual cap, under the old IMET program, there was no budget cap, and if you look at the tables, you will see that we racked up a very big annual budgetary cost of that program. So what this does is say, if you want to do one of those big city-altering projects, you still have to come to council. So come on to council with that, and we can revisit the annual budget cap. But also annually, let's take a look so that at how much this program is costing us, so we don't wind up delegating to staff the ability to really eat into our property tax revenue. Yeah.
Councilor, is that entire or on one project?
No, there are two kinds of projects. There's the regular projects that are delegated to staff that are smaller. It says on those smaller projects, if in a year the total of them is greater than $20 million, stop. On the larger projects, they have to come to council anyway. So they can go over the $20 million cap when they have a big project, but that already would have had to come to council.
Your comment was that previous IMET, there was no cap.
For the delegated authority part.
What was it approximately?
I don't have that, but in your report, if you take a look, you will see that we were well over $100 million in foregone tax revenue annually with the IMET program.
Councilor, are you open, comfortable for a friendly amendment to make it 50 million to give the scope that they need to create the economic development?
No, I'm not.
Okay, I'll move that as an amendment.
Okay.
Move it to 50 million.
Yeah. Just remember, that's 50 million a year. So over a 5-year period, that would mean that we would have locked in a $250 million foregone property tax revenue that we would have to find through the equivalent of a 6% property tax increase across the rest.
My argument is if we were doing 100 million before.
And it was because we were doing 100 million before that we decided we couldn't continue IMET.
Is 20, coming at 20 is a significant.
Okay, well, you've moved your amendment. Any other questions? No? Okay. Councillor Myers, are you ready with yours yet?
Yes-ish. So it's pretty simple. It's just adding, you can't tell, but it's basically just adding in emerging neighborhoods where you see the term neighborhood improvement areas.
We're good?
Yep.
Okay, so you've got yours. Any questions of that mover? Okay. I think we take Councillor Bradford's amendment first. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Candeval's amendment to my motion. All those in favor? Are you in favor of your amendment, Councillor Candeval? Yes. Okay. It just amends mine to 50. Changes the number in mine to 50. All those in favor of Councillor Candeval's amendment? All those opposed? That does not carry. On my amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. On Councillor Meyer's motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. On the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so that takes us into the lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Members, we're approaching 1:45. Members of the committee, we're approaching 1:45. We have to, yeah? At Jen Chan, always causing trouble. I know. It's like we have to take their allowance away or something. Okay. I call the meeting back to order. The next item that we are going to consider is PH 17.7, the relaunch of the Affordable Home Ownership Assistance Program to support new nonprofit affordable and attainable home ownership housing. We have a number of deputants on the item. The first is N.A. Underwood. Not online? Oh, there you are. Hiya. You were hiding over there. Welcome.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair and committee. Are you hearing me okay?
Yep.
My name is Ian Underwood, and I'm the CEO at Habitat for Humanity Greater Toronto Area. We've been making homes possible here in the City of Toronto for now close to 35 years. And in that time, we've delivered over 410 homes here in the city. In 2020, as you may know, we modified our homeownership program such that the homes delivered by Habitat GTA will remain permanently affordable. And as noted in the staff report, this is somewhat different than the other affordable ownership programs in that our model is now designed to balance unlocking the benefits of homeownership for families while also adding to the city's pool of permanently affordable housing. Now, as a housing charity, philanthropic and community support continues to be a major source of how we do what we do. But as homes have become more expensive and as government fees and taxes have gone up, the kind of supports that this program describes have been more and more important to us than ever. And that's why I am before you today to offer our full support for the recommendations that are before you. I also want to recognize and appreciate the work of the Housing Secretariat and just the time and diligence and care that went into what's before you today. Now, I think for all of us, in spite of home ownership seeming so far out of reach, it remains very important to the people who you serve. A recent Leger poll conducted by Habitat for Humanity Canada found that GTA residents, 86% believe that owning a home can create stability in their lives. 86% also believe it can strengthen their financial future, and 81% believe that owning a home can lead to a better future for their children. And given all these benefits, it's no wonder that an Abacus poll recently found that 81% of Canadians aged 18 to 34 and 76% of Canadians aged 35 to 44 want to own a home. And these goals are even more important to racialized populations who have been left behind in home ownership. A recent report called Buying While Black cited that Black home ownership rates in the GTA and Hamilton are at 39% versus 68% for non-racialized populations. And as the staff report before you has said, collectively our efforts are falling short of the fairly modest goal of 400 affordable ownership homes a year. And that's why these recommendations today are so important. Supporting these recommendations will generate multiple benefits, which includes it reflects the city's commitment to equity and inclusion. It will help build stronger neighborhoods. It generates a positive return on investment because these folks will pay property taxes, their incomes go up, resulting in more consumption taxes, more income taxes, et cetera. And of course, by having more of these homes built, we're freeing up more of the badly needed rental homes. And certainly in a model like ours, these homes remain permanently affordable and the stock keeps turning over. So as a nonprofit who works hard both to build affordable ownership homes, as well as broker homes with for-profit developers. I wanted to share with you that we're also very pleased about the recommendation to extend these benefits to include supports for completed turnkey units built by for-profits, but delivered and administered by nonprofits like us. Just as a point of reference, between 2018 and 2025, we will have delivered 65 affordable ownership homes through this kind of developer partnership. We have another 50 secured for the near future, and discussions underway with developers that equate to more than 200 additional homes built in this kind of developer partnership fashion, in addition to the homes that we ourselves build. Now, I want to end by saying we also appreciate that the recommendations outlined in this report place further financial pressure on the City of Toronto. And we recognize that the province of Ontario has yet to follow through on its commitments to keep the city whole with respect to the development charge exemptions mandated in Bill 23. So following council approval of these recommended program changes, it is our intention to send a letter to the province commending the city for its leadership in supporting this kind of a program and urging the province to follow through on keeping the city whole with respect to Bill 23's development charge offsets. So in closing, we urge your support, and I am happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Ian, thank you so much. Next, Miguel Avila. I understand you're online, Miguel. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to speak in support of this proposal for home ownership, particularly as a resident of Regent Park. The Neighborhood Association has some concerns that we were able to address yesterday at the Toronto and York East Council. However, we are not giving up the hope and fight to address the needs of the residents living in Regent Park. We understand that in the past, this type of home ownership plans has not been successful. Councillor Chris Moyes remind us what happened in the 80s during the government of Margaret Thatcher. The program was not successful in the UK, and some of the programs here in Toronto, people went into default. You know, all I can say is that people are honest and truth. They want to buy a home, they will do whatever it is possible to maintain it. The mortgage payments, it's not their fault that they lose their job or they become ill and they're not able to afford a home. So you have to understand that in Regent Park, as Councillor Fletcher liked to call us, the queen of the revitalizations in the city of Toronto. Yes, we do have a particular negotiation with the developer. So their deal is that they will sell condo units and finance the construction of RTI units in Regent Park replacement stock. So that is an interesting point, because when I came to live in Regent Park, the number of condos to be sold was 3 in 2011. So before the pandemic, in 2019, I believe I heard from Daniels that they needed to sell 5 condos to finance the replacement of RGI units in Regent Park. In post-pandemic times, when inflation is up, the cost of materials are up, I asked the question to Tridel, letting them know that that is the formula applied for Regent Park, 5 residential condo units, and the answer, I didn't get an answer. So I wonder if anybody from this committee can ask Tridel how many units they're planning to sell to replace an RGI unit. again, I'm here in support the 200 unit RGI units planned by Daniels. Thank you so much for putting $5 million out of your pocket. I understand that 10 residents have been allocated units, and the new building being constructed at the corner of Parliament and Dundas Street. That's wonderful news. So we need to continue advocating to the province, as the previous speaker said clearly. DAC 4 is holding back money that should be going into the operational and capital, but I guess we are at the mercy of his government decisions. Our hope is always looking at the federal government for compromise and collaboration with the province. Perhaps a new government in Ontario will help to complete this dream of the community to have access to affordable housing. And on top of that, I just want to say that we are not addressing one important matter, is jobs for people with physical and mental disabilities. We have spent 20 years of infrastructure development, but no jobs have been created to address the gap, which is people with disabilities. Not everybody is able to be a bricklayer, an electrician, or a plumber. We can't do that. So please address this issue that is important for human rights and improvement in our cities, in our society. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Miguel? Seeing none, Miguel, thank you. The next deputy I have listed is Walid Kogali Ali. Walid?
Good afternoon, and thanks, Miguel, for that deputation. Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee, for the opportunity to speak today with regards to this item. Just want to make sure that you folks can also see me. I hope everyone can see me and can hear me clearly. So the first thing I'm going to quickly focus on is it's the importance of relaunching of the home ownership assistance program, and to emphasize the critical importance of equity, transparency, and inclusion in this program's implementation. So the Regent Park Neighborhood Association does support the relaunch of the home ownership assistance program, and I want to commend the city for its focus on assisting nonprofit and supportive attainable housing. These measures represent a step forward in addressing the growing housing affordability crisis in Toronto. However, I must highlight concerns about the scale and accessibility of previous affordable home ownership initiatives. I think this is an important opportunity to learn from those experiences. Since their inception, programs like the Daniels Boost Affordable Home Ownership Program and TCC's Foundation Home Ownership Program have only benefited 227 recipients citywide, including just 17 residents in Regent Park. These numbers reflect a significant underutilization of resources. Additionally, the removal of the OPA 558 income-based affordability definition from the city's website undermines transparency and accountability. And I urge the city to restore these definitions immediately to ensure that affordability remains rooted in income and not market rates. And folks need to know about this bylaw. The next thing I want to quickly talk about is reviving and expanding home ownership opportunities. Home ownership is a proven pathway to stability and wealth building, yet access remains limited to many low incomes and marginalized residents, especially those living in social housing. Key barriers include eligibility restrictions for loans, systemic racism in lending practices, and a lack of financial literacy support. And I want to thank our first speaker of highlighting the really disturbing trend of racialized folks not being able to own homes in the city of Toronto. I commend Daniel's Corporation for the recent $5 million commitment to the Partnership and Affordable Homeownership Program, but more must be done. For example, we need to revive successful programs like the Foundation Program and Daniel's Boost Program, hopefully led by Tridel in phases 4 and 5, or the city, which provide critical support for first-time buyers. Second, pilot rent-to-own programs for low-income tenants, offering a pathway to home ownership while maintaining affordability. It's equally vital to engage with financial institutions to address systemic anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism and ensure lending practices are free of bias. Financial literacy programs should be integrated into HOPE to empower residents with the knowledge and skills needed to qualify for homeownership. We can also ignore Bill 185. This new law has reduced community engagement, which limits public input, undermining the democratic processes and excluding the voices of residents directly impacted by development projects, including ones that promote homeownership, the dismissal of appeals. It nullifies existing appeals, including ones that advocate for the implementation of OPA 558, further prioritizing market-driven definitions of affordability over equitable income-based models. And there's limited municipal oversight. By curtailing local consultations, this new law diminishes Toronto's ability to mediate balanced development and protect community interests. These impacts highlight the need for bold leadership to ensure that HOPE serves as a counterbalance to these challenges. From Regent Park, we've learned the path forward is to provide a balanced housing mix and fulfill the original commitments of a 50-50 split between social and market housing. To do so, the city must create 1,430 additional rent-geared-to-income replacement units in phases 4 and 5, bringing the totals to 2,063 RGI units, 637 affordable units, 1,270 market units. This balanced approach ensures equity and inclusion while addressing the needs of low-income residents. Our recommendations for the HOPE relaunch is we urge the city to reinstate and scale up successful programs like the Foundation Program and Daniel's Boost Affordable Home Ownership, pilot rent-to-own programs to provide pathways to ownership for low-income tenants, integrate financial literacy programs, and engage with financial institutions to address systemic racism in lending practices, prioritize proportional funding.
Thank you very much, Waleed.
Deliver on the commitment of a 50-50
Thank you very much,
housing
Waleed.
in Regent Park. Thank you.
That concludes your time. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. We appreciate your deputation here today. Next, we have Lindsay Cox. Lindsay? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, councillors and council members. My name is Lindsay Cox. Today, I'm representing St. Elizabeth Healthcare, also known as SE Health, where I am the Director of Affordable Housing and also as a supporter of the cooperative home ownership sector. I'm a proud Torontonian and resident of Ward 5, where Francis Nunziata is my councillor. The lack of affordable housing in Toronto is at the root of many of the most pressing social challenges facing our city. As a healthcare provider serving communities across the region with over 8,000 staff across Canada and close to 500 healthcare staff in Toronto, SE Health has seen firsthand how the housing crisis negatively affects the well-being of our frontline staff, many of whom struggle to find affordable homes within the city they serve. As a national not-for-profit social enterprise created 115 years ago here in the City of Toronto, we support the relaunch of the Home Ownership Assistance Program. We and other like-minded institutions like the University Health Network are studying options for staff, including affordable home ownership and rental housing. We are convinced affordable home ownership is important to the retention and recruitment in the sector, with meaningful positive impacts on the delivery of healthcare for existing and future users. We fully support the relaunch of the program. However, we are concerned that your proposed target of 400 units a year is too low. There are over 400,000 people working in the healthcare and social assistance sector in Toronto, and as I mentioned, we have close to 500 healthcare staff alone in Toronto. We request that Council considers increasing the target so that more personal support workers and nurses who provide care to others on a daily basis may benefit from this program and can finally achieve stable and affordable home ownership. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I do have a question of you. I agree with your suggestion that the program should be bigger, one of the recommendations we have in front of us is to go to the province and say, listen, we would love to make this bigger. You put it into legislation that you want attainable housing. Do you support us doing that?
I imagine our organization would absolutely be interested in connecting further on that and supporting.
Let's do that. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Nunziata?
So, Lindsay, did you say you were with the co-op housing?
Sorry?
Did you indicate that you were with co-op housing, cooperative housing?
So supporting the cooperative homeownership sector. A few of our colleagues are in the room today.
Oh, okay. So, and I agree with you 100%. And so do you think that with the number of developments that are coming in, mind you, they haven't started building yet, and probably be a while before they even start, because of the interest rates and so forth, right? A lot of them have been approved. At this point, trying to speak to some of these developers on some of the developments that they have approved, and possibly a process how they could bring some affordable and cooperative housing into their towers or units that they have. Do you think that's a good idea, to maybe connect and have them be in partnership and understand how important this is?
That's a great question, Councillor Nunziata. And you raise a great point that there is already great work in the pipeline. So how can we maximize what is already happening? So I think we need to have conversations across a few levels. And I hope that going forward, healthcare organizations like ours will be brought to these conversations, because we are supporting the most vulnerable folks in our communities, and our staff, very much so need stable and affordable housing and places to live.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Lindsay, thank you so much. Next, Carol Jamieson. How long have you been doing this, my friend? Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon to you, and thank you for having me here today and allowing me to talk to you about my favorite subject. My name is Carol Jamieson, as the chair has already told you, and I currently live in Ward 3. I was born in TGH, and I've lived all over this city and know it inside out, upside down, and backwards. I come from the era of Mayor Crombie, Ann Johnson, June Rowlands, etc. So you've probably all seen me before. But today I have a much different message than any that I've ever delivered in any committee room at this austere, wonderful building. Yes, never mind that part. I've been a developer of affordable, attainable, whatever you want to call it, housing and senior housing in both Ontario and Quebec since 1994. Prior to amalgamation, I was selected by Mayor Hall, to co-chair the city's Developers Roundtable back when we actually had conversations with developers. In fact, Mr. Chair, I would like to suggest, among other things that I might say following this, that I think it would be a really excellent idea to reconstitute the Developers Roundtable, to meet monthly with the chief planner and help make things, planning and development, run much more smoothly as they did back in the day when we had such a thing. So I highly recommend that. Currently, I'm part of my friend Mike LeBay's affordable housing delivery system, as we struggle to bring needed home ownership to Toronto and other needy areas across the province and indeed across the country. Today, I would like to remind everyone in this room that there is not now and never will be enough public money to correct the current housing shortage in the City of Toronto or anywhere else in this country. The dollar shortage to tackle such a situation using money only is in the billions of dollars and counting every day as the situation worsens. Sorry. It is super, super, super duper, duper, duper important to start addressing this problem. You're all sitting here today talking about addressing the problem, but when are we going to start mitigating this problem? I have to ask the question because that's the only question that this committee should be addressing. It is super important. The problem is so big, you know, I mean, really, where do we go with this problem? I have been disappointed in this report that's in front of you because it simply does not go nearly far enough. In fact, I find it personally, I'm not speaking for anybody else when I say it's not just disappointing, it's brutally, it's just beyond the pale that somebody would think that 400 units is worthy of a report, to be perfectly honest about it. Now you're probably wondering why our people always are talking about home ownership. I will give you the why now. We favor home ownership tenure because everyone in our society should have the right of choice of buying or renting, and it's not available to more than 50% of the population now. Ownership confers benefits that rentals never, never, never will or can. Ownership is a game changer for buyers. First, it enables the planting of roots. It is not only about wealth and equity creation, as some people will tell you. It is about much deeper things like stability, identity, obligation, and the most important one is community. And we all around this table should be in favor of better community by ownership.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much. Mike LeBay. You're next, Mike. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow committee members. I've kind of tried to adjust what I'm going to say and try to keep it as brief as I can. My mic's not on? Or I'm not close enough to my mic, that's what it is. Okay, for any of you who don't know me, I'm Mike LeBay. I live in Ward 14, although I've lived and worked throughout the City of Toronto for the last 48 years. I've been developing affordable housing for 45 of those years on a full-time basis. All of this has happened as part of a nonprofit delivery system using cooperative housing corporations in partnership with the private sector to deliver housing that serves all income groups. I am currently president and CEO of Home Opportunities Nonprofit Corporation, a board member of Community Wealth Cooperative Corporation, and a member of the cooperative home ownership sector. Now we've just created confusion for you because we're not the cooperative sector, housing sector. The cooperative home ownership sector has been designed to mimic and parallel the cooperative rental sector to deliver ownership. So it's a different sector doing ownership housing exclusively. But we're using exactly the same development approach that was used in the 1980s to set up that sector. So it's a separate sector, just to avoid that confusion. I had more that I wanted to say, but it's going to be, to some degree, mentioned by others. I wanted to focus on the fact that we're hoping we offer conditional support to this report that's come in. There's lots of wonderful things in the report. It's just too timid because it's working with grants and subsidies, and you can only go so far with grants and subsidies. To add to Carol's point, you'd need $200 billion to do what you need to do in this city if you are only going to do it through grants and subsidies. So we need a parallel course for staff to look at and to come back to this committee on that works on a loan base. So let me show you how that works. Okay. Now, does that show up properly? Good. Okay. So using the same recommendations in the report, what we've got here, and of course I can make this available to the committee as you would like it, is a layered approach that addresses all the points that were raised as part of the report. So the starting point, as with Options for Homes, which is a company I created, Home Opportunities, uses the profits of a development to help people with their down payment. They put a down payment in themselves. Then there are the development charges, which are waived for nonprofit corporations. I should emphasize that despite the fact that they're waived, if we're going to do 10 to 20,000 units a year, which is our target, the city could not afford to not receive those development charges. So the sector has committed to voluntarily paying those development charges when the units resell, so that the money is recovered for the city, and you're simply dealing with cash flow, not grants that you have to issue. Then there are the other costs associated with the development, which is the municipal land. So the proposal here, as per the report, is that the land be put in, but again, be paid back at market value to the city. Then there's the potential of the deferral of property taxes to be paid back as well, but that could be replaced by the 15% that you're thinking of borrowing from the province. So what you effectively do is reduce the carrying costs of this example unit to $200,000 of mortgaging. Thus, you have something that qualifies for an income of $41,000. The same thing can be done for 3-bedroom units, because one of the things we like to focus on is family housing as well. It can be carried at $78,000. What our program is proposing without grants and subsidies, if you can read that, is that we use the same income goals as the affordable rental program, and we use those as our targets so that 30% of the units would be owned by incomes less than the current affordable rental guidelines. 30% would be owned by incomes less than the current affordable ownership guidelines in the official plan, and 20% would be attainable housing that would be $20,000 a year higher than that. When you blend the incomes like that, you end up with a St. Lawrence neighborhood. When you blend the incomes like that, you can talk about 3,000 units at a time. We currently have 5,000 units waiting to move forward in the City of Toronto, but we don't have the policy support to do it. And 5,000 units would take us 12 years to do it under your current goals of 400 units a year. Because the city has been slow for us to work with, we are also working on 15,000 units outside of Toronto, where cities are more receptive to larger units of larger projects of affordable ownership housing. And so thank you for your time. I'm here for questions.
Thank you. Yeah. Are there any questions for Mike? Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Chair. Are there the model you presented on the screen that involves policy changes in regard to deferral of DCs or property tax, does that exist elsewhere in the country?
Deferral of property taxes and in fact waiving of property taxes happen through TIF programs, community improvement programs across the province of Ontario. So the mechanisms are there to do it. The city itself waives taxes. If you waive them, you can defer them. It just simply means they're getting paid back. Development charges, as you know, land costs, as you know, have been waived in some cases. Those have all been done by other municipalities across Ontario. In fact, one of the things that's most interesting to me is that the BC government now offers 20 to 40% shared appreciation loans that can be used in concert with this kind of program to allow you to reach lower incomes. And in fact, you're talking in this report of 15% from the province. So these kinds of loans are done all over the place, although they're quite recent.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I'm curious, what types of changes would you say are needed to this report, or what would you like the city to look at in order to meet our target of 10,000 affordable units per year?
So what I'm hoping will happen is this report can go forward, because we don't want to slow down the production of any type of affordable housing. But I'm hoping that we can refer back to staff to seriously look at how we do this. How we're going to be doing it, and if we are able to meet minds with staff, is exactly how we did it in the 1980s. In the 1980s, the St. Lawrence neighborhood was created, and on its back, several nonprofit delivery agencies were created to deliver affordable housing. Those programs grew to about 20 different agencies delivering affordable housing in the city because there was government subsidies dollars to do it. When those disappeared in 1993, all of those organizations disappeared except the one that I created, which was Options for Homes. It started delivering ownership because we didn't need grants and subsidies to reach low-income people. As time went on, those costs went up. It was harder to reach. So now we need access to other types of lending that allow us to do the same thing. But the goal of the cooperative home ownership sector is to generate a dozen or more delivery agencies in this city that will work in concert on loan programs that simply require cash flow to get our production up to 10,000. So it's not going to happen tomorrow. Our goal is within 5 to 10 years to reach 10,000. But the beauty is that this program is not sensitive to market conditions, because we can adjust it to deal with higher interest rates, lower interest rates, higher construction costs. And it also lets us work at the scale that's necessary to work. Our information that we sent through, we were even focusing primarily on the market side of the land that you're setting aside as a city. Because if we use the market land, you've already given up on it as affordable. So making it affordable for one ownership is a bonus to the city. And we do, and you do recover your land value through the process. So there's a whole bunch of neat twists that happen when you think loans versus grants. And the most important one is you can actually target the units you need. If you're targeting 10 to 15,000 units a year, which satisfies the need for the city, you don't care how long they last. You're satisfying the need for the city. And we can afford to be bold in this regard and start saying we want to solve the problem. We don't have to allow others to get in our way. One last point is that the goal of our program is to wean ourselves from government loans and support within 10 years as well. Because as our pool of resources build up, we can do our own self-financing through the private sector, which is where the billions of dollars that are necessary to make this work. So 45 years means I can think 15 years down the road. And I want to be able to do that with staff, to come back to you and give you something that can start to address the rest of the problem, not just the one you address through grants and subsidies.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you. Thank you very much, Mike.
You're welcome.
Selma Rahaloui? Selma, I understand you're online? Can you hear me, Selma?
Yes.
Hi,
I'm just
welcome.
sharing my... Hi, thank you. I'm just going to share my video. Yes, here I am. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm honored to be able to speak today and share my family's journey with Habitat for Humanity GTA and the incredible impact it has had on our family. My name is Selma Rahaloui. I live in the beautiful Western Palm Park neighborhood in West Toronto and work as bilingual customer care representative. We're a family of 4. My husband, Mohammed, who works as a machinist, our 3-year-old son, Nayel, and our youngest, Nizar, who's only a few months old. Together, we're proud Habitat for Humanity GTA homeowners. So before becoming Habitat homeowners, my family faced many challenges. We lived in small and hygienic rental apartments that were increasingly expensive. It was difficult to feel secure or settled in such an environment. As parents, we wanted to provide the best for our children, but it felt like an uphill an uphill battle every day. Our turning point came over when our landlord decided to raise our rent beyond what we could afford. We knew we had to find a solution. During our search for affordable housing options on the City of Toronto website, we discovered Habitat for Humanity. This program offered us something we never thought possible, the chance to own a home and finally have a stable foundation for our family. The Habitat program was truly life-changing for us. As immigrants, we arrived in Canada with big dreams, but soon found ourselves facing the harsh realities of life. Habitat not only gave us a home, but reignited our hope and optimism. It encouraged us to think about our future, focus on our professional growth, and most importantly, prioritize what matters most, our children and their well-being. We were beginning to lose hope, but Habitat restored it in a way that went beyond providing a house. It gave us the tools to rebuild our lives and dreams. Our Habitat home is everything we could have hoped for. Clean, spacious, and safe. Everyday tasks that used to feel overwhelming are now manageable, even with a newborn and a young child. Our older son, Nayel, has flourished in this environment. Though he's still young, we see him happier, more engaged, and truly enjoying our new home. Nizar is also benefiting from the peace and comfort this space provides during these crucial early months of his life. Beyond comfort and security, our Habitat home has given us financial confidence. With Habitat's affordable payment model, we're not just paying for a roof over our heads, we're taking meaningful steps toward financial security and independence. Thank you for allowing me to share our story. I hope it sheds light on the profound impact Habitat for Humanity has on our families, on families like mine. This program doesn't just provide homes, it transforms life, giving families the opportunity to overcome challenges and build a better future for themselves and their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Selma. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. Next, I have Daniel Gurr. Good afternoon, Daniel.
Good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Gare, and I'm the CEO of Options for Homes. We're Canada's largest nonprofit developer of attainable home ownership. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today in support of the revised Home Ownership Assistance Program. For over 30 years, Options has been committed to creating home ownership opportunities for low to moderate income Torontonians. Through our innovative down payment assistance model and dedication to making home ownership more attainable, we've helped thousands of families and individuals realize the dream of owning a home. In doing so, we've not only addressed housing needs, but also contributed to the community stability and economic diversity. Today, I want to emphasize the critical role that programs like the HOPE play in expanding ownership opportunities in Toronto. As you know, our city faces unprecedented challenges in housing affordability, and moderate to middle income households are increasingly being pushed out of the ownership market. This demographic includes many members of Toronto's critical workforce, teachers, medical support staff, government employees, and the service sector. The revised HOPE helps to address this issue by offering targeted assistance to bridge the growing affordability gap. At Options for Homes, we've seen firsthand how even modest investment in home ownership assistance can have a transformative effect. Through our model, families have been able to build equity and create generational change. Programs like HOPE amplify these outcomes, making them accessible to more individuals who might otherwise remain in precarious and unaffordable housing situations. It's important to note that attainable ownership housing isn't just about helping people buy their first home. It also has a cascading effect on the rental market. When first-time homeowners move into ownership housing, they free up rental units in a city with critically low vacancy rates. Almost every new unit created by Options for Homes adds a unit of rental supply. which is a fast way to address housing needs as opposed to building rental stock from new. The revised HOPES design aligns with market realities and addresses the external factors that continue to push ownership housing further out of reach. By focusing on moderate income households, the program supports a demographic that is essential to our city's functionality and vibrancy. To maximize the potential of this program, it is crucial that implementation is accompanied by clear guidelines, efficient administration, and strong partnerships with organizations like ours, which have a proven track record in delivering affordable ownership solutions. We are encouraged by the city's plan to seek a community partner to assist in administering down payment loans, a role we've successfully filled with other municipalities. I urge this committee to approve the revised HOPE and continue prioritizing innovative solutions to address Toronto's housing crisis. I also want to thank city staff for their dedication and effort in proposing a revised program that thoughtfully addresses the needs of so many in our city. We look forward to continuing as a vital delivery partner in this important work. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for your help today. Next, Patrick Shiles, or did I get that right? Shields, sorry. I and E, they always.
Exception proves the rule.
Yeah, there we go. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon. I'm Patrick Shields, and for 25 years, I've been a constituent of Ward 15, newly elected Councillor Chernos Lynn. I'm Managing Director of Public Realm Capital, and we believe in informed decision-making at the intersection of the public and private sectors. The opportunity here I'm taking is after more than 30 years in capital markets and a former board member of Waterfront Toronto and Infrastructure Ontario, I see an opportunity. I'm an advisor to both the affordable rental and affordable home ownership non-for-profit sectors. What Mike put in front of you is something for the last 3 years that I've been asking a numerous amount of questions on, because I view things as risk. I view it as how can we proceed? How can that intersection between the public and private sectors, how can we fulfill that role? And I've been thoroughly impressed in the way that this has been built out. I would suggest that from a standpoint of how this all works out is that it's financially sustainable. It provides a scalable workforce housing stream through the recycling of capital. And I think that that's important. The proceeds in an affordable unit being sold in the secondary market provide the capital to build a new unit elsewhere in the area. It aligns risk with stakeholders and partners most capable of mitigating them while providing the desired social outcomes because it's geared to income. And this is all feasible through a non-for-profit model. And the cooperative home ownership sector allows that to take place. I think the target of 400 units is low. There's so much more that can be done and should be done because the housing is at the intersection of so many other foundational public policy issues. You heard from SE Health earlier. Housing is at the intersection of transit. It's at the intersection of infrastructure and community. You're going to hear from Fontra a little later on. And they want to work with a non-for-profit. Why? Because they're able to have an informed decision and discussion. They'll understand what that density looks like. They'll understand what the impact on the community will be. It's going to be complete communities. It's going to be it's going to be workforce housing. So I think it's to look at this in a different way. Borrowing the money rather than looking for grants and subsidies. You're aligning stakeholders. You have people, so the owners aligned, the non-for-profit supporting the venture, the cooperative, the community. they're all taking some part of the risk, and I think that that's an important element here. So remember also that time is money. So if the community groups are behind this, employers are behind it, essential workers, police. You'll hear later on from the union, from a union member. That's gonna, you know, those essential workers, which not so long ago we couldn't say enough about, this is a way of supporting those communities and those individuals, those sectors. So if they're behind it, then you know that the permits will come faster, that things will be achieved in a much more efficient manner, because you know the private sector is there to make as much money as possible, and that's the reality. I'm not going to hold it against them. I was in that type of business for more than 30 years. So to appreciate how you can have an influence, I think is important, and a bolder target is that. So look, this is only sustainable and achievable through non-for-profit because that's its mission, to have a social impact. And that's why you're seeing the broad support from healthcare, residents associations, unions, because it's creating a virtuous circle and a viable alternative that ultimately unleashes demand. So from an economic development standpoint, this is also very supportive, because you're saying, hey, somebody who wants something but can't attain it is being given an opportunity to do so, but taking on the risk, right? I mean, that's the important thing. It's not like, hey, here's some money, go crazy. So I see my 5 minutes is up. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Patrick. Are there any questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So just one question. I'm just seeking clarification in my mind. If you receive an affordable home and for whatever reason you decide to move, do you sell it back to the developer so that they could resell it at an affordable price, or are you free to sell it on the market as you see fit?
You sell it at the market. First of all, you're not given a home. You're buying it. You're participating. You know, you're paying. You have to pay a down payment. If you don't have the ability to meet that down payment, then you would be put into a program where you could put the money aside until such time as you reach the deposit level, and then you become the owner. So you know, that's nuance, but it's important because you're taking on that risk. What needs to be also understood is when you sell that unit at market, that capital gets unleashed, and you're able to build another unit, you know, in the same area. So I mean, the whole point is that you're recycling that capital. So we don't have just a housing issue at the affordable level. You also have one at the market level. So you're meeting both goals. You're creating affordable home ownership, and you're also creating future market housing. So I mean, pretty much that's a win-win-win-win-win.
Isn't this a bit like a lottery ticket? If I get this house in theory and I sell it the next day?
Well, I mean, no, because you're participating in the economic upside. Like, it's not like you're
only getting this program because there's certain...
No, so what happens is that you own what you pay for.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're the owner of the unit, but you have the economic upside based on what you've contributed. This isn't, no, it's...
Contributed market is what I'm getting at. So you haven't contributed market.
Right, no, but what happens is that what's not contributed, what you're not contributing, you don't get the benefit of. That's the basis of the loan. The loan gets repaid upon the sale of that. So if you own if you've paid enough for 25% of the unit, yes, you are the owner, but you're only getting 25% of the appreciation.
Right.
So this isn't, you know, hey, Jamal, here's a house.
No, you paid for it, you qualified for it, but
right, but you qualify to own the home,
right?
But your economic participation in the proceeds is the extent to which you bought it.
And is
so
that...
you're paying market. You know, the overall price is still market.
So the overall price is market.
Yes.
You're paying market. You're just not putting down a down payment as if this was the actual market. And your income qualifications are not as if this was the actual market.
Right, exactly. You're being helped to achieve your goal of home ownership.
Right.
But you're not the economic participant of the whole unit. You participate for what you have contributed.
So when you pay back that loan, that would go to the companies, I'm assuming, or the not-for-profit?
Yeah, that comes, exactly. What you, let's say that 75% comes back to the non-for-profit, which then its mission is for affordable home ownership. So you're looking to build something in a similar area.
So that's the
where
sustainability
so if you
model.
look at it from affordability on a portfolio basis, you're getting that affordability on a portfolio basis and not on a unit basis. But again, you're creating market supply as well as affordable home ownership. I mean, like I said, I've asked a lot of questions in the last 3 years. I don't have a reason to be supportive of this other than it makes a lot of sense for the public realm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Councillor Candeval?
Chair Perks, through you. The concept that was presented earlier requires the deferral of DC's potentially property tax. And I think for clarity for folks here, that will be recompensated at the closure of the said unit.
At the sale of the unit,
sold.
yeah, exactly. So, I mean, there's also an alignment with the city, right? As a stakeholder, the city can draw up the necessary parameters that it sees fit within a budget and saying, okay, look, what can we expect? How should we approach this? So, it's a thoughtful and informed process, and you're requiring stakeholders. So the part is that if you have a bilateral negotiation between the city and a private developer, I don't know, I'm sure Councillor Matlow would say that they're not going to open up their pro forma to you. This non-for-profit, the cooperative, would. Why? Because we got nothing to hide. We want to show you. And then the whole point is that it can't be done individually, right? A private developer can build something on its own. This affordable home ownership or affordable rental can't be done on its own. It needs to have a bunch of stakeholders that are taking the necessary risk.
And then ultimately, if that X dollar is being paid back, let's say 20 years from now, is the argument that the amount foregone by the city is negligible in light of the budget, and therefore can afford a 20-year.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to some econometrics, but I'm sure there's a correlation between, the performance of real estate and inflation to some degree. You're gonna get compensated. The other thing is, if you're already choosing to waive them, well, if you're getting them deferred, you're winning, right? So if you're to the point where you're that desperate where you want to waive them, and somebody's coming to you and say, hey, you know what? Let's defer them. I'll take that trade all day.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? No, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next deputant is Elena Scott. Elena, I understand you're online.
I am here.
Oh, there you are. Hi. Welcome. You can start as soon as you're ready.
I am ready. So hello, my name is Elena Scott. I moved into my Habitat home in May of 2020 at the ordinance site near Liberty Village. I'm a single parent and I live with my now 13-year-old daughter. My daughter is a beautiful, smart, and sweet young girl who enjoys all the things that 13-year-olds like, playing computer games, going swimming, and she has a newfound interest in piano. Sorry, I hope everybody can hear me okay. Prior to moving into my new home, I lived in a very diverse neighborhood. Living downtown, one side of the street, you have people living in expensive condos, and then the other side of the street, people facing poverty and multiple societal barriers. I sat somewhere in the middle, working in a job with moderate income. At the time, I was a shift leader in the shelter system. I made enough money to pay my rent, put food on the table, and buy the things we needed. Despite being educated, having steady income and good credit, I was beginning to feel that home ownership was becoming further and further out of reach. I started researching affordable home ownership opportunities, and that's when I came across Habitat for Humanity. The application process was lengthy, but the staff at Habitat supported me every step of the way. When I found out that I had been accepted into the program, I breathed a deep sigh of relief. Finally, home ownership was on the horizon for me and my daughter. I worked hard at my volunteer hours as part of my agreement. And I was lucky to have family members, my village, who helped me along the way. My Habitat home means that I have the opportunity to leave a lasting legacy for my daughter. To have financial security and a home that I can afford has meant more than words can describe. I have a stable home in a safe community within Toronto. I was very relieved with the notion that I could raise my daughter in the city that I was born in, that I was born and raised in, where I work, and close to family, culture, and community. Many people I grew up with were not provided with the same options and have to move out to other municipalities. So since moving in, we're feeling more and more at home in our community. It took a while since we moved in during the start of the pandemic. Many people were distancing from one another, but since then we've explored all the businesses, the trails, pools, and parks. We just look forward to our bright future with community events and all our neighborhood has to offer. I'm so thankful for Habitat, and I'm hopeful that more families, including Black families who have been historically disadvantaged, will have similar opportunities and build a better future here in the city of Toronto. Thank you.
Is that it? I guess that's it.
Thank you so much.
Are there any questions for Elena? No? Elena, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Our next deputant is Christopher Stevens. Good afternoon, Christopher.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brooks. Greetings, Mr. Chair, committee members, councillors, staff, and my fellow residents of Toronto. My name is Christopher Stevens, and I'm a longtime resident of Ward 4, and the committee's chair, Mr. Brooks, is my councillor. Nice to see you. I'm a member of the Canadian Union of Skilled Workers and its Sustainability and Innovation Advisor for the last 12 years since I left the Ontario Sustainable Energy Association. For more than 5 years, our members have been actively working to advance workforce housing through an affordable homeownership model. Today, I'm here speaking as part of the cooperative homeownership sector and on behalf of myself as a resident with a 9-year-old son. I have both owned and rented in the city. I'm concerned. We're losing good families. We're losing the workers that make our city work. Based on our housing sector experts' experience, we understand that there is a 300,000 unit affordable housing deficit in Toronto. This deficit is the result of decisions made in the 90s that impacted all levels of government. We need to be building 10,000 to 25,000 units a year to solve the problem. Housing is a significant economic development opportunity, and right now, the proposal in the report is for only 400 affordable units, ownership units a year. 400 when we need 10,000 to 25,000. This gap, this harsh reality, represents the biggest threat to workers and this city's economic development and prosperity. We need to be able to produce housing without grants and subsidies to meet these proposed targets. Being able to build homes without grants or subsidies means we can keep building to address the gap, no matter the public funds available. It also means that those building our homes will have work and be able to continue stimulating our economy. We need to keep our economy going and make sure that our service workers, healthcare workers, construction workers, police, caregivers, teachers, and all the other great people we need to keep the city running can actually live here. This is why the Canadian Union of Skilled Workers is a part of the cooperative homeownership sector, and why we're all here today to support the recommendations and, more importantly, to ask for you to direct the staff to add a workforce housing stream, as we have outlined in our supporting recommendations, and to increase the target to at least 10,000 affordable ownership units a year. There's a roadmap to follow, and the recommendations we have provided strengthen the report further, providing the tools to ramp up the city and nonprofit delivery agents' capacity to tackle the challenging situation we're in. There has been a couple of other questions that were raised, and I just want to flag that Jonathan, who's supposed to speak after me, had to leave, unfortunately. He was going to talk to the tremendous need for all of the new Canadians right now to find homes and the challenges that they're facing. Unfortunately, he had to leave, but he did submit his letter earlier. I also wanted to flag the question that was raised by Councillor Myers. You know, affordability, we tend to talk about as affordable rental all of the time, but affordability really in our framing is about the down payment and about the carrying costs. And this model addresses the down payment by taking the profit that's generated for a for-profit company, and we make it then community wealth. We lend it to the homeowner, and when they sell their home, that piece of the equity in the property goes back into community wealth co-op and is reinvested back into more homes. That means at least one more home is created, creating more supply in the community. It really probably means 2 to 2.5 more homes. It's also about helping with the carrying cost, and the carrying cost means saying we're going to find financiers that are going to cover half of the loan, half of the mortgage, so that you only have to carry about 30% of it, which then puts you into the same category as somebody carrying an affordable rental. The benefit being that if you have an increase in income, you have a tenant move in, something happens, like you get an inheritance, it's okay, because you can put that money back into your equity, increasing the equity in your home, so that when you sell in the future, that is your share of the home. That is your share of the property. And at the same time, it doesn't affect them. It doesn't increase their carrying costs on a monthly basis. It doesn't mean that they have to leave an affordable rental. It means that they're able to stay. So thank you for the opportunity to participate in this public consultation, for your ongoing service and support, and to all of you for serving us as the residents of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thanks a lot for sharing that with us today.
Thank you.
And you said Jonathan's not here?
He's not here.
Okay. So we'll go to our final deputant, Jeff. Still looking good, Jeff.
Hopefully better. So, yeah, Jeff Cattell for the Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations, and thank you, Chair, and diminishing number of members. Hopefully, if you've got quorum?
We've got quorum, yeah.
Okay. Just sitting here, I was initiated in this program, and I found it, quite exciting. And listening now, again, to all these fabulous deputations by the principals of this movement, if you like, it's very exciting. It's a great opportunity for the city, and the message is that we're starting small, but let's build back. The 90s, I was around in the 90s. I remember some of that stuff. I actually built I was involved in a couple of projects in Leaside for life lease projects. So housing, affordable housing is important. And Fontra is actually working with Fostra, set up a joint subcommittee to look at housing. So everybody agrees that it's an important thing. So I'll sort of ditch my formal letter that we've submitted. Clearly, housing availability and affordability are so critical. What's living without a home, without a permanent home? And FONTRA recognizes that housing intersects numerous policy challenges, and this is kind of an innovative thing. We've relied for so long on the private speculative housing market, and it's not working for us. As we know, 70% of the new units in tall buildings are one bedroom or studios. What I'm hearing, you're hearing, is that this opportunity is much more, can be molded much more easily for family housing, 2 or 3 units. Maybe those people want to create families will stay in Toronto rather than moving out, which is what is happening right now. So what are some of the other things that I'm really excited about? It's home ownership as a value, strong neighborhoods, permanently affordable. The proponents are eminently reputable, responsible, reliable, with a track record. We know Options for Homes. We've been involved with them over the years. Done a wonderful job in a limited way, but we need to expand that. Complete communities, equitable, family housing, workforce housing. What a concept. We all know that the people in that middle level, a lot of them are moving out of Toronto. The PSWs and the teaching assistants and so on that need family housing, and they're not able to get it, not able to afford it. So this is a program whose time has come, and through this, structurally, we can build the kind of housing for families that the market right now is not providing. It's not just, planning guidelines. There are planning guidelines to encourage developers to build more of a range of, more family housing, but it isn't working. And this seems to be a way to build in structurally for a better result. So the city requires housing alternatives like this that meet affordable housing, income and unit targets, and are fiscally self-sustaining in ways that will be supported by an array of stakeholders, residents, employers, other levels of governments and newcomers. FONTRA fully supports the proposal and requests that the City of Toronto adopt the model and achieve what hasn't been done to date, building self-sustaining, affordable housing at scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Jeff? No, Jeff, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, that completes the deputations. Are there any questions of staff on the item? Councillor Myers.
Did I detect something in your voice? No, never mind. Sounds good. So through you, Chair, I'm just curious. So we're doing grants. Have we considered doing loans in order to help meet the target of 10,000 affordable units per year? Was that considered as part of the study?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. And just for clarity, there are no grants proposed as part of this program. It is all loans or deferrals or waivers. It's all loans.
It's all loans. So I guess have we looked at creating a system of loans or a pool of money that we could actually meet the target of the 10,000? Was that considered as part of the study?
The idea with the loans and the way the program has been administered historically is that these loans do return into a pool of money, a revolving loan fund that again is repurposed into creating more affordable ownership opportunities. And that's put forward in this report as well, to repurpose that existing pool to do just that. That pool of money is limited. Above waivers and deferrals, we would need more money to realize more numbers.
Do you have the number or roughly of what it would take to reach the if not 10,000, something significantly close to it?
Sure. On average, in accordance with the consultant report, that's with with our report, it's approximately 110,000 per unit in additional loans above those DC exemptions and waivers, Parkland, CBC, building permit fees, building fees, et cetera. Those above those exemptions and waivers, it's approximately 110,000 additional loan on top of that per unit.
Per unit, okay. And, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Perks. Through you, thank you for staff for the report and supporting conversations. I think the piece that some of us are trying to reconcile and understand for greater clarity, given what has been presented to us through delegations, is the need for, to your recent comment, financial support from budgetary support. Why is that necessary for this model to work, given the waivers and the loans?
Question, thank you. And through the chair, the additional loans are typically required if you want to go, you know, the deeper the affordability you want to achieve, obviously, the more you need to contribute. And when you look at the average price of a condo apartment in market apartment in Toronto at $750,000, and you do the math on what a 60 to 80th percentile earner in the city can afford, it leaves a gap between around $30,000 and $300,000 to be filled. The exemptions and waivers are typically, you know, valued at around, you know, 100,000. So for many deeper affordability outcomes, it requires a larger loan piece on top of that to reach those depths of affordability.
So the money that is being referenced are solely for these loans, and that's the context to why you couldn't do more than 400?
Well, in short, yes. The additional loans on top of those pieces is required to do more units, and we need more contributions from other levels of government as well. And one of the things the report and the consultant's report points to is the 10% cap on the federal and provincial programs that our programs are stacked upon. So there's a couple of different ways to fill those gaps to realize more affordable ownership. And one is through more intergovernmental contribution and policy change to match ours.
So if we were to zero in perhaps on moderate income earner workers, the amount of additional loans would significantly reduce. And I would imagine then that allows us now to expand the program in terms of benefiting moderate income workers.
I guess in some ways, the less affordable a unit is, the less of a loan it would need. That's true. But also try to think of those costs and those earning bands. Don't forget that they're household earning bands. So it isn't necessarily a single earner making more money, right? That's a misconception too. It can often be two. That's the good thing about widening the program. It also facilitates, say, two earners who are lower income earners who live together as well, right?
Okay, thank you. And to pivot to another part of the implementation, so this, you know, with council approval starts moving, you're looking at up to 400. Could you provide us an example of how some of the organizations that delegated, how would operationally facilitate a moderate, you know, a worker family to now access this program? Could you give us a common example of how you see this being implemented?
Well, sure. And there's there's people in the room who do this as their living with options for homes, who are here in Habitat for Humanity, and people who have devoted their careers to administering these types of their programs to make homes affordable for Torontonians. And they handle the selection process. They act as developers in many senses. They work in partnerships. They vet and screen potential purchasers. They help to arrange and guide them through the process as first-time buyers through mortgage applications. And then they administer the resale in many ways, for instance, with Habitat for Humanity. And one of the things our program is working hard to facilitate is rotating perpetual affordability so that the money continues to roll and keep those units affordable. So they would be administering that and playing the role of a mortgage.
Very quick question. If the 400 get rolled out in Q1, is staff open to increasing it?
I think we're bound to report back, and if it doesn't, and depending on what that means budgetarily, I'm not sure I can answer that, except to say that the 400 a year is pinned to a 4,000 target over 10 years as part of the housing TO plan. So we've struggled to meet that requirement in the market climate we've experienced.
I'm going to thank you there. We're
Thanks.
well over time. Are there any other questions of staff?
Yeah, I have one question.
Councillor Nunziata?
I just have one question. So you mentioned that the funding is limited. So as far as the program, how would the program work? Is it first come? Like how do they apply for this funding? Is it a first come, first serve sort of? Or?
Yeah, it's done on a first come, first serve basis. And one of the great things that we're putting forward now is in the past, we've done this as an RFP, a one time in the year where we would go out to the market and in a temporal fashion, ask for a response, close the door. One of the changes to the program, like our rental housing supply program, it'll be a rolling piece. So we'll be ready when people are ready in that case. And we're hoping that'll get more participation and more timely participation.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? No, seeing none. Does anyone wish to speak to the item? Sir, make your mind up. Yeah, I have to go first. Okay, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a motion here that I'd like to move. I've had an opportunity to talk to staff about including a report back date on the 50-unit partnership stream to ensure that this committee here has an opportunity to receive the findings from the plan monitoring and evaluation program. We were able to agree that Q4 2025 will give everybody enough time, I think, especially because we're relying on external partners to deliver this. I'm thrilled, frankly, to see that we're moving forward with a affordable home ownership program. This is something that has been talked about for a long time and needed, and I think it's vital for our city's future. There's a lot of folks out there who are trying to build a business, raise a family, would like to do that here in Toronto, but the idea and the dream of home ownership has eluded them. I think we've heard from some of the deputants today who have been benefactors of affordable home ownership. We've heard from CEOs of Habitat for Humanity and Options for Homes, and a lot of other stakeholders here who have been doing that for a long time. And I want to thank you guys for coming and helping build this as the program was put together. And, for pushing on us as well. This is a very modest start. We probably all agree a 50-unit pilot as a demonstration project of the program is a modest start, but it's a start. And I think if we can see our partners in the not-for-profit sector take advantage of that, stand something up, we can learn from that experience and then roll it into a bigger program going forward. Because there are a lot of folks out there who want to call Toronto home, would like to build equity, and be able to do that through home ownership. And yet the statistics year over year remind us that 50,000 people over the past 2 years have left the city, and they've left in a fight for affordability across the GTHA, interprovincial migration, and moving abroad. And that's because they're looking for home ownership. And in Toronto, that's harder and harder. Most of our programs focus on rental, affordable rental. That's important too, but I think it's time that the city moves forward on this, and I'm hoping we can expand this in the future. So Noah and Eric from the Housing Secretariat, tip of the cap to you guys for working with us on this, and I think this is a great place to start. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions on the mover? Seeing none. Councillor Candeville to speak.
To Councillor Bradford's motion to further consult.
Your microphone.
Is it on? Oh, no. Yeah. To further consult with stakeholders and to come back next Q4 with the results that include any potential program improvements. Today and every committee meeting, it's about setting priorities, and we heard clearly from a spectrum of organizations and people about the need and the desire for ownership and the impact that has on the quality of their life. We have invested significantly, and rightfully so, in affordable rental, and that works for many. However, across our city, and I know in my ward, and perhaps it is particular to suburban neighborhoods and the demographics there, I know very acutely and directly home ownership is on top of mind for many, many families. So this is not just having a diversity of affordability and accessibility programs, but it's recognizing that spatially priorities vary by our geography. So this is one step to open up an important conversation that I think behooves us to have in how we diversify our affordable options. And I'm happy to have engaged in this process and looking forward to staff to continue their work with our stakeholders on this project and to expand, refine, improve this program next year and the years coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? No? Anyone else wish to speak? I'll just say a quick word. My thanks to everyone who came out today. That was really helpful. I'm glad that this program, after the previous administration put it on hiatus, is back and that we're ready to go. It's exciting news. I want, though, to make sure that everyone saw the recommendations about further engaging the province. The province has talked about affordable home ownership and attainable home ownership, passed laws about that and given speeches and press conferences, and somehow they're not here today offering to help. The other thing that I think we have to bear in mind, it is the law of the province of Ontario that the amount of debt the City of Toronto can carry is capped. So we can't be the banker for this, legally speaking. We just cannot be the banker. If there's going to be a banker for the kind of scale that, you know, the 10,000 units or something like that, it's going to have to be the federal or provincial government. We're just not set up to do that, and we don't have access to the right kind of revenues to be able to bankroll a program on this scale and of this nature. So thank you for pushing us to do what we're able to do. I hope we can work in partnership to get the provincial government particularly to do more than just talk about this, but to actually help us achieve it. And with that, we will take the Councillor Candeville's amendment to Councillor Bradford's motion first. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Bradford's motion as amended by Councillor Candeval. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And the item as amended. All those in favor. On the item as amended? Okay. The Speaker, Nunziata, has wisely suggested we do a recorded vote. All those in favor. Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Myers, Councillor Perks, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Matlow, and Councillor Candeval. That is unanimous of the members present. Okay. Thank you all. Now we are moving on to item 17.8, the Toronto Green Standard Net Zero Transition Study Update. And Councillor Bradford, I'm going to ask you to take the chair for 90 seconds.
Howson Chung, good to have you back. Very good. Did he tell you that I like that?
He did,
Both
yes.
analog, digital, that's nice. Never seen it before. Ingenuity. So 5 minutes, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, great, thanks. Again, I'm Howson from the Toronto Environmental Alliance. I'm here to speak on item 17.8, the Toronto Green Standard. What you have in front of you is a report basically saying, Council had asked staff to see whether or not they could fast track the carbon and the energy portions of the Toronto Green Standard. And staff have come back and stated it's probably not a great idea. It's probably better to keep with the existing timeline. But here's what the challenge is that the challenge is we are supposed to be by 2013, according to the net zero plan, by 2030, whereas all new homes and buildings will be designed and built to be near zero greenhouse gas emissions. That is the 2030, that is the 2030 piece of landmark that we're supposed to meet. We already know that we are behind and we will not likely be able to meet our 2025 goals. So we actually need to accelerate emissions reductions, and new housing is one of the areas where we can actually do that quite readily. Looking at this, maybe next time I should do something a little bit better than this. But anyways, regardless, this is how how the Toronto Green Standard is supposed to work. Is that it's supposed to be a step-by-step. By 2030, the beginning of 2030, we'll be in version 6, and you'll see that the mandatory tier 1 in version 6 is to be near zero emissions, and then to the tier 2 should be voluntary net zero emissions. But what the staff report here gives us an opportunity to do is gives us an opportunity to skip a tier because of the work that they've already done consulting with stakeholders about this piece. So we have an opportunity here potentially to skip a tier of especially just the GHG emissions, the GHG intensity of buildings. And in order to do that, what we could do is turn tier 2 of the GHG, of just the GHG intensity of the upcoming version 5 that's slated to start in 2026 could be set at net zero. And what that would look like, this is our problem right now, is we want to change that square on the bottom right there into a mandatory square. And right now it's at a tier 2 square based off of the existing way that we've done this. And how we could do that potentially is to skip a tier, potentially for the 26 to the 2030 date range. And what that would do is that would basically make it so that tier 1 in 2026 would be near zero, and then tier 1 of starting in 2030 would actually be a mandatory net zero emissions for new buildings. And we can potentially do this because staff has actually talked to, so this is on page 12 of the report, staff have actually talked to stakeholders, and stakeholders saying that accelerating the GHG intensity target by 1 tier is not seen as posing significant challenges and is generally achievable. Other TGS energy efficiency metrics pose greater challenges for compliance and cost. I would imagine it would have something to do with not being able to fully figure out how people use energy, but it is possible now to build a building that uses a significant amount of energy and having that energy not produce very much carbon at all. And then the other piece on page 12 you'll see is that changes to the TGS requirements need to be communicated as far in advance as possible to send the signal to the market, including to energy providers. So we have a potential opportunity here to get to that space, if I can just scroll back, by skipping tier 2. And staff has indicated that there may be some appetite for this within the marketplace. So I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Sachs.
Very much, as always, Hosen. I appreciate this is a really good suggestion moving forward and essential to our achieving our goals. Do you think there's any changes need to the report as it stands?
As it stands right now, as I understand the report, it's basically saying that the timing of TGS probably shouldn't be changed, but that additional work should be done down the road for the 26 to 30 for TGS version 5. And so this is a potential opportunity for us to actually accelerate that TGS version 5 when that comes out in 2026, for us to be like, hey, let's skip a step. If they're willing to do that, even if we aren't able to skip the energy efficiency pieces or other pieces, at the very least, we have a potential opportunity here because the technology now is different. The technology now allows us with heat pumps to heat buildings without producing significant amount of emissions, for us to actually potentially skip a step.
Right. No, I understand that. But given that staff are recommending that we don't accelerate the deadlines, the requirement now, which would allow us to reduce some emissions now, do you agree that we need in the interim to take other measures to encourage building owners and developers to make better buildings right now, even on a voluntary basis or with other incentives or with education? We need to do everything we can to encourage them to go faster, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. So I completely agree with that. And the opportunity, I know, for example, TAF has written a letter saying that they're potentially in support of providing more incentives for current tier 2 and tier 3, and I think that's fantastic. So yeah, we absolutely need to accelerate what we're already doing. But there's a potential opportunity here as well for us to actually skipping this tier so that we can actually get to net zero by 2030.
But there's nothing in this report that prevents that from happening.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
And if we add to it everything we can do to encourage and educate and incent private owners, then we can still sort of stay on the right track.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Nope.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the list of deputants. Are there any questions of staff? No? Seeing none, does anyone wish to speak? Councillor Sachs?
Thank you. Now, I understand, Chair Perks, you're going to be making a motion.
I am.
Which I appreciate, to encourage private property owners to do more than the absolute legal minimum. The buildings that are being designed and built now are intended to last for these many decades into a completely different climate than the one that we're all used to. And to keep building bad buildings is just locking in old mistakes that we're going to pay for a very long time. No surprise, I would have liked to have seen the deadline move more quickly, but given that we're not doing that, in my view, we should be doing everything else within our power to try to get better buildings in the interim. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Nope. Okay, I have a motion. I move that whole bunch of really smart people and other relevant stakeholders report back in 2025 as part of the update of version 5 with plans to enhance voluntary uptake, but including but not limited to improvements to the design, promotion, and implementation of the TGS Development Charge Refund Program, improvements to the design, promotion, and implementation of the existing New Development Sustainable Energy Plan Financing Program, and development of new non-financial incentives, including new policies, programs, and practices to support voluntary uptake of the TGS. Does anyone have any questions of me? Well done. Does anyone else wish to speak? Nope. Okay. We'll take my amendment. All those in favor, opposed, carried. The item is amended. All those in favor, opposed, carried. The relentless march towards sustainability continues. Okay. That takes us to PH 17.10, Housing Action Plan, Mid-Rise Building Design Guidelines. We have 3 deputants listed on this. Nama Blonder. I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Wait, there are now online.
No?
Oh, hello?
There we are. Hi, welcome.
Hi, hello. Sorry for that.
No problem.
I will be brief. Thank you. I will be brief. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the leadership and thank you for bringing this revised and improved design guidelines. I think that's exactly what we needed, and I'm here to say thank you, because I know it's not easy to acknowledge that things are not working the way they perhaps could have, and I know the city maybe had different hopes with this one. So I really hope, and I want to again say how much this is the step in the right direction. I am hoping to see more of the app zoning that you, similar to what you have approved on November 13th with the app zoning on some avenues. To make the height and the FSI as of right. I think we will need to see more of that. If we want to see those mid-rise buildings being built, that's the type of action that we will need to see. I will, just because I'll take a moment of this opportunity to also speak to development charges, but I'll keep it to, I'll stick to the point, and that is to thank you for all of your leadership and the work on the new and revised mid-rise building design guidelines.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Nope, seeing none. Thank you so much for taking the time to share that with us.
Thank you.
Next, I have Kathy McDonald. Can you hear me, Kathy?
Just ask her again. She's unmuted. Okay. Am I?
Hi, Kathy. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My comments on behalf of Fontra, of course, relate to the perspectives of residents as well as general objectives. Fontra did support the action plan as of right zoning mid-rise buildings on avenues last October. And we're really pleased to see such comprehensive guidelines to help in buildings moving forward. I have a couple of comments. The diagrams show buildings that meet zoning regulations, but only ones that fill up the lot. But lots can be longer, and a double-loaded corridor building can only take up so much space. So but there seems to be no guidelines for uses and treatments of the additional space that can be available on these larger lots. Also, missing in the guidelines seem to be photographs of what the buildings will look like from the abutting residential neighborhoods, and what are and also any guidelines of treatment of the rear fencing or whatever happens at the back of the properly lined abutting residential lots. We do appreciate that this the report lists all the reports related to mid-rise initiatives, and it would be really helpful that this information be provided on the website as and also information on the many EHON report initiatives. We're having trouble keeping track of all the work that's done and what's at what stage. I also know there's a sort of a typo in the report that your committee approved the zoning bylaw amendments in October 30th and not June 13th. But just for inclusion, this is an excellent initiative, and we really appreciate all the work done on ensuring that new mid-rise buildings will be a great addition to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Kathy? No, seeing none. Our next and final deputant is Graham Kennedy. Graham, can you hear me?
There we go.
Hi, Graham, welcome.
Hi there, you can hear me okay?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for considering this item today. My name is Graham Kennedy. I am a development manager with 10 Block. And after reviewing the Housing Action Plan work scope that kind of ties into the mid-rise design guidelines and speaking with staff, we understand that as of right, zoning bylaw updates are planned for later into 2025. It's our understanding these updates will likely implement the proposed design guidelines before you today if council approves them. We also understand that one of the objectives of the updates is to create a pathway for developing a major streets compliant massing on the avenues and in mixed use areas. And so we recommend that the Planning and Housing Committee ensure that the future implementing zoning aligns with the major streets development standard, while still allowing for the higher density mid-rise developments outlined in the design guidelines. So in other words, developers should be able to build the exact major streets massing on the avenues if they so choose. This approach will provide more flexibility for missing middle development opportunities in a broader areas of the city. I also want to touch upon a new requirement that we're seeing in the design guidelines to require a 4.5 meter tall ground floor in support of ground floor retail. We would recommend exempting buildings of 30 dwelling units or less from this requirement and any ground floor retail requirements. Small apartment buildings of 30 units or less do not have the operational capacity to operate and manage retail space. Retail space and the ground floor height requirements impacts feasibility by increasing both construction and long-term operating costs. Currently, zoning exempts buildings of 30 units or less from similar burdensome requirements, such as those for loading and amenity space, due to the scale of these small buildings. So it is a kind of a natural threshold to apply this same requirement to. So in summary, we're recommending two considerations in the implementing zoning to support small scale development. First, that mid-rise zoning updates allow major streets compliant development as of right. So developers can use the same model in both neighborhoods and the avenues. And then second, our recommendation is that buildings of 30 units or less be exempted from the retail requirements. In summary, we really appreciate the work of staff on the ongoing suite of changes being made to mid-rise and avenues policy, and I'm available to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Graham? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Graham. That concludes the deputations. Are there any questions of staff? Does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Bradford.
Too good to be true there. Too good to be true that I wasn't going to speak on it. But I'm not moving a motion on it, so, you know, that's something.
I was delighted to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
Gives me something to think about and react to.
Very good, yeah. I'm sure you will do that. Look, I'm going to start by thanking Amelia and the team at Urban Design for their work on this. It was last November 2023 that I moved a motion asking staff to sort of consolidate the work and all of the updates to our guidelines. And I got to be honest, I wasn't sure if we were going to get there. So, you know, you got it done, and it's in front of us. And I think you heard from a couple key deputants today, and this is a great place to be with respect to our urban design guidelines. More work to do, and you're working on that, but it's a good start. And why it matters is because I think if you go back to like 2015, my days in city planning, we heard a big promise in Toronto, and it was the promise of being the mid-rise city. We wanted to have all of these avenues with these beautiful boutique mid-rise buildings on them as a way to add that type of medium density to our city. And, you know, here we are nearly a decade later, and very little of that in the context of all the other growth and development in the city has materialized. You know, over the past 14 years, and I always get the number not entirely correct, but let's put it 120 to 130 of these mid-rise buildings, despite thousands of other buildings being constructed. That's what we've landed on mid-rise. And, you know, it's 8 to 10 a year, despite more development activity and investment and cranes than anywhere else on the continent. And I think, you know, reflecting on the Housing Action Plan and when I was leading that, it behooved us to ask the question, why is that? Why is that in a city where there is so much development activity and such an appetite for that mid-rise form, have we seen so little of it relative to the other types of development? And don't get all exasperated about it, Mr. Chair. It's okay. It just hasn't been as much. And so we asked the question. And when you talk to folks who are involved in building it and putting it together, they had some really important feedback. And that was the premise of, you know, our Housing Action Plan roundtable and all of the conversations that have come together to inform this work. You know, just to highlight a couple of the big things here, you know, we have finally tackled the angular plane here that gave Toronto its famous or infamous Mayan pyramid vernacular, the Toronto-style wedding cake that you see on streets like Eglinton and different developments. That effectively, you can, if you draw the box, you can see all the units of housing that those developments removed as a response to the urban design guidelines for mid-rise buildings here in the city. And while that might have been the right approach at the time, perhaps, in the context of the world that we're living in today and the housing challenges and the supply challenges in front of us, these guidelines respond to that context and create a form that is much more economical to build and will be much more financially viable and will translate into more units on each of these projects going forward. I think that's fantastic. So on the implementation side of this, you know, it's important that we all recognize throughout the development review process that these are guidelines. And I'll just say that again, for the record, they're guidelines. And I know that the staff know that this is sort of a starting point for a conversation on site-by-site evaluations as we put these things together. This review, as Novel Blonder just pointed out, it didn't look at where mid-rise buildings were permitted, but I understand that Amelia and the team and city planning are coming back on Q1 through an official plan amendment. And I'm looking forward to seeing that work as well, because we know there's lots of other areas in the city that could accommodate this type of form. And so I can leave it there and just say thank you to the staff team. We had some, contentious is the wrong word, but animated and passionate discussions, and everyone had passion, and our staff have a ton of passion too, but passionate conversations. And I'm really pleased with where we landed on this. It's a great step in the right direction. Thanks.
Sadly, I gotta. Okay. Where we agree is that city staff have done a remarkable job here and effectively have solved a problem of just the capacity to do avenue studies. And by setting out a design like this, we make it easy for people to build these without that additional step. So good on you. I do think it's important, though, that we ask ourselves, really, why aren't there more mid-rise buildings being built? And it has nothing to do with the City of Toronto not having permissive enough zoning. The simple fact of the matter is that capital will flow to the place that has the highest return. And in the Toronto housing market, there is a limit on how much building can take place. It's limited by the size of the labor force and the availability of materials to build. And in those few occasions when we run up against that, say 2021, when we outran the supply of steel and the development industry stopped for a couple of months, you understand that there are practical limits. So given that there's only so much going to be built, where developers go is where they get the highest rate of return, and the highest rate of return is on tall buildings. It's simpler for them to build. They design one floor plate and just go up like they're adding Lego pieces, and they make a lot more money per unit. And they also had access to that pool of investor funding that allowed them to get their pre-construction loans. So no, it had nothing at all to do with the fact that we have, existing design guidelines. That's an important thing to remember. The second thing to remember, and this is the one that makes me absolutely crazy, is this idea that our angular plane forced the creation of the wedding cake. This is just false. The way we got to the wedding cake is the angular plane was originally designed to set the height of the building. The height of the building was supposed to be the same thing as the width of the right-of-way. So on a downtown street like Dundas or Queen, where it's 6 stories, the idea was we would build 6 stories. And then suddenly developers realized I can make money by buying a property where everyone expects me to only be able to build 6 stories and instead build 8. And way I will get to 8 is I will go to the Ontario Municipal Board and I will say the purpose of the angular plane is to make sure that the building isn't visible from the opposite sidewalk. So if I step back and then go up and step back and then go up, I can get around that requirement. So it's worth remembering that the Toronto wedding cake is the result of people speculating on land values along our avenues and then playing a funny little game at the OMB in order to get around the original intention of our zoning bylaws. It's a case of how capital forces endlessly forces more and more and more, despite what our public policy goals might be. Just thought these things were worth putting on record. Okay, but again, Councillor Bradford and I agree on the outcome, so that's a good thing. So all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Now we go to PH 17.11, Housing Accelerator Fund, expanding permissions in neighborhoods for 6 units and 4 stories preliminary report. We have 2 deputants. First is Jim Rutham.
My name is Jim Rutham. I have a chart here, an infographic here. For the record, the Smart Prosperity Institute created this infographic, but they have no responsibility for the group, for what I am saying. Most of the city of Toronto looks like the right half of that. What we're looking at here is what does it cost the city to supply services to urban areas versus suburban areas? And the cost is, in fact, as you can see, quite starkly different. And most of the city is, in fact, in the expensive part. Given that we're in the middle of budget season, I thought this was an appropriate time to inject this into the housing situation. The point is that the city cannot afford to maintain the suburban form as currently implemented. It is just too expensive to maintain. Note here, this particular analysis is from Halifax a number of years ago. However, it would probably be a good thing to do the same analysis for Toronto, but I expect the results to be the same because gravity is the same in Halifax as it is in Toronto. So the moving from a fourplex all everywhere to a sixplex area will be able to move the suburban form closer to the urban form and essentially reduce the tax burden. Which is the motion before us, and I would suggest that if anything, that it should be expedited. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for that and for bearing with us and being here all the way until 3:45. Next, I've got Jacob DeWang. Can you hear me, Jacob?
Hi, I can hear you. I do have a presentation to share as well.
Jacob, I can see you, but I can't hear you.
Hello? 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 Hello?
You're very faint, Jacob.
Hello?
There you go. That's better. Go ahead.
I just had to fiddle with the settings. Okay, I do have a presentation to share if I can share my screen. I need permission to do that.
Okay, we've given permission, I believe. You have permission.
Saying I can't share. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, thanks for having me to talk about the 6 units, 4 stories on the Housing Accelerator Fund. So just a bit of background on the Housing Accelerator Fund. So the deal with Toronto was signed almost a year ago in 2023. And the point was to transform the housing system to build more homes faster in Toronto. Since then, Toronto is no longer a leader in multiplexes. For example, in Edmonton, you can see that on any given residential lot, on most residential lots, developers can build up to 8 dwellings of multi-unit housing. Here's an example for 7. And this has created an environment where regular homeowners and smaller developers can go off and build incremental density. And you can really tell this by the developer's contact info on the right. I have not seen a developer put their contact info as a Yahoo email address in Toronto. And London has expanded permissions for 4-story townhouses and many of their neighborhood connector streets. And, you know, I've seen some of this go around in the media. Some people are claiming about the work for the Housing Accelerator being done. We saw the mayor say last month, we've done the work, we should get the funds to get all of the Housing Accelerator money right now. This is simply false. Toronto is not fulfilling its Housing Accelerator Fund commitments. On this item, we can see that one of the milestones for the Housing Accelerator Fund was to report back to Council with opportunities and any bylaws required for this 4-story 6 units by June 30th, 2024. Now we're in December 2024, and where are the bylaws? This report doesn't only not have the bylaws, but it plans to be years behind the commitment and maybe even default on that. So we see that the recommendation is to report back to the committee next year, the end of next year, with a proposals report. And that's very important, as I will show on the next slide. Oh, and what happened to the 4 stories? Where did that go? That was part of the commitment. What happened to that? And we can go through the full timeline. Last year, signing the agreement, committing to 4-unit, multi-unit development. June comes, the deadline, no report. December commits to studying 6-unit, not 4-story developments, reporting back in a year. And hypothetically, next year the proposals report comes back, but that's just a proposals report, requires finalization. Sometime in 2026, the final report comes back, presumably with the bylaws, and then maybe council approves in 2026. Remember, the deadline that Toronto agreed to was June 2024. And just for comparison, in that same amount of time, or even less time, Edmonton rewrote its entire zoning bylaw. So just to show that the scale of work that could be going on in that time to consider maybe expanding to 6 units, not even 4 stories. And so here are the key issues. Why is this taking so long? Like, this was even beyond the commitment given for the Housing Accelerator Fund. And, you know, if you're not meeting your commitments, then that puts that money at risk. We heard about how the federal government, the provincial government need to put in the money, but why isn't the city doing what it needs to even keep the money that the federal government has promised? And why is the scope limited from the very start? Why are the expanded height permissions not considered until building code changes? Why can't you move right now? There's no presumable reason why not to. Anyway, that's my presentation. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? I don't see any. Thank you so much for your deputation today. We do have an additional deputant, Alex Beheshi. Hey, Alex. Good.
Okay, awesome.
When you're ready.
Can everyone hear me? Perfect. So my name's Alex Beheshti. I'm a registered professional planner and land economist, and so I have to make clear that my presentation to you today is as a resident of this city and not associated with any other organizations or persons. So, first off, I want to thank staff for all of their efforts to date on the EHON initiative. It is great to see that the city is trying to move forward on zoning reform. I think this is a critical progress that we need to make the city more livable for everybody in it. However, I take issue with my colleagues and their framing within the report. In the report, they speak to that this is dealing with lands that are only 35% of the city's total. Well, what's the rest of the city? That's parklands, that's roads, that's employment lands. Those are not places where people live. Where people live are in residential neighborhoods and in mixed-use corridors. When you look at the total percentage, we are talking about 80 to 90% of lands where there are residential permissions. Now I'm gonna move away from the numbers and get to how this is personal. I was born and raised in Toronto. I grew up on a street called Norton Avenue in Willowdale. Over the last 15 to 20 years, I've seen year after year after year as my ability to access housing, even as an urban planner and land economist, somebody who makes a decent living, shrink year after year after year. In June, I'm gonna be getting married. My partner is a social worker. I believe about a year and a half or 2 years ago, city staff did an analysis on where a social worker can live in this city. There was a single census tract they found that was affordable. Together, the geography of where we can afford to live has expanded slightly, but still it is incredibly narrow. So when we talk about 35% or 80 or 90%, those numbers matter. That is real geography to people in real material ways. You know, Jacob already talked about how the city is behind on its sixplex initiative. I, as a resident of this city, pay taxes to 3 levels of government. I want to see my tax dollars stay in this city, to fund programs in this city, to my benefit and to my neighbor's benefit. However, if the city does not make its commitments with the Housing Accelerator Fund, there are voices that are going to creep up, like Jacob's and others. You know, you guys are all welcome to go onto social media today and see how many people are upset. These are people that the federal government is listening to. We need to keep our tax dollars here in Toronto. We need to meet the commitments that this council agreed to. As Jacob already showed, we are already past the due date. This doesn't get easier. The federal government is not going to give Toronto all of its Housing Accelerator Fund. If Toronto wants voices to support it in getting the next tranche of money, then it needs to meet its commitment, and that means accelerating the work on EHON. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputy? No? Appreciate you spending the afternoon with us and your remarks. Okay, that concludes the deputation list. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Candival.
Chair Perks, many in my ward and across other wards have written to me with concern from a variety of angles. One of them that if we're looking potentially in the future to recommend 4 stories in neighborhoods, what would be, I think this would obviously vary by lot size and by neighborhood, but is it not fair to assume there would be significant shadowing as a result of 4 stories in neighborhoods?
Through the chair, I think there are a couple of parts to an answer to that question. First, shadow impacts are possible, and that's part of what we would assess when we undertake this study. I would say if we think back to the reporting that we did on the multiplex bylaw for 4 units, we did contemplate at that time permissions for 4-story multiplexes. And we did not bring 4-story permissions forward, in part because based on our analysis at this time, there would be very little take up on that. And we were much more focused on bringing forward zoning bylaw that would result in people taking up on the opportunity to build the housing that was permitted by that. So the second part of my answer, I guess, is that if, and it is reflected in the report before you, we are much more focused on permissions for 6 units than we are for 4 stories, because we think there is much greater gain there to be had in terms of enabling housing permissions that will actually materialize across the city as opposed to 4 stories. And that's often my advice to you and to other councillors when we talk about intensification, is that the density of the housing, whether it's calculated as floor area or as a number of units, is much more relevant to a conversation on how we achieve additional housing than is the built form of the housing, given all the different ways and built forms that density can manifest itself.
Right. I think the ability to achieve 6 is increased when you go to 4 stories. So I appreciate the nuance, but shadowing will have an impact. Secondly, as part of this preliminary report, was there analysis on the impacts this will have on property prices as a result of this greater permissions?
Through the chair, as a preliminary report, no, we didn't do that kind of analysis at this stage. And I'll say we don't typically, when we bring forward zoning permissions, consider the potential impact on property prices. It's not part of the considerations under the Planning Act that we typically bring forward.
Fair enough, but does staff think the availability of home ownership should be a factor in how we deliberate on policy? Because now you have further incentives for the investor class to pick up properties over, say, a family.
My comment on that would be to point to the official plan, which speaks to an objective of achieving a range of housing types across all our neighborhoods. And a range of housing types means both in terms of tenure, ownership and rental, in terms of different building typologies, and terms of different services that accompany that housing. So ownership is part of an equation of a full range of housing.
Right. And what are the other impacts that staff are looking to undertake and study in the next year what impacts would be studied in light of this proposal in terms of the immediate surroundings?
Through the chair, we need to take some time to do some thorough lot analysis to study the lot fabric across the city to understand how we can bring forward recommended zoning bylaw amendments that can be implementable for 6 units. And there is work continuing right now on the Ward 23 multiplex study that's to come forward in January that will provide some great lessons learned for us, but we need to take that and do more analysis to determine how it can be implemented across the city.
And is 1 year sufficient to do this? Because I would imagine there hasn't been any work done in communicating to our neighborhoods that this is up for consideration.
Through the chair, we feel confident that this could be completed within 1 year, given that the work that is already undertaken on Ward 23 over the last year, including consultation this fall, that will help inform our recommendations.
And that's the 5 minutes. Thank you. Are there any other questions, staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just one question. So when we look at a character of a neighborhood, for example, let's say if we have one street where it's just all small little bungalows, right? And somebody comes in and wants to build a 4-plex or 6-plex. It doesn't fit into the character of the street. So are we not going to put sort of restrictions on where we're allowing 4 and 6 stories?
Through the chair, I don't think we've determined yet whether there would be restrictions or whether this would be something that would be permitted citywide or in certain parts of the city. In terms of the neighborhood character, when we brought forward the multiplex bylaw for up to 4-plexes, we recognized, first of all, that if we were going to achieve that, we would have to recognize the low-scale form of a 4-plex to be consistent with neighborhood character in a low-rise sense. And the other thing that I would point out is that there are many parts of the city, as you've just described, that have a lot of bungalows.
They're all bungalows. So
And,
the street is bungalows.
and many of those streets already permit larger houses than those bungalow forms because the zoning was laid on top of an existing fabric of bungalows, or the original builders maybe built bungalows because they made sense at the time, even though they had permissions to build something taller and denser. So we're cognizant that in those situations that there are already zoning permissions for larger buildings than those bungalows that could emerge without any planning process, just going with someone going to get a building permit to build a 2 or 2.5-story house.
Okay. That may be a problem. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Candeval.
First of all, I think it's important to acknowledge context that we're here with this preliminary report by virtue of directions or conditions imposed by the Housing Accelerator Fund, and acknowledge that and recognize we have to go through this to benefit from those features of the fund. But I think I want to, lay and stress the significant ramifications and impacts this would have in neighborhoods. I know my ward, where we have the most by data, our own city data of MTHs, and an increasing number of countless fourplex developments, which are great, which are supported, which are appreciated. However, there is this sentiment within my communities who oppose those, but now recognize and appreciate them, that a fourplex is kind of the upper limit of what can be accommodated in our neighborhoods, particularly neighborhoods that have for generations been affordable for many families and young couples looking to enter the market, and to now create or incentivize the speculator investor class to build 4 stories, to create 6 units is, I think, a path we as a city do not or should not, or give perhaps tremendous caution to the frameworks and parameters surrounding that. It is another step towards, though I think many of us have articulated at different points, the flight of the middle class, that if we're now going towards a feudal, arguably setup where you've got a rental class and ownership class, that gives considerable pause to how we identify as a city and how we envision and build for the future. So this is a step I recognize that needs to be undertaken as part of our commitments to the federal government. But if there's any perhaps movement towards the latter half of the year that we're now coming towards back with recommendations, and I recognize and appreciate staff's recommendation that it would be a proposal report to further study and examine. I appreciate that context, nuance, in light of the federal restrictions, but to move towards this and the impacts that would without a doubt come upon neighborhoods and is worth reflecting, because the application of this will be uneven. We've seen this across our city. We haven't seen fourplexes in wealthier neighborhoods. We're seeing it in inserted neighborhoods. And now to move towards a 6-plex, 4 stories will drastically change, to Councilor Nunziata's point, the character, which we've already acknowledged and supported the benefits from MTHs and fourplexes. So it's my commentary is really towards when this report comes back, that the political and class impacts and ramifications on how we as a city that supports mixed income neighborhoods is with tremendous impact and significance. So thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Bradford?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I have a motion here to amend the item that I've worked with staff on in a timeline that works for them. The distinction here for everybody in clarity is, rather than taking a year to do a proposals report, to take a year to undertake broad engagement in all of the different communities and geographies across Toronto, take the lessons learned from Ward 23 and consider citywide implementation with final recs to come back for consideration in this committee and council in fourth quarter of 2025. So we want staff to talk to people, and I think you heard from Councillor Candoval how important that engagement is. That is specific there in the recommendation. But I do, when you consider what the deputant said, when you consider our commitments to the federal government, and you consider the conversations that some of us have had with staff, a year is a long time to do a proposal report, and then another year on top of that to come up with some recommendations. Given the work program that they have underway, staff have provided assurance that this is something that they can do. And again, I think it's going to be really important to hear from the community, and they need to know, that these sorts of proposals are being considered and taken in the context of the housing crisis that's facing all of Toronto. And it's not just the suburbs, it's all over the city. Fourplexes, multiplexes, sixplexes. This is an urban form that has existed in the city since its inception, long before amalgamation. You can point to these types of projects in neighborhoods with different socioeconomic status, like Forest Hill or the Annex or the beaches. These types of buildings are there. Some of them are new. Some of them have been providing different housing options for people for a century. And so I think it's important for us to have that conversation today in this context and what that means, but always with an eye and a lens towards how do we provide more housing options for more people. I know that Councillor Myers led on this last year with his Ward 23 6-unit multiplex study. And there's been a lot of key findings that have come out of that. What's important there is that is in the Scarborough North context. And we can learn lessons from that to apply across the city, but we're gonna have to undertake that consultation and engagement. I appreciate the advocates who have been following this work closely, and I think you heard some people were a little bit frustrated with the timeline. This is an effort to respond to that feedback, to push the city to do more and to do it faster, and to respond to the commitments that we made to the federal government. So I hope this is amendable to my colleagues and something we can all support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Very quickly, I'm going to be supporting Councillor Bradford's motion, although our reasoning might be different. It's weird how we get to the same place by different paths over and over and over again. I've been a longtime supporter of allowing a greater range of housing types inside all neighborhoods in the city of Toronto. Because I believe that a successful city needs to be livable, it needs to be affordable, and it needs to be sustainable. And the EHON stuff gets us the livable and sustainable. What it does not do is get us the affordable, and I'll speak to that in a moment. I also think that a neighborhood needs to accommodate people in all parts of the cycle of life. So if you're 20 years old, and you've fallen in love and you want to get your first place and you'd like to do it in the neighborhood that you grew up in, having a range of housing types supports that. Or if you're in your late 50s and early 60s and you're an empty nester and you'd like to stay in the same neighborhood, having a range of housing types does that. But these are not going to make any difference at all to the affordable housing issue in the city of Toronto. These are going to be boutique, niche projects. We're going to see them in the dozens. The total number of units yielded per year on this will not be the same as one tall building. And these are going to be enormously high rents. You're going to be getting rents for grade-related units in stable neighborhoods with great amenities. These are not going to be renting for, $1,700 a month or $2,000 a month. These are going to be renting for $3,000 a month. But it's contributing to the range of housing types. I do think that we can move this along a little bit quicker. I also just, some people have made the point that there's a lot of interest in this on social media. I would just encourage everyone who's trying to participate in the conversation about land use and housing affordability. You're probably better served to seek planning and land economic advice somewhere other than Elon Musk's social media platform. With that in mind, Councillor Bradford has made a motion. Oh, Councillor Myers wants to speak? Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, I missed my own item. So I just want to say I'm fully in support of these recommendations. It's been a journey on the sixplexes in my ward. We had our first community meeting on this a few months ago. Over 100 people showed up. Some against, some for. Most were just curious as to how this would affect their neighborhoods. They had questions on how this would affect infrastructure. They would have questions on, more practical questions such as parking. But I will say once we gave people the information, they were definitely calmer. Once we had the community meetings, once we were able to answer questions, once we did a follow-up email, we've set up follow-up conversations, people understand why we're doing this type of proposal or this type of pilot in the ward. What I think is critical, though, for getting people to yes is answering questions, being transparent, even when the questions are tough or the reactions are not positive, is just making sure that you're level with people and you're honest with people about what this program entails and what it doesn't. And I would just like to say, I mean, I know Councillor Perks is not very, he doesn't think that this is going to be an effective solution to the housing crisis. And you know what? Maybe he's right, maybe not on a large scale. But what I will say is that we are working with not-for-profit developers and smaller developers, for-profit developers, to do these types of housing and to look at how do you actually gently densify neighborhoods in a way that makes sense and a way that keeps the form of neighborhoods, and how do you actually bring private capital into the conversation so that we have a lot of people who are, quote, house rich, cash poor. They would love to downsize, but there's nowhere for them to downsize to. And if you could work with developers to buy a single detached bungalow in Scarborough North, which we found out through the study actually has the largest lots on average in the city of Toronto, this is something worth exploring to see if this is a model that would work for the rest of the city. The uptick on multiplexes overall since the bylaw changed has been relatively low. I think there are maybe 100 projects across the city. So we're actually looking at a different model in that we're not looking for the individual homeowner to take on this project themselves. We're actually looking at for-profit and not-for-profit developers doing these types of projects in our ward. We've had a lot of good conversations with Circle Land Trust. They own a lot of scattered former TCHC properties in our ward. A lot of them have been sitting empty for years because it doesn't make sense to put in the capital to repair these units for one family. However, if you get 6 families or 6 households in these units, all of a sudden the numbers start working. So I think this is exciting. I think this is something that is, looking towards the future while still respecting the character of the neighborhoods. And I also think it gives people, the one thing I repeated on the campaign trail repeatedly was, giving kids the opportunity to live in the neighborhoods they grew up in. And I think that's what this is all about at the end of the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Can we take the vote now? Okay, so you want to record it on Councillor Bradford's motion? Okay, on Councillor Bradford's amendment, all those in favor, we've had a request for a recorded vote. Councillor Myers, Councillor Perks, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Matlow, opposed, Councillor Candeval. And do you want recorded on the item as well?
Well, there's no, that's replacing the whole Rec 1.
Oh, it replaces the whole Rec 1? Okay, so we're good?
Yeah.
Okay, we're done. Now, continuing with the afternoon's entertainment, we will move on to PH 17.12, minor variances for additional height and density on related zoning bylaw amendments. We have one deputant listed, Jeff Cattell. Hi, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair Perks and members of committee. I'm wearing a different hat on this item. I'm wearing the hat of co-president of the Leased Residents Association, not Fontra in this case. This report responds to Councillor Saxe's motion, which requested the staff report back on whether the city should adopt a bylaw under Section 45 of the Planning Act to establish criteria that would limit what qualifies as a minor variance when applicants request additional height and density for large-scale, multi-story development proposals that already hold site-specific zoning permissions as an outcome of a private application for a zoning bylaw amendment. In other words, this is not the usual Committee of Adjustment application for, demolish and replace a bungalow. This is a horse of a different character altogether. The report examines applications before and after Bill 23 from 2022, which repealed the 2-year prohibition on making such a minor variance application. following approval of site-specific zoning bylaw amendment. The number of applications staff found went from 24 to 65. However, the report states that the existing 4 tests under the Planning Act work well to determine the appropriateness of a minor variance for increasing height and density. Staff believe a more impactful change would be for, quote unquote, more consistent and predictable commenting practices on these types of applications by community planning, which staff will implement administratively as a best practice going forward. I'm in Ward 15, Don Valley West, just looking at what happened in a space. The number of such applications went from 0 to 7. So it appears to me that the report understates the issue and certainly understates the implications of such applications. And I've got 4 points on this. The vast majority of C of A applications involve small-scale buildings, renovations, new builds, mostly single-family homes, whereas requests for additional height and density are for large-scale, multi-story developments which involve impacts and implications of orders of magnitude greater. For example, in my neighborhood, 1837-1845 Bayview was approved by the North York Committee of Adjustment at 25 stories, an additional 3 stories above the height approved by City Council and the Ontario Land Tribunal. The 3 stories amounts to over 30 units, or about the same amount of new density as proposed for mid-rise buildings on avenues. Is this minor? The implication of the density increase deserves a much more serious assessment than the 5 minutes that the C of A spends on such applications in going through their 30 to 40 item application agendas. Secondly, in an unknown but believed to be significant number of cases, but as in 1837-45, the Committee of Adjustment application occurred following a mediation process with parties and reaching a settlement with residents and city planning and the applicant. So this suggests bad faith bargaining on the part of the developer and an abuse of the Committee of Adjustment process. Unfortunately, the staff report does not investigate or even mention this important point. Again, thirdly, in 1835-1845, city planning engaged in negotiation with the applicant when the application came in, apparently to make it acceptable, such that no objection was made by staff to the amended application. And so it was approved. Lastly, or fourthly, the appropriateness of the Committee of Adjustment to vary a decision made by the Ontario Land Tribunal, a higher order tribunal, much higher order than Committee of Adjustment, and approved by City Council is questionable. As such, we recommend that City Planning report back to Planning and Housing Committee on the review practices to be instituted and any other changes, legislative changes that may be required to eliminate the process, both the process and policy concerns that I have mentioned regarding requests for additional height and density for large-scale, multi-story developments. Thank you.
Trying to multitask there, Jeff. Are there any questions? Councillor Sachs.
Yes, Jeff, thank you very much for your deputation. Certainly, you make a number of really good points in your letter, and I'm sorry that your deputation was made over so many comments while other people were talking. But in the case that you point out, for example, 1837 Bayview, so this is a situation, am I correct, where the neighbors at their own expense worked very hard in an intensive negotiation to minimize the impact on the community, and specifically the height was a major part of that negotiation, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And it was one of the key things that the neighbors negotiated for, was to get the height down to 22 stories.
Yeah.
Right?
But even before that, like the city of Toronto did a plan amendment for the coming Eglinton Crosstown and said Leaside, Bayview and Eglinton should be 8 stories, mid-rise. And then the Ford government didn't accept that plan. They overruled that plan, made 194 changes to it, and said, oh no, not 8 stories, it's got to be 20 to 35 stories.
Right.
And the developer, in this case, came in like 3 weeks later with an application for this particular site at Broadway and Bayview and said, we want 25 stories because we're at the far end of the Bayview focus area.
Right.
And the neighbors, not obviously concerned.
Yeah.
And
I'm
as
gonna
you say,
I'm gonna cut you off
they
because we've got limited time.
yeah, they went and appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and we entered a negotiation process, a settlement process, private settlement process, and got an agreement to go down to 22 stories, and some other minor changes, as well, balconies and stuff. But and then that went back to Ontario Land Tribunal, was approved, and it went back to City Council, was approved.
Yeah.
On
I'm
the
trying to get a short answer because I have other
couple of days after City Council approved it, the applicant then applied to the North York Committee of Adjustment for a minor variance for 5 more stories.
So the point is, you've mentioned your letter. This feels like bad faith to your community, right? A verbal answer is helpful.
Well, absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean,
okay, and
people
it's
were
not
shocked.
not just in Leaside. This is a problem across the city. Would you agree?
I can't speak for other neighborhoods, but we haven't done a study on it. And we don't know from the staff report how many were in this situation.
Right.
Right?
Do you agree, though, that this kind of situation undermines public trust in the development process?
Oh, yeah, I mean, people say committee of adjustment, waste of time.
Right, and does it undermine public faith in even the zoning process, since the negotiation ends up, the developer takes back at committee of adjustment what they gave up during the negotiations? Doesn't that undermine public trust in the negotiation and settlement process as well?
Absolutely, and it costs faith even on the Ontario Land Tribunal process.
And do you agree that we need a clear bylaw? We don't just need backroom discussions that are secret. We need a clear public bylaw as to which changes go to committee of adjustment and which changes should come back to council for political decision-making.
I don't know what the answer is, but we need to have a much better look at what the options are for dealing with it than what the staff report provides right now. It's just not acceptable.
You think it's not acceptable? It's not acceptable to just say, we'll have better commenting. Will that solve the problem adequately?
We were really shocked that staff actually, agreed to, like, in a sense, made a deal. There's no meeting. We didn't think that was at all appropriate.
Right. So one more question about that. In your experience of this process, when staff made a deal with the developer as part of the committee of adjustment process, did they do that in consultation with you, or was that a backroom deal that you didn't know about?
Oh, totally. There was no transparency about it at all.
No transparency, no consultation?
No. And when we went to the committee of adjustment, we had 42 letters and deputations of opposition, and nobody in support of the proposal, except for the applicant.
Right. And all those people in opposition weren't consulted by staff when they said, oh, sure, go ahead?
Well, the committee of adjustment, as you know, is independent, but they accepted the report from staff.
My point is, staff said yes, they supported the application without consulting with the community.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And of course, we didn't have a councillor at the time either. We had nowhere to go. Awesome. Thank you. Well, actually, yeah.
Any other questions of Jeff? Jeff, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't believe there are any other deputants on this. Are there questions of staff? Councillor Sachs, you may begin.
Yes, thank you. So So question to staff, your report shows that there have been 14 cases where the Committee of Adjustment has granted more height to high-rise buildings in my ward, and 10 of those just in the year and a half up to July of 2024, right?
I know, but I don't support it.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Right, and in each of those cases, those were after specific decisions on height, and in many cases by settlement, correct?
That's correct, that they were all related to a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment.
Right, and it's no surprise that when as in 1837 Bayview, when neighbors have worked hard and reached a settlement, it feels like bad faith to them when their gains in the negotiation are then taken away by the Committee of Adjustment afterwards, right? That's what they tell you.
Through the chair, I can imagine why someone might feel like that was in bad faith.
Right. Now, when we discussed your report, you told me that staff are having private meetings with developers to discuss whether proposed changes should go to Committee of Adjustment or to Council, correct?
Through the chair, I think it's common practice when a developer or a proponent has an idea of taking something to Committee of Adjustment that they would often consult with community planning staff and development review, get some feedback as to whether staff would likely be supportive of that application or not.
Right, and those are private meetings, and there's no public record of those meetings, right?
There would typically not be a public record,
Right.
until such time as perhaps staff prepare a report and send that to committee if there is in fact an application.
Right, but in terms, the meetings themselves, anyway, we agree, there's no public record of those conversations. There's no transparency for the community as to what staff are doing, and there's no consultation with the community before staff advise a developer whether or not it'll go to the Committee of Adjustment, right?
Through the chair, planning staff and development review staff frequently meet with applicants. It's part of the role that they play to meet with applicants and discuss their proposals. And those are not public meetings. They're business meetings, typically located in City Hall. And the transparency comes when there is a staff report, whether that's to City Council or to Committee of Adjustment or some other public body related to that application.
Right, but in the Committee of Adjustment process, there's no consultation with the public before staff issue that report, right?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's the committee hearing itself that forms the forum for consultation.
Right, and the committee hearing itself, the committee normally has 30 items in a day, and they're banging through them in a great hurry because they've got to get through all 30 of them in a single day, right?
Many items are dealt with quickly, and others that are more contentious can often take much longer than quote-unquote quickly, an hour or longer to deal with a complex item with a lot of opinions on it.
They're still, on average, they've got 30 or so dozens of items to get through in a single day, every Committee of Adjustment meeting, right?
Some hearings, particularly in Toronto and East York District, can have quite long agendas.
I think that was a yes. Now, the other thing that staff have suggested to me as a way of solving this problem is, the advice I got from your staff was that if I don't like it, I can instruct the city to appeal every single Committee of Adjustment decision on these high-rise buildings. Would that be a good use of public and private money?
My suggestions to council would be to appeal applications that in council's opinion do not meet the four tests of the Planning Act. And the city solicitor may have other advice on that as well.
Right, and we don't need to go through that entire appeal process if we have a clear rule, as the Planning Act allows us to adopt, in a bylaw defining which is the path, which things go to Committee of Adjustment and which things go to Council, right? If we had such a bylaw, we would not need to make, we wouldn't have to have backroom conversations about which is the right route, and we wouldn't have to appeal decisions just because it should have gone to Council instead.
Through the chair, as laid out in the staff report, staff are of the opinion that the four tests that are already in the Planning Act that the committee uses to adjudicate applications, that staff use to staff applications, are quite sufficient to analyze and evaluate applications of this type.
Well, I know the staff are satisfied with it, but it's true, isn't it, based on your report, that in virtually every single case, the Committee of Adjustment approves the extra height regardless of the history or the feeling of betrayal of the community? Almost every single case. Your report's documented.
So that's your last question.
Through the chair, there's a high percentage rate of approval, over 90%. That's similar to what happens with all types of applications at committee. And that's reflective in part of work that staff do with applicants to improve applications, or in some cases to discourage applications that staff feel will not be supportable.
Okay. Any other questions? Anyone else? No, I have a couple. There's been some conversation about some potential motions here, and some of the language in the motion potential motions I want to discuss with you, either yourself or city legal. Would it be wise for this committee to direct city staff to either draft a bylaw or set a work practice based on protecting public trust?
Through the chair, I think from a professional planner's perspective, it would be difficult to assess what the public trust is or how an application might affect public trust. I understand that concept. I understand why that's an important value for city council and for public service broadly, but difficult for a planner to assess from a planning perspective on an application.
So you have you belong to a professional discipline that sets out, how to assess the public interest broadly, and we have Provincial Planning Act and policy statements, official plan, and so on that informs your judgment on how to deal with an application. And if we tell you to additionally do something to protect the public trust, that might create problems for people in your profession.
I think as a professional planner, our assessment of public interest and ensuring that trust is maintained in the process is usually focused on being sure that we're providing the appropriate process, that we're meeting all the statutory obligations, that people are having the opportunities to participate, that the legislation sets out and that our official plan sets out, that people are given a voice to help guide the decision makers and to be listened to through that process, in this case, an administrative law process. That's how we emphasize maintaining the public trust.
So protecting the public trust is making sure that we follow the rules in an administrative tribunal when there's a hearing at the Committee of Adjustment, not in what advice the planning department gives to that administrative tribunal. Is that a fair way of putting it?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. Another thing that's come up is, do you consider it to be good practice for City Council to direct the planning department ahead of any application about what they should write about that application?
No.
No. So if we were to pass a motion today saying all applications that have had some previous decision on it, you must write something about that, would that similarly be council overreaching and telling you how to form your opinion?
I think council is within their rights to do that. My observation is we don't have other examples related to Committee of Adjustment history applications where council has previously directed staff on what the commenting practice should be or when they should comment. That's how we've managed the committee. That's how we've managed the allocation of staff resources to reviewing Committee of Adjustment decisions. So I would advise against that. However, I would also observe that we do have a service delivery model review of the Committee of Adjustment underway. We've reported on progress on that previously to this committee. One of the things that review is tackling is commenting practices. and considering whether we need to improve those practices, particularly if we are also changing our service delivery model. That would be a really good opportunity for council to think about to what degree they're satisfied with the ways that staff are commenting applications, and whether any changes to our service delivery model that we're bringing forward are going to set us up for success delivering comments in a way that people are looking for.
So you would prefer that instead of taking this piece and telling you what your commenting practice should be on this piece, you would prefer to situate that within a broader review of how planners are managed and how the commenting departments are resourced.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I guess I'm looking at the motion, although it's not yet displayed. Is part of the problem and that the term minor variance might be a bit of a misnomer, in that, you know, when someone says minor variance, you're thinking maybe a couple feet here, a couple feet there, maybe not 5 or 6 additional floors on a building.
Through the chair, I think that's correct. I'd also observe, we talk about minor variance all the time. That's the common term that's used in planning to describe this. The Planning Act doesn't call anything a minor variance. They talk about variances. And one of the tests to approve that variance is that it be minor. So that one of the things that the committee needs to adjudicate is whether a variance is minor or not. And there is no definition of minor. However, there is lots of case law that speaks to how the committee can consider case-specific, context-specific circumstances to determine whether the impact and the degree of variance should be considered minor on any particular application.
Thank you. And I guess sort of picking up where Chair Perks was going, in that it is an issue that some of the decisions of the Committee of Adjustment do undermine public confidence when residents have engaged in some sort of process that they view as legitimate, a good faith discussion with city officials. Is that a fair comment?
I think it's clear there are many applications that go through the committee. Many are considered very passionately by local community members. It's an administrative law process, so it's a process that is focused on adjudicating evidence rather than weighing values or previous political decisions. I understand the public does sometimes not have confidence in that process, and that's why we do the best we can to deliver a good process that meets the statutory requirements.
And is there anything in the statutory requirements prohibiting us from defining a minor variance in some sort of quantitative fashion?
Through the chair, no, the Section 45 criteria bylaw that's been referenced in the report is the means that council can use to do that. That power has never been used before by any municipality in the province of Ontario, so we don't have a lot of experience. We have no experience in terms of how that bylaws have been considered, the likelihood of appeal, how they would be considered under appeal, what an OLT would consider if it were appealed. All that is unknown territory.
Thank you. And I guess my final question, is there anything that staff is working on or that that's in the works that would give communities, I guess, confidence that when they do engage in these discussions, that these discussions will not simply be overturned by the Committee of Adjustments? Or like those conversations or those beliefs, those whatever was produced from those discussions, those factors will be considered in whatever decision the Committee of Adjustment arrives at. Because I think that maybe is part of the issue, in that the community is having a discussion with city staff, and whatever is agreed upon is not factored into whatever the decision that the Committee of Adjustment arrives at. I think that's where people are frustrated, and that they are engaging in a goodwill process, and those decisions or those conversations don't seem to be respected, and people say, well, what's the point?
Through the chair, and I certainly understand and sympathize with that perspective. And that's why the report talks about the need for consistent and predictable commenting practices. There's a large percentage of applications of this type that do not have a staff report associated with them when they go to committee. And we're of the mind that it would be very helpful for the committee if they have an understanding from community planning staff, even if it's just an information report that lays out the history of the application, what was considered, what process did it go through, was there an appeal, was the bylaw approved under appeal or not, what were the issues associated with that. That type of information would certainly be useful for the committee for them to consider that within their adjudication of the 4 tests.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff on this item? No. Okay. To speak, Councillor Sachs, as a visitor, you're welcome to speak first.
Yes, thank you. I thank you to Councillor Matlow, who's going to make my motion. I do commend to you the letter from our colleague Rachel Turnos-Lynn, in whose ward the 1837 Bayview case has occurred, which is a perfect example of the abuse that I'm here to talk about. There have also been, as recorded in the report, 14 examples in my ward. Now, it doesn't help that in the staff report they don't even identify which of the 14 cases were after and undermining the very results of a settlement, but I know that many of them were. And these are so egregious that at 1837 Bayview, the residents have had to turn to the ombudsman looking for some justice, some responsiveness, some rectification of a broken public process, which we do have the right to fix. Of course, developers prefer going to committee of adjustment. It's fast, it's cheap, there's no compromises, there's very little consultation, there's no accountability. It's almost always approved. If you look through the list that's attached from staff, you'll see page after page after page of dozens of these, dozens and dozens of these large buildings where additional height was approved by the Committee of Adjustment in minutes as they rush through 30 or more in a day. So my motion has 3 parts. The second paragraph is building on the staff suggestion that we should actually have consistent, predictable staff commenting. And it would make it an actual direction from council instead of just a throwaway in a report. This is something we should have had for years. The second thing is to comment, ask them, instruct them to actually comment. We've had a number of these go through adding height after a settlement where the staff haven't even taken a position and haven't even informed the Committee of Adjustment of the background. And that has a terrible impact on public trust. And in fact, I think the staff report itself, the very fact the staff report doesn't mention bad faith, the very fact that the staff report doesn't even identify which of these dozens and dozens of cases occurred to take back the gains from a settlement underscores why staff do need direction from council that this matters. This is a serious concern to our communities and seriously undermines council's role. And the third piece, which is the first paragraph, is to establish clarity and certainty. The province did give municipalities a power under the Planning Act to define certain things as not being minor variances. And that allows us to say which lane should be followed. Some things should go to Committee of Adjustment. Some things should come back to council. And the biggest impact, these big, big buildings have huge impacts of the communities around them, and the biggest single impact is height. And when there has been a specific negotiation on height, when the residents have put in nights and weekends, and sometimes their own money, and they've gone to negotiate, they've reached a deal, and that deal is then taken away from them afterwards, that's not something that should go to Committee of Adjustment. It should come back to council. It leaves lots and lots of scope for genuinely minor variances. It doesn't deter the building of large buildings in Toronto. It simply means that some parts of a deal that are important to the community should stick unless council decides otherwise. So that's what I'm asking you to do. How much of a height change should be permitted through committee of adjustment? I think it should be modest. I've asked staff in the motion to recommend what that should be. But it shouldn't be a matter just determined in secret backroom meetings with no transparency for the community and no consistency, no predictability.
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you there. An important principle in the way this meeting and all meetings are conducted is the way we talk about staff. You just said that staff determine in secret meetings what the heights of buildings will be. That is not an accurate reflection, and it impugns the reputation of the Toronto Public Service, and I'm going to ask you to withdraw that.
Well, that's not what I said. What I said was the
exactly. I quoted you verbatim, Councillor. I'm asking you now, withdraw it or conclude your remarks and leave the meeting.
I am not saying that the staff determine the height. I did not say that. What I said is that the process, we are being told by staff, is being discussed in private meetings.
The process is discussed, not the conclusion.
I
You said
agree.
the conclusion on the height.
The
So
conclusion
am I taking it then that you're withdrawing that?
I didn't say it. What I said was the process is being determined in private
Okay,
meetings
the
with
process
no
is determined. Fine. I will
transparency,
let
no
that stand.
consultation, and I don't think that that's proper. And it should be, we have the power to change it and we should.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if you're talking about, now, the final thing I want to be clear on here, Councillor, city staff do not, in those meetings where a developer comes and says, we're considering making this application, determine anything. They may say to an applicant, we think that this is better suited to a rezoning application, or that is better suited to a committee application. The decision on where to apply is made by the applicant.
Absolutely. But we
Okay,
have the right
so
to
you
set a-
said that that process is determined in secret, including city staff. That is inaccurate, and it impugns their reputation, and I ask you to withdraw it.
I will rephrase it. What we have is a process whereby we could set a clear rule as to what the lane is, and instead there are private conversations going in about what that lane will be, to which
I'm sorry, you've done it again. Private conversations
They
about
are
what that
private
lane will be.
conversations. They're having private conversations. They said so.
Will be. So you have now been warned 3 times. You withdraw that? Staff can provide advice, but they don't determine what the applicant will do.
I agree, the applicant
Very well.
determines.
Then
But
it is
we
not
should be
determining what will
defining
be.
which lane
Thank you. Your
is
time is
permissible.
up. Okay. Are there any members of the committee that want to speak? Councillor Matlow.
I'm moving Councillor Sachs's motion on her behalf. And there's the principle of her motion, I think, is something that is important to acknowledge, which is that we work very hard to get to a yes and get to the right yes when applications come forward, and we want not only do we want housing with community amenities, we want social services and infrastructure and parks, and we want people to know that their voice is heard. And often we'll hear from community organizations or individual residents who have significant concerns. So we develop working group processes or other types of forums to engage people, to bring them in, to ensure that not only do they have a say over the that they're included in the process, but also they bring information forward that could be helpful to even make it a better project. And we go through this, what should be a good faith discussion, good faith process. And often when a developer will, and then there's, an admittedly imperfect but perfectly workable resolution. Everyone shakes hands. The community says, well, we didn't really like it, but we're okay with it. And the developer will say, well,
maybe it's not exactly what we came in with, but we're fine with the changes, then everyone says, okay, we're there, and we're okay with that settlement. And then after that's done, when a developer will then go to committee and ask for another 10 stories or whatever it is, communities will tell us, well, then why do we go through that process? Like, why do we thought this was good faith, we thought that we were arriving at a good resolution, and now we feel like the rug's been pulled from under us. And that doesn't then lend to that confidence or that trust to go through the process again the next time there's a controversial application. So I think it is important to provide as much clarity and predictability both for the applicants and the communities so that everyone knows what the rules are and everyone understands what should go through rezoning, what should go through committee of adjustment. And if there is an agreement, like what are the next steps if there's a disagreement or a change. So I move Councillor Sachs's motion, and I think it's, I want to acknowledge Councillor Sachs's attention to the concerns that I just raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? No? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Councillor Nunziata?
Speak
Or
briefly.
speak to the item?
Yeah, just speak briefly. I will not be supporting that motion. You know, I think it's important. You know, the councillor, when development applications come in, the councillor meets with the developer, has community meetings with the residents. You get the residents to support what the applicant is proposing. And sometimes the applicant may say, I want an additional 2 or 3 stories. And they work with the community, and you get a consensus from the community. And there's no private meetings done with city staff. It's usually the council works for the community works for the developer, and they come up to a consensus. So I cannot support this motion. The staff, in the staff report, the staff does not support. Their recommendation is just to move receipt. And so I would just be moving receipt of the report.
Mr. Nunziata has moved receipt. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Candeval?
I want to appreciate Councillor Sachs for bringing forth a conversation that we've seen in many parts of our city, that there is a lack of clarity on a minor variance, and to address an approach that has proven to be inconsistent across areas, and to bring clarity and a reasonable amount of or level of criteria, I think is an important and a fair conversation. And I appreciate Councillor Matlow for bringing that nuanced, balanced approach. I think it speaks to a larger conversation that is permeating conversations of housing, the need for it, to bring supply, to create that, which we're all here are supportive of it. And I think we just need to reflect on that this move by Councillors Sachs and Chernos Lynn to address this is in no way antagonizing the need for housing supply, affordability, accessibility. And I think that's something that needs to be underscored and clearly pronounced in this committee, that this is in no way to stop those important movement on those 3 areas of accessibility, affordability, and supply, but rather to provide comfort to increasingly disenfranchised neighborhoods and communities that see a process that is perhaps at times bereft of authentic participation. So I recognize the spirit of folks who are not in favor of this, but I do want to alleviate those tensions and fears that this is in no way, in any way, to prevent much needed housing, especially in areas that require density and need further density. But about the process, and I think clarity is always good, because we are seeing frustration from communities. So I will be voting in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I'm going to say a couple words. I'm not going to be supporting the motion that Councillor Matlow is moving on behalf of Councillor Sachs. I think it's really important that we take a moment and ground ourselves. Some of us who've been around watching how development applications go through the Committee of Adjustment for a long time might remember that in the period just after amalgamation, there was a moment when committee members and politicians were all busy suing each other. And there were accusations of corrupt practice. It is extraordinarily important that we keep in mind that even though it is the City of Toronto Committee of Adjustment and its meetings take place in this room, it is not a body of or a committee of or an advisor to Toronto City Council. It is its own independent adjudicative tribunal. Our role is to appoint the members of that committee. This is very, very, very important to remember. I have received advice from the Integrity Commissioner at the City of Toronto that because I appoint those people, I have to go to extraordinary lengths to make sure that I am never using my office to try to persuade them about what outcomes they come to. Another thing that we have to be mindful of is that our planning staff are members of a professional association which has a governing body and sets out what it is to be a planner, and they give professional advice based on that, their independent thought. We should never be in a position where we tell planners, this is the conclusion you should come to. We should only ever say, we accept your advice or we don't accept your advice. We can lean on them to help us think these things through, but we cannot tell them what their professional advice to us should be. The motion that Councillor Matlow has moved skates very close to violating both of those principles. That's the main reason that I'm not willing to support it. But additionally, there are some specific problems. First, Councillor Matlow's motion is essentially prescribing a decongestant to try to deal with an upset stomach. It's the wrong medicine to solve a problem. The problem we have is that people are told incorrect things about what their rights in the development process are. The Committee of Adjustment very specifically is an adjudicative tribunal that hears evidence about whether something broadly conforms to the 4 tests. It is not about whether you want a building to be taller or shorter. That is not what the purpose of that is. Most members of council communicate that to their residents, but some of them don't. And when we lack the courage to tell our residents, if you're going to the Committee of Adjustment to do anything other than to give evidence about whether this meets the 4 tests, you are wasting your time and money, and you will likely lose. That's actually a positive obligation we should have as elected officials representing our communities, is to not mislead them about what their rights are. Because when we mislead them about what their rights are, that's what brings the process into disrepute. That's when the public loses confidence in the process. We have to have the courage to say, I know you don't want the world to be this way, but this is the way it is. And if you can't say that to your residents, don't come here and try to solve the problem a different way. That's bad faith with your constituents. And I won't participate in it. So those are my remarks and why I can't support the motion that Councillor Matlow has moved on behalf of Councillor Sachs. Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? Okay. So we'll take the motion by Councillor Matlow first. All those in favor? I see 2. All those opposed? I see 4. Okay, so that fails. Councillor Nunziata moved the staff recommendation to receive. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, after that bit of excitement, let's move on to item PH 17.13, Official Plan Review, Office Replacement Policies Status Report. We do have a deputant, Robert Barnard from Toboggan Living, Inc. Hi,
Hello,
Robert.
everyone.
Yep.
Can you hear me? I'm just going to see if there's a way that I can share my screen, which I can. I just need to get the host to give me that ability.
I think we've given you permission to share, Robert. You just have to figure it out on your end.
It just takes a second, that's fine. Okay. Just gonna keep refreshing, and if not, I can. I think we have. That's great. And
okay, there we go. Robert, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Great to be here. I know it's been a long day, so I'll keep my remarks short and look forward to any questions that may come up. So our ask of the city is really all about affordable housing, downtown revitalization, and an office vacancy solution. So we would like to ask the City of Toronto to create a model that allows for co-living, which is a model that I'll describe a little bit more detail in a second. Co-living to flourish in Toronto based on the experience from other successful cities, and also based on our experience with student and seniors developments now. The opportunity are many, but first we want to make sure that we can increase the affordable housing supply. I've been listening to today's meeting, that comes up a lot. We want to make sure we have downtown revitalization to bring more people, workers, activity to the downtown, and we want to create an office vacancy solution. We have other opportunities we see as well that co-living can provide actually positive climate action by reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. It can also help address the deepening loneliness epidemic in Toronto and other places. And finally, if looking at vacant office spaces is only part one, we see this opportunity to unlock developments and create affordable housing in other ways across Toronto. So here's a picture of a C-class office building floor plate in the CR zone in Toronto. It's 100% vacant. It has been vacant for many years. 6 floors plus a basement. This particular building could actually create 144 co-living units. Co-living means a private, secure space, room, and you therefore allowed to share facilities. This is a different kind of conversion that you've probably heard of before. I know currently there's no applications for office to residential conversion in Toronto, but we think that's because it costs a lot and it often doesn't provide affordable housing. A co-living conversion does the opposite. It's affordable to build, therefore it can create affordable housing. And you can see the rents there. We're anticipating rents of $1,000 to $1,300 a month, which would be in the affordable range for the City of Toronto. Each occupant has access to about 339 square feet in this design. And in other designs we've looked at in Toronto, it's somewhere between 300 and 400 square feet. The amazing part about the co-living development model, conversion model, is the build time after permit is 9 months. So show you also that this is not a new idea. Seattle, Denver, Minneapolis all have this as a part of their planning process. London, England, Sydney, Australia are encouraging developers to come forward with co-living because they also have the same supply issues that Toronto has. And then finally, I want to just put out the potential. We've already analyzed 6 buildings in downtown Toronto that could equate to 800 co-living units that could be completed by the fall of 2026. So that's the opportunity. So I'll stop there and I'll see if there's any questions.
Thank you. I do have a question. Maybe take that down. So Robert, we've discussed this a number of times. We've had some conversations. We were hoping to try to find a magic bullet that could make this happen right away. But I explained that it probably needs a little bit of work, and I'm going to be moving a motion that sort of directs staff to do some of that work. You understand that and you're comfortable with that?
I am. I think it's good actually to involve people in that open process just to learn about this and also come up with a great solution.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much. That was the only deputant on the item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks. Back in July, I had asked for some additional work to be done on the office space needs study. One of the things I'd asked for was an additional economic and sensitivity analysis to corroborate the 25% replacement rate. I understand the consultants here in the room, but you commissioned Parcel, is that correct? These are quick answers. Yep.
That is correct.
Okay. And did Parcel find that a 25% replacement rate was viable across the board, or did it not work for certain buildings?
Through you, Chair, Chris White from Parcel. It did not work consistently across the board, no.
Okay. I also asked for consultation with the industry. Could you tell me when the last time that you held one of those consultations was?
Through the chair, we had a briefing meeting with Build and NIOP yesterday.
Okay.
But,
and how would you describe the feedback that you received yesterday? NIOP and Build industry participants, were they on board with the recommendations that are in front of us today?
Through the chair, there was an acknowledgement that was in the correct direction, but there was a request to go for a lower percentage.
Right. Apart from the meeting that was held yesterday, when was the last time you met with Build and NIOP?
It was earlier in the year during our stakeholder interviews and stakeholder engagement program.
Q1?
Q2.
Q2. Report recommends 25% replacement rate for the downtown plan and Yonge and Eglinton secondary plans. What is the replacement rate outside of those areas?
That would be 0% or as required by any other policy requirement.
Before the report, the replacement rate was 100% citywide?
No, the replacement rate was 0% with qualifications. Except for certain locations in the downtown and midtown areas.
Okay. Yeah. With qualifications, asterisks.
There was the outstanding appeal to the citywide policy that has never been enforced.
Right, we'll get to that. Why was the decision made to differentiate the rate by location?
Through the chair, there was an acknowledgement that there is quite a variation in feasibility through different locations.
Give me more on that. What is the viability of office replacement? What happens to that as we get further away from some of these cores?
Through you, Chair. So it varies significantly based on location and maybe more accurately in terms of the size of the existing building. So that's commensurate with the location, generally larger buildings, higher amount of square footage within the downtown and to a certain extent in North York versus a Yonge Eglinton context.
Wait, is it fair to say then that the viability of office replacement decreases as we get further from these cores?
Generally, feasibility decreases, but the obligation to replace more space is higher closer to these areas.
Right. Okay. If we did not take the approach that you're recommending today and instead drafted a new official plan amendment, what risks would that face in trying to get that implemented and into force?
I'm just, before we get an answer from that, I want to hear from the city solicitor if this is something we should be discussing in public.
I think I can try to answer the question by saying that if we were to come, we would, can you repeat the question, sir? Sorry.
Okay, so if we did not take the approach that's recommended in front of us today, 25%, and instead drafted a new OP amendment, what risks would that face in trying to get that implemented and into force? And it's not a specific answer. I think it's a pretty broad thing that happens all the time when we do OPAs.
But are you saying if we were to suggest a different number, or like, what are you saying about a different approach? I don't understand what you're asking.
So we have numbers in front of us and a recommendation in front of us.
Right.
If we said, hey, this isn't good enough, you know, like maybe there's a view that this isn't enough and this isn't good enough, and we wanted to do something different, what type of risk would be presented that could happen with any OPA? What sort of situation could we find ourselves in if we tried to make that change today and put it into force?
So, yeah, this matter is currently under appeal, and we are dealing with it that way. So, I think directing the staff to implement something based on a number that, you know, you for whatever reason think is good would be probably appealable, and we would be tied up in litigation on that matter.
Yep, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, just I wanted us to be careful. Hey, Jeff, could you hand the yes and no things over? Okay, are there any other questions of staff on this? No? Councillor, did you get all your questions answered, or do you need a second round? No? Okay. All right. With that, I guess we can go to speakers. I'm going to have a motion on this. Maybe I should just put it up. Yeah? Okay. Sure. Okay, I'm going to be moving that the Planning and Housing Committee request all the smarty pantses to conduct an analysis of the applicable policies, standards, and regulations relating to replacing office space with co-living residential uses / housing, and report back by the April 10, 2025 planning meeting, or meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee. And this speaks specifically to some proposals that are out there in the world that are a different form of housing and may create some opportunities for us, largely related to the deputation we heard. Any questions? Nope. Okay. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much. I have three motions here. I'll speak to them. I've been working with the staff on these. The first one that you're seeing there is I want to make sure that we're giving all stakeholders an opportunity to provide feedback on the office replacement policies, not just the ones who are part of the appeal process. I was able to clear this with the city legal team and our staff team to make sure that this doesn't put us offside with anything else that's happening. And it will be an opportunity for staff to receive feedback, not engage in a conversation, but receive the input on the policies that have been proposed. Second, the staff report outlines the potential for flexibility on the replacement rate, for instance, for purpose-built rental. I think that's really important because we need to make sure that this policy works and that it's going to generate more housing units. So I'd like to make sure that the language and direction reflects that. And then lastly, I want to make sure that this work is reflected in the ongoing North York secondary plan review. So we'll have them take that into consideration because when I was talking about Eglinton, for example, that's where a lot of this work has been directed and there's different rates there. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Speaking to the item now, I do want to thank our staff team for completing this important work. Building on the motion I had moved at Planning and Housing last October, the nature of the workplace has fundamentally changed. Office vacant rates have continued to stubbornly remain high since the pandemic. Remote work is not going to be changing anytime soon. There's still going to be an element of that. Earlier this year, we had a downtown office vacancy rate that was in excess of 18%. We haven't seen those numbers in a long time, and if you start taking a look at Class B office space, the rate is certainly a lot higher. And at the same time, and I think this was the genesis of the work, is we are facing a housing supply crisis here in Toronto, not a office supply crisis. And that's where we really started with that. And I think cities need to innovate in times of challenge and adversity, and we need to use all the tools available to us to do that. And in some instances, we need to find new tools. So last year, I asked the staff to consider eliminating the city's strict office replacement policy, and so that we could turn some of that underutilized office space into more of the homes that we need. There's both replacement and retrofit to consider both of those things. I understand that it's not one size fits all and that there are lots of different technical challenges associated with that. No one's going to dispute that. But I think when you look at the net, all of the different buildings that are potentially available, this will work in some instances, and we ought to be removing the roadblocks to make that happen. And more broadly speaking, office conversion is something that needs to be viable, especially given the housing supply crisis that's in front of us. And that brings us to the staff recs that are in front of us today and the parcel's economics report. And thank you for undertaking that work. I read it with interest. Toronto is taking the opportunity to adapt to the times and align our office replacement policies with the reality that has changed since remote work's come to the forefront of our Monday to Friday. I think the staff have acknowledged that we do not need office replacement outside of a few core areas of the city, downtown, Yonge and Eglinton, to name two. And outside of those areas, the replacement rate is zero. That's fantastic. That's very good. Makes it clear that we can transform sites where there's zero demand for office towers on a go-forward basis. I've heard from stakeholders as recently as today and yesterday and in the weeks prior that there's still a concern about the 25% replacement rate, that would significantly limit the sites that could be redeveloped. That has been communicated to staff. I share that concern, I can tell you that, and as you heard from my questions, that was backed up by the folks at Parcel. But we are in a very unique situation at this moment in time. We're stuck in an appeals process and at the OLT, and I'm hoping that staff are going to be able to navigate that with appellants and find a successful outcome. So this isn't perfect, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. And Rory and others in the team that have been working on this, I really do appreciate it. I know it's been interesting for all of us to consider, and I think these three motions get us closer to that win-win and pushing us in the right direction. So Corolla, Romus, Rory, thanks again, and everyone else who did some lifting on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? No? We have a couple of motions. My motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Bradford's motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item is amended. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, here we go. We're actually doing a lot of stuff today. Next, we have PH 1714. Let me just check the title. Thank you. Our plan, Toronto draft delineations, protected major transit station area and major transit station areas, 9 stations proposals report. We have a deputant, Jacob, you're back with us. Hi, Jacob.
Hi again.
All yours.
Okay, now I can share. It's this one. Okay, thanks for having me back. So we're talking about MTSAs, and am I sharing? I don't think I'm sharing. Okay, there we go.
Yep,
okay.
We got you.
Why allow more density around transit? Lots of good reasons. You're fully leveraging your existing and planned rapid transit assets that cost billions of dollars to build. More fair revenue supports increased service. You have more efficient capital spending as well. And the bike lane stuff and congestions in the news recently allows more people to live car light or car free, which actually reduces congestion, et cetera, et cetera. I'll just skip through. One of the things that I've also seen discussed on council or in the media is whether Toronto has moved to increase density in its MTSAs. So is this fact or fiction? Well, this is actually fiction, and you can read this in the staff report. Contrary to what some claim sometimes, is that the minimum in the staff report, it says clearly that there are proposed no changes to maximum development permissions on lands within the delineated areas. And it's very similar in all of the other 100 or so MTSAs that were brought forward a couple years ago. So, when we hear that it's just the province holding it up, and if the province approved tomorrow, then there would be massive density allowed in this MTAs, that's simply not true. If the province approved this tomorrow, there would be no change to maximum development permissions. There would be no increase in permitted density in these areas. And so that's how we end up with examples like Pape Station, future interchange station on 2 subway lines. And you can see, although these are so-called minimum densities for the PMTSAs, those are actually also maximum densities in many of these areas. So, we see FSI as low as 0.5. I know that's changed somewhat with the multiplex bylaw, but like within, a 2-minute walk to the station, are we really going to be building a multiplex as the max development? Moving on to the next part of the report, BC style TOD. If you're not familiar, I'll glance through this table very quickly. Essentially, it sets out a radius where if you're within 800 meters of, we'll focus on the rapid transit stations, you can see the sloping of development permissions with that. And you can see the base development is mid-rise with up to 8 stories. Much more than is what is allowed within 800 meters of most of the MTSAs that have been put forward. And by the way, you can see that it's coming again, as agreed to in the half deal. It's coming about 5 months later. I won't belabor the point though. It's my opinion that the BC policy is better than Toronto's current approach. You can see that although the staff comparison in the report says that the St. Patrick PMTSA has a higher population yield, when you minus the jobs, as my friends at More Neighbours did, you can see that St. Patrick, it's a downtown station, will have the most people, but there's a ton of other stations below that have a lower total planned population according to the Toronto approach to MTSAs. And when it comes to the strict radii, they are a strength, not a weakness. In the MTSA approach that Toronto took, all of Southern Rosedale, wealthy neighborhoods like Rosedale can draw themselves out of more density. In the BC approach, the strict radii makes sure that when you're living near transit, everything's applied equitably, that you can that we're fully leveraging those assets, no matter whether you're in a rich neighborhood or poor neighborhood, that is applied equitably. And you have the power to apply BC's approach to your MTSAs. You don't need the province to approve those. You can go forward and take that approach through your zoning.
Thanks, Jacob. If I could just get your final thought.
Yeah, that's it. I'm done.
Nailed it. Okay, let's see if we have any questions. Looking around the room, not seeing any. Thanks very much for your deputation and tuning in. Okay, no more speakers? Not seeing any? There's no speakers. Yeah, I don't know where his list is. Not seeing any. All right, any questions of staff? Any speakers to the item? Moving the staff recs from Councillor Nunziata. All in favor? Carried. All right. Three, apparently. All right, what's next? I don't know. You really, item 18. Is that my item? Okay. Okay, we'll come back to that. Is it 18? 18 is next. Okay. No deputants on this? Any questions? No, mine. Any speakers? Okay, I'll move the recommendations in my letter. Carried. 9, is this you, Parthy? Okay, questions of staff? Other deputants? No deputants? Sorry, I don't know where your deputant.
No, we're done with the
deputants. No deps. Questions of staff, item 9. That's your phone. Speakers to the item.
No, I had questions. Yeah. First of all, I appreciate staff's work and support on this item through the last 12 months. For posterity, one of the options we were looking at the start of this item and its passage was the potential with the 46 parking spots north to the site within the Dentonia Park Golf Course, and examining the opportunity during the off-season golf months. If staff can speak to where that is and its potential.
Through the chair, as part of the golf program and the property at Dentonia, staff have been directed to take a look at off-season opportunities to open up the park to non-golf and complementary use, and are working closely with the provider to do so. Having said that, the opportunity to study off-season parking is there. I think it's necessary in terms of determining the impact on that complementary use. Currently, the property or the parking lot is under construction to support the installation of the Papudo. It is anticipated to be used for staging for construction of the works at the station for the next 2 off seasons, which will impact off-season parking or access to off-season parking at the lot until the end of 2027. At that time, it can certainly be studied to determine the impact on access to the park.
Thank you. And can staff pursue that conversation with TDC to see if that could be accommodated within one off-season?
Yes, absolutely. As they refine the construction schedule, we can work with them to determine the exact space that they'll be needing for staging and the duration of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, speak. Councillor Candavel.
Thank you, Chair. This item predicated on... Do
you want to move an amendment to the item?
Yes. Should I do that first?
Okay. If staff clerks can put the amendment, it's a fairly straightforward amendment with staff support to move the study to come back in Q4, which would allow us to look at the absorption that would inevitably come as a result of the closure of the commuter parking lot at Vic Park onto Warden, as well as the impacts that have been happening at Kennedy Station. My comments, appreciation to staff on this item. Many in my community recognize and appreciate the value of the commuter parking lot. It is a public good to allow short drives to access public transit. This combination of recommendations include, in confidence, the work Creatio staff are doing to look at opportunities in the surrounding area, and I am hopeful that will result, when appropriate, opportunities to address this. I think there is a bigger conversation as how we get around this city, and we have to be sensitive to the realities of our neighborhoods that are taking important affordability projects like the one at 777. Last night we had a very robust, helpful meeting with Altera, the developer, Creatio, and our city staff
to update the community on the passage of the affordable housing project there, which is of course with tremendous good, but recognizing the need to accommodate and ameliorate for the impacts to community. We're home to two of the biggest housing now with Kennedy Station and Victoria Park, and the evolving conversation around Warden. So this is important work, and appreciate staff's work to address these concerns with this and going forward. Thank you.
Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else wish to speak? No? Okay, so we have Councillor Candavel's motion. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item is amended. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And I think that just leaves us, Councillor Myers, you wanted to reconsider item 1?
Yes, Chair, just to reconsider, just to clean up the amendment.
Okay, all those in favor of reconsidering, opposed if any, that carries. Councillor Myers, the floor is yours.
So can I just put it's just basically cleaning up the amendment, adding the definition of emerging neighborhood and making it clear that we're expanding the eligibility criteria for enhanced development grants to include eligible development within emerging neighborhoods.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? No. Does anyone else wish to speak? No. On the amendment, all those in favor, opposed, carried.
Just to adopt as amended.
Adopt as amended. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And I believe that completes our business. We don't have, do we have any bills? No. No bills? Everyone, go home and enjoy yourselves.